Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Best 4. A dramatic, high-quality storytelling video. This version flows smoothly, fixes the plot contradictions, and heightens the emotional stakes. Under a canopy of cold, unfeeling stars, a small, tree-dense island floated in the middle of a vast ocean. On its beach sat a boy, pale, emaciated, his ribs pressing against paper-thin skin. He looked 15, but his eyes held the weight of a much older, broken soul. He stared at the creature beside him with a complex mix of disbelief and sorrow. It was a murkrow, a bird of pure shadow, standing no taller than his knee. In the darkness, it would have been invisible if not for the pale moonlight reflecting off its black feathers. With a trembling hand, Cain reached out. He hesitated, his fingers hovering inches away, before finally making contact. The feathers felt real. The warmth was real. He let out a shaky breath, his shoulders dropping. Who would have thought? I'm actually back. The memories of his death were still fresh. In his past life, Cain had been a pseudo-elite operative for Team Rocket, a survivor who had clawed his way up from nothing. But arrogance had been his downfall. Betrayed by a rival and ambushed by the League, he had fought desperately, taking 2 enemy Pokémon with him before the League elites buried him alive, crushed beneath the earth in a fit of righteous rage. But when he opened his eyes, the darkness of the grave was gone. Cain looked at his hands. The scars of 1,000 battles were gone. His skin was yellowed from malnutrition, his knuckles bony and fragile. He clenched his fist, nails digging into his palm until it stung. Cain, I am alive. Caw. The murkrow croaked softly, tiling its head. It looked at him with innocent curiosity. Cain tried to smile, but his face felt stiff, as if he had forgotten how. He stroked the bird's rough, malnourished feathers. Murkrow, I'm glad you're here. In his previous life, Cain had been ruthless. He had chased power, capturing and discarding strong Pokémon. But when the end came, those powerful monsters abandoned him. Only Murkrow, his first partner, the one he had sidelined and wasted, had stayed by his side until the bitter end. Caw. The bird leaned into his touch. It was a wild creature, fresh from a Pokeball, yet it sensed the heavy emotion radiating from this human. It didn't attack. It simply waited. Regret washed over Cain. He had wasted years understanding Murkrow in his last life, ruining its potential with bad training before eventually casting it aside. Murkrow, Cain whispered, his voice trembling. In this life, I will never abandon you again. The sentimental moment passed quickly as reality set in. He was back in the trial. 300 teenagers dumped on an island. Half would die in the first hour trying to tame their first Pokémon. Only 50 would leave this island alive. In his last life, the top ranker had started with a Bulbasaur and ridden that advantage all the way to the executive seats. Cain had been a nobody. But not this time. Cain stood up, dusting the sand from his rags. If he was truly back, then that should be here too. System, activate, he commanded in his mind. For 10 agonizing seconds, there was silence. Just as he began to panic, a mechanical, emotionless voice rang out in his skull. Even Cain, usually cold as ice, felt his heart pound. In his past life, this system was the only reason he reached the level of a quasi-elite trainer. But back then, it activated way too late. He had spent years playing catch-up against people with better resources. But now, he had a head start. System scan. Cain mentally commanded, focusing on the Murkrow beside him. Beep. A holographic 3D model popped up, visible only to him. Pokémon, Murkrow, green potential. Ability, prankster, priority status moves huge. Key moves, punishment, feint attack, roost, tailwind. Cain's eyes lit up. Not only was the data detailed, something he had to risk his life stealing from Team Rocket databases in his last life, but it was all there. The system had kept his old database. And that green label next to Murkrow's name? That was the jackpot. Potential ranged from red to purple. Green was rare, way above the trash mobs usually found in the wild. This exact Murkrow was the reason Cain survived the trial island last time, carrying him to rank 34 despite his weak skills. Deep breath, Cain, he told himself. Weakness is a sin. Survival of the fittest. First priority, fix Murkrow. The bird was malnourished, barely 40 centimeters tall instead of the usual 50 centimeters. Let's go, Murkrow. Time to eat. He motioned for the bird to land on his shoulder. Murkrow hesitated, worried about hurting his frail master, but eventually settled down. Cain trudged into the forest, his Team Rocket survival knowledge kicking in. He found orange berries, giving the ripe, sweet ones to Murkrow while he forced himself to eat the sour, unripe ones. Caw. Murkrow rubbed its head against Cain's cheek. It didn't understand why the human took the bad food, but it felt a warmth it had never known. Eat up, Cain smiled, seeing the image of his past partner overlaying this young bird. I know you want meat. We'll get some. He spotted a bush. A gray rabbit darted out, perfect. Murkrow, use peck. Whoosh. Murkrow dove, beak piercing the rabbit instantly. A clean kill. But just as Murkrow prepared to celebrate, a blur of purple shadow tore across the ground, and the rabbit vanished into thin air. Option 2, polished novel/light novel style, immersive and atmospheric. Best 4, a serious reading experience or audiobook narration. As I suspected, Cain whispered, his voice trembling slightly. When I crossed over, the system crossed with me. Even for someone like Cain, who had mastered the art of remaining emotionless, this was a rush of pure adrenaline. In his previous life, this mysterious system was the sole reason he had clawed his way up to become a quasi-elite trainer. However, tragedy had marked his first run. The system had activated by accident only after years of struggle. By then, his peers had left him in the dust. System scan. Heart racing, he locked his gaze on the Murkrow beside him. Instantly, a mechanical chime echoed in his mind. Beep. A translucent blue interface materialized, projecting a 3D model of the bird that only Cain could see. The data was comprehensive. Murkrow. Male. Level 8. Ability, Prankster. It listed everything from egg moves like Punishment and Roost to its current moveset. Cain's eyes shone. Detailed data. In his past life, the system had started blank. He had been forced to hack into Team Rocket's classified servers, risking execution just to fill in the encyclopedia. But now, the system had retained the database from his future self. Knowledge was power for a trainer with no background, and Cain was now the most knowledgeable person on the island. His eyes lingered on the potential marker, green. In a world where potential ranged from red to purple, green was a tier that commanded respect. Most wild Pokémon were merely orange. With this green potential Murkrow, Cain had once scraped his way to 34th place in the survival trial. This time will be different, Cain thought, inhaling sharply to steady his nerves. Weakness is a sin. On this island, only the strong eat. He looked at Murkrow. It was stunted, barely 40 centimeters tall, and clearly malnourished. To unlock that green potential, he needed to restore its health. Come on, Murkrow. Let's find food. When Cain tapped his shoulder, the bird hesitated, seemingly aware of how frail its master was. Eventually, it landed gently. The weight pressed Cain's feet deeper into the sand, but he marched forward into the forest. Drawing on his past survival training, he identified a cluster of orange berries. He fed the ripe, juicy berries to Murkrow and took a bite of a hard, green one himself. Sour juice flooded his mouth, but he chewed stoically. Caw. Murkrow looked at the fruit in Cain's hand, its eyes softening. It sensed a kindness it had never experienced since hatching. Eat, Cain said apologetically. I know you prefer meat, but this will have to do for now. Murkrow rubbed its beak affectionately against Cain's cheek. Cain smiled, a true bond beginning to form, overlapping with the memories of the partner who had died protecting him in the future. Suddenly, Cain stopped. He eyed a dense bush. Snap. A gray rabbit bolted from the undergrowth. Dinner, Cain murmured. Murkrow, use peck. Without hesitation, the bird swooped down, its beak striking true. The rabbit died instantly. But before Cain could step forward to claim the prize, a streak of purple shadow slashed through the clearing, snatching the rabbit away in the blink of an eye. Option 3. Screenplay/script format. Best 4. Visualizing the scene for video editing or animation. Scene start. Int. Forest day. Cain, inner monologue, as I suspected. When I returned to this world, the system came with me. Cain stares at the air, intense excitement breaking his usual calm mask. Cain, VO, in my last life, this system made me a quasi-elite. But I got it too late. I was always chasing the geniuses. Not this time. Cain system scan. POV shot. A HUD overlay appears around the Murkrow standing nearby. Text scrolls rapidly. Murkrow, green, LVL 8 ability. Prankster moves. Punishment, roost, tailwind. Cain, inner monologue, detailed data. It kept the database from my previous life. I don't have to risk my life stealing info from Team Rocket anymore. Cain focuses on the text green next to Murkrow's name. Cain, VO, green potential. Rare. This bird is the only reason I survived the trial island last time. Cain clenches his fist. Cain weakness is a sin. First step, fix his health. Cut to XT, forest path later. Cain is eating a sour, unripe berry. He winces. He hands a pile of perfect, ripe berries to Murkrow. Murkrow caw. Murkrow looks at Cain with gratitude and nuzzles his cheek. Cain, I know you want meat, buddy. But eat this for now. Suddenly, a rabbit bolts out of a bush. Cain, Murkrow, use peck. Action beat. Murkrow dives. Fast. Sharp. The beak hits the rabbit. Instant kill. Cain got it. Suddenly, a purple blur zooms across the screen. The rabbit is gone. When Cain and Murkrow reacted, they saw a small light purple Pokémon standing in front of them, with the wild hair behind it. With an aggressive stance, the small Pokémon seemed to be proclaiming its dominance over the hare. You should know that the small Pokémon had spent a lot of effort driving the hare out of the bushes. However, just as it succeeded, it saw its prey killed by this individual. Fortunately, it was quick enough to snatch it away. Pokémon, Rattata, red. Gender, male. Level, 10. Type, normal. Ability, run away. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, tackle, tail whip, quick attack, focus energy, bite. Learned moves, none. TM moves, none. The Pokémon that appeared before Cain and Murkrow was precisely this Rattata. The quick move it used to snatch the hare was quick attack. Caw. Seeing its freshly caught dinner stolen and being threatened, Murkrow naturally did not back down and let out a powerful cry towards Rattata. Its pale yellow beak gleamed with a cold shine. If Cain hadn't been by its side, it probably would have launched an attack right away. A red-quality Rattata is one of the most common Pokémon on the island. Although it's 2 levels higher than Murkrow, strength can't be measured solely by level. Since you decided to come out, you'll be Murkrow's first opponent, Cain said with an impassive expression. In reality, when the hare appeared, Cain had already suspected as much. Otherwise, the hare wouldn't have been foolish enough to come out of the bushes and voluntarily become prey. Murkrow, tailwind. With Cain's order, a gentle breeze surrounded Murkrow, making it feel lighter. The move tailwind boosts the speed of all allies. Cain showed a small smile. Reality is different from games. There are no turns. As long as you're fast enough, your opponent won't have a chance to react. With a speed stat of 91 and the effect of tailwind, even a Rattata known for its speed couldn't compare to Murkrow. Peck. Cain's cold voice echoed. The first rule of the jungle is that the strong devour the weak. The strong show no mercy to the weak. A black shadow swept through the forest. The darkness of the night provided an additional layer of cover. Before Rattata could react, the sharp beak had already struck its body with force. Squeak! It cried out in pain. Now, Rattata realized that the dark Pokémon in front of it wasn't something it could take on. It quickly turned, trying to flee. Murkrow, astonished. Knowing that this Rattata had the ability run away, Cain wouldn't let it escape. A piercing sound came from Murkrow, and the Rattata, still reeling from the damage it had received, froze upon hearing the terrifying sound. Naturally cowardly, it didn't know what to do. The move Astonish uses a sudden shout to attack the opponent, with a 30% chance of causing the target to flinch. Of course, in reality, if the moves are chained well, the flinch rate is much higher. And this Rattata was the first to experience it, but it won't be the last. Pursue it, Murkrow. Use consecutive pecks. Cain showed no emotion in battle. As long as it's an enemy, no matter how weak it may seem, it should not be underestimated. The second rule of the jungle is to show no mercy to the weak, because you never know what lies behind them. After a second attack, Rattata lost the ability to fight, and Murkrow prepared to retreat. Keep going. But Cain's cold voice rang out once again. The coldness was as if he swallowed a piece of ice, freezing him from within. Murkrow hesitated, looking at Cain and then at the Rattata lying on the ground. A spark of compassion flickered in its eyes, but it quickly extinguished it. Its sharp beak struck again until Rattata completely lost its life. Cain's eyes showed a slight softness, but it quickly disappeared. On this trial island, where everyone devours each other, you cannot show mercy, not even to the weakest enemy. Murkrow didn't disappoint him. Although it hesitated, Cain understood, as it was its first time. Only by showing its ferocity here will it be able to firmly establish itself in Team Rocket. And only the red of blood is the most feared color. This is a principle Cain fully understood after many years in his past life. Now, he needed to instill it in his Pokémon. To survive, killing is the right thing to do. Cutting a path through blood. Cain silently collected the hair, while Murkrow flapped its wings twice and perched on his shoulder. They continued into the forest. The bond between human and Pokémon was gradually forming. Kais. Drops of golden fat dripped from the roasted hare, sizzling in the fire. Although there were no seasonings, the hare's meat was so juicy that even without seasoning, the aroma of the roast slowly spread. Murkrow hopped back and forth on the ground, its eyes fixed on the roasted meat in front of it. It had never smelled such a tempting aroma, and the desire to eat it made it tremble with anxiety. Cain, sitting to the side, looked at the impatient Murkrow and smiled slightly. It's almost ready, don't rush. Before long, the meat was fully cooked. Cain tore off a hind leg and left the rest for Murkrow. The good ecology made the hare larger than expected. For the weakened Cain, eating just the hind leg was enough. A warm current began to flow through his body. Finally, after eating some meat, his weakened body began to regain some strength. Seeing Murkrow devour the hare quickly, Cain exhaled deeply. His weakened body needs a gradual recovery, just like Murkrow, who also needs to recover slowly. If he wants to speed up this process, he'll have to use different herbs and medicinal berries for treatment. System: search for Pokeblocks that can quickly restore a weakened body and improve a Pokémon's talent, Cain secretly ordered. That's right, Pokeblocks. One of the Pokémon breeder's skills. As the system's owner, Cain wouldn't miss out on taking advantage of it. In his past life, he was an excellent Pokémon breeder, although he was never officially evaluated by the league. Creating Pokeblocks was what he was best at. Making Pokeblocks requires millimeter precision in the ingredients and timing. For an ordinary person, this could only be achieved through experience, and the quality of the Pokeblocks would vary. However, for Cain, this was a piece of cake. By leaving control to the system, every Pokeblock he produced was practically identical, as if they were cloned. The Pokeblock recipes stored in the system are one of his greatest treasures. As long as he has the necessary ingredients, he can help his Pokémon grow quickly, without wasting an ounce of their potential. Upon giving the command, a series of complete material lists and their effects appeared before his eyes. Soon, Cain found a recipe. The intermediate Pokeblock, called Yellow Berry Pokeblock, has a simple function: to supplement the missing elements in the Pokémon's body, quickly adjusting its physique to recover as much of its natural talent as possible. Cain reviewed the necessary materials, all of which were fairly common fruits and herbs that weren't rare on this resource-rich trial island. Moreover, the manufacturing process was simple, requiring no particularly complex procedures or special tools, making it completely suitable for Cain and Murkrow at this time. To make this Pokeblock, Cain used wood to create a simple set of tools for the Pokeblock's manufacturing process. In short, it was quite basic and not aesthetically pleasing. The next step is to find these materials. As for training, we'll have to postpone that for a bit, Cain thought. First, he needed to help Murkrow recover its body. Although Cain didn't want to waste Murkrow's talent, training and battles would have to be put on hold. However, Cain believed that, even without training during this period, he and Murkrow would be able to catch up quickly. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Cain and Murkrow wandered around the forest looking for fruits and herbs. The time it took slightly exceeded Cain's expectations, but it wasn't too late. Holding the freshly made yellow berry Pokeblock in his hand, a slight coolness spread from his palm. Under the sunlight, he could clearly see a substance resembling fruit pulp, with a pale yellow surface that was extremely smooth, and a faint aroma emanated from it. For Cain, making the Pokeblock wasn't difficult, and the process went smoothly. The finished Pokeblock was just as he had imagined. This recipe was one he had stumbled upon in his previous life, and he had never used it before. All he could do was hope the effect would be good. With a slight flick of his fingers, he tossed the Pokeblock into the air. Murkrow, who had been intently eyeing the Pokeblock, shot off Cain's shoulder like a bullet and caught it in its beak. Murkrow, unable to hold back its desire to eat, was captivated by the aroma of the Pokeblock. Cain watched Murkrow excitedly and nodded with a smile. After receiving Cain's approval, Murkrow devoured the Pokeblock. Ka! A flavor it had never experienced before filled Murkrow's mouth. It opened its beak, squinted its eyes in pleasure, and let out a sound of satisfaction. Murkrow's expression of enjoyment indicated that the Pokeblock tasted delicious. Seems like it tastes good, Cain smiled slightly. The intermediate yellow berry Pokeblock can only be consumed 10 times a day. After 10, the effect will fade. The recipe says that if consumed for 7 days, it should restore the damaged body of the Pokémon. Looking at the nearly 100 Pokeblocks he had, Cain kept 9 and carefully wrapped the rest in a cloth bag he had prepared in advance, which he hung from his waist. He tossed the Pokeblocks in his hand one by one, and all were swiftly caught and eaten by Murkrow. Although the effects wouldn't be immediate, Cain could see the difference in Murkrow before and after through the system. Even the green of its name had become slightly more intense. For better absorption, Murkrow, we'll start training. Are you ready to get stronger? Cain said as he tossed the last Pokeblock. Ka! Murkrow responded with an enthusiastic cry. Cain was well-versed in training and forming Murkrow. Murkrow was very fast, and if he didn't use its highest speed stat, he wouldn't even forgive himself. Moreover, Murkrow had a hidden ability, Prankster. Prankster allows status moves to be used first. It's an artifact for gaining the upper hand. Murkrow, use Tailwind. A gentle breeze appeared around Murkrow. Tailwind is a status move that can increase the speed of all allies. Murkrow felt as if it had unlimited energy inside. The freshly consumed Pokeblock turned into a stream of heat that flowed through its limbs, becoming a constant source of strength emerging from its body. Soon, the duration of Tailwind ended, and the breeze gradually disappeared. Keep the Tailwind around you. Try to prolong its duration, Cain ordered again. Tailwind can increase the speed of everyone, but if kept only around Murkrow, it will only increase its speed and reduce energy consumption, allowing for a longer duration, which could potentially allow Murkrow to increase its speed permanently. Although Murkrow didn't understand why Cain was organizing the training this way, it began to focus the airflow around itself, striving to maintain it as long as possible. Ka! After a minute, the airflow around Murkrow completely dissipated, as if it had used all its strength, and its cry had a hint of panting. Remember this state. Our goal is to keep Tailwind always around you. All right, do it again. During training, Cain seemed to transform into a strict instructor, expressionless and very serious. Continue, Tailwind. Continue, Tailwind. Continue. Continue. After beginning the training, Cain became a severe instructor. With the system, he could clearly know Murkrow's training limits, avoiding overtraining that could damage its body and ensuring the training was effective. After another 3 days, Cain had trained Murkrow for a full 3 days, and finally, It managed to maintain the state of Tailwind from 1 minute to 10 minutes. Murkrow also managed to use Tailwind on his shoulder without affecting Cain, aiming to achieve their goal as soon as possible. By Cain's nature, he would have trained in the forest until the final trial began. But Team Rocket had a rule. Every week, you had to report to the base, no matter the situation. Failure to do so would result in point deductions, and accumulating too few points would lead to direct elimination. In the plaza, which used to be filled with 300 people, there were now only a few scattered groups, their gazes filled with caution and hostility. Everyone present knew very well what failing the trial meant. Therefore, every person here was an enemy. Cain sneered at the small groups huddling together. Grouping up might be a good way to survive, but it depends on the situation. When life is on the line, who cares about others? So grouping up is just a way for the strong to gather some subordinates to do the dirty work for them. As for the trial's final outcome, if you're strong enough, who would dare oppose you? A common feature among everyone present was that each had a Pokémon by their side. Most were Zubat, with a few accompanied by Ekans and Koffing, and some, like Cain, had other Pokémon. Counting, there were about 3 Murkrow. Compared to the ferocity of Ekans and the danger of Koffing, Zubat was a relatively easy Pokémon to tame. For young people without strength, taming a wild Pokémon was already valuable, and those who could tame Ekans and Koffing were no weaklings. After a week of jungle life, the polarization between them became more apparent. The strong grew stronger and the weak weaker. After 3 days of training, although there hadn't been many battles, Murkrow's level had reached level 10. Even so, Cain remained insignificant compared to the others. And due to the days of nourishment, Cain's face, which had been pale and thin, gradually started to show some color. He quietly approached a corner of the plaza, crossed his arms, leaned against a stone pillar, and closed his eyes to rest. It wasn't long before the noisy plaza fell silent. A middle-aged man with a fierce expression, standing nearly 2 meters tall, entered the plaza wearing a military hat. On the most visible part of his left chest, a red R could be seen. Behind him followed 10 Team Rocket members, all dressed in soldier uniforms with cold expressions, accompanied by large wolf-like dogs. Walking beside the middle-aged man was a sinister dog, entirely black, with 2 white horns curving backward on its head and a tail resembling that of a demon. It was a Houndoom, a dark and fire-type Pokémon. Cain listened as the plaza grew quiet and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the middle-aged man, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was him. He cast a glance at the Houndoom next to the man, and a glint passed through his eyes as the system activated. Pokémon, Houndoom, green. Gender, male. Level, 28. Types, dark fire. Ability, flash fire. Held item, none. Egg moves, Fire Fong, Fire Spin. Basic moves, Will-O-Wisp, Foul Play, Thunder Fong, Leer, Ember, Howl, Haze, Roar, Bite, Odor Sleuth, Smog. Learned moves, Feint Attack. TM moves, Hidden Power, Rock, Shadow Ball, Flamethrower. Seeing Houndoom's level and the long list of moves, Cain couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. The difference was significant. Furthermore, he knew that this Houndoom didn't even belong to the man's primary team. It was possible that it wasn't even on his secondary team. If the man brought out any Pokémon from his second team, he could defeat everyone present, including all the Team Rocket members. This time, there are even 156 survivors. The quality of this group isn't bad, the middle-aged man said. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the plaza could hear him. He spoke as if he weren't talking about human lives. The man looked around the plaza, and noticing that everyone was staring at him, he calmly said, "My name is Viper. I'm the lead instructor of Team Rocket, responsible for this purgatory you call an island. From today on, your lives belong to me." He smiled sadistically as he observed how everyone was intimidated by his presence and nodded in satisfaction. The trial will last 3 months. From now on, you must gather here once a week. If you miss 2 consecutive times, it will be considered a failure. I'm sure you already know the consequences of failing, right? Viper continued speaking on his own. He pointed to a large rock in the center of the plaza and said, "This is the test stone, a device developed with Team Rocket's latest technology. It can measure the strength of a Pokémon's attack. Next, you will take turns attacking this stone. Based on the data obtained, you will be ranked. The top 10 in the ranking will receive 100 points, with progressive increases. As for what you can get with those points, you can investigate on your own." Team Rocket points. They're a resource that can only be used within Team Rocket, allowing you to obtain almost anything in the world. It's thanks to this point system that Team Rocket has reached its current level. It's well known that in this world, large families control scarce resources, and even if you have a lot of money, you couldn't buy them. These points can be used not only on the island, but also at any Team Rocket base after the trial is over. The maximum number of people who can pass this trial will be 50. The top 10 will each receive 10,000 points. The top 3 will obtain a fake league identity card created by Team Rocket. And the first place winner will be able to choose one of the high-quality starter Pokémon from Team Rocket's storage, Viper said word by word. And most importantly, the rule of this trial is, there are no rules. Let the first ranking test begin. With that order, Viper sat down on a chair in the center of the plaza and gave his subordinates the signal to start recording the entire process. Under the active direction of the Team Rocket soldiers, everyone quickly formed a line for the first ranking test. Cain's bite. A young man's voice rang out, and a purple snake shadow rushed toward the large rock in the center, opening a bloody mouth with 2 sharp fangs gleaming with white light, biting hard on the stone. Bang! But it didn't leave a single scratch. Attack value, 56. Immediately, a line of text appeared on the test stone. A Team Rocket soldier recording the results shouted emotionlessly, "Number 34, attack value 56. Currently first." Next. Then he noted the result in his notebook. The young man with number 34 on his chest didn't seem satisfied with his result, frowned, and walked away. Next in line was a young man with a Zubat, looking scared and somewhat inexperienced. "Zubat, tackle," he ordered with a youthful voice, while the Zubat above his head slowly flapped its wings and collided backfirst into the stone. Attack value, 19. Seeing the result on the test stone, the first young man breathed a sigh of relief, then made a dismissive gesture, while the others in line looked at the young man with a mix of contempt. Number 13, attack value 19, currently second. Next. The Team Rocket soldier remained emotionless. To him, these boys and girls facing Pokémon for the first time were so inexperienced they failed to capture his interest. Number 24, attack value 25, currently second. Next. Number 98, attack value 45. Number 77, attack value. One after another, those with better results looked down disdainfully at those below them, while those with worse results gazed enviously and with frustration at those above. Cain watched the situation, frowning. In his past life, it had been the same. An elite selection trial for Team Rocket. Only when participants begin to fight among themselves can the strongest emerge. Attack value, 98. While Cain was thinking, a murmur of astonishment spread through the crowd. A young man with a slender build, white skin, and impeccable clothing stood at the front with an attack value of 98, the highest so far. Beside him, an Cain stood proudly, looking at everyone with disdain. It's him. When Cain saw him, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. If he remembered correctly, that young man was the one who secured first place in this trial and received an exceptional Bulbasaur, beginning a meteoric rise. Even when Cain activated the system, he never managed to catch up to him. Number 99. His real name was Xander. A long time passed without anyone managing to surpass Xander's attack value. When the test was almost finished, it was finally Cain's turn, number 234. Another one with a special Pokémon. When Cain's turn arrived, many began murmuring as they noticed the Murkrow on his shoulder. The Pokémon assigned by Team Rocket were mainly Zubat, Ekans, and Coughing, but there were also some different Pokémon. A special Pokémon wasn't necessarily stronger than a Zubat, Ekans, or Coughing. It was just seen as something different, an outsider. Bah, it's just a Murkrow. What's so special about that? The Murkrow from before didn't do that well either, and this one looks even weaker. I bet he won't accomplish much, someone said disdainfully. Cain showed no emotion, ignored the other's words, took a deep breath and ordered, Tailwind and then Peck. His calmness silenced those who had ridiculed him, feeling slightly embarrassed. They had tried to throw him off with words, but only ended up looking foolish. Murkrow took flight, surrounded by a white airflow. After a few days of recovery, its body had returned to the normal size of a Murkrow. Murkrow circled in the air, gathering strength and, using the momentum of tailwind and gravity, struck the stone with a powerful hit. Then, with an elegant turn, it landed lightly on Cain's shoulder. Cain smiled slightly, opened his eyes a bit, raised his eyebrows, glanced at the stone, and walked away calmly. Attack value, 97. The words on the stone felt like a slap in the face to everyone who had ridiculed him. An attack value of 97, only 1 point below Xander's 98. Currently second, while the third had an attack value of only 90, a considerable difference. Number 234, attack value 97, currently second. Next. Even the soldier recording the results glanced at Cain, who was walking slowly through the crowd, and after a moment, finally announced the result. In reality, Cain's Murkrow didn't have the strength to deliver such a powerful attack, but Cain had used a trick for Murkrow to take advantage of Tailwind's momentum and gravity while descending, achieving that result. After Cain's test, several other participants, who were more astute, began reflecting. They understood that Cain had used a trick. A simple trick, but effective, right? As stated before, the rule is, there are no rules. Viper had watched the entire testing process, and when Cain finished, his eyes lingered on him for a few extra seconds. An interesting boy. Since then, there hadn't been any higher scores than Cain's, but thanks to Cain's trick, many managed to improve their skills, resulting in an overall increase in scores. Throughout the whole process, the only one who showed disdain was Xander. He didn't use any tricks, his score was legitimate, and so he considered everyone there to be trash. Even Cain, who had only surpassed his score by 1 point, was nothing more than a lucky person who knew a few tricks. The final results were as follows. First place, number 99, attack value, 98. Second place, number 234, attack value, 97. Third place, number 67, attack value, 95. Fourth place, number 156, attack value, 93. Fifth place, number 279, attack value, 90. According to Viper, the top 10 would each receive 100 points, regardless of whether they came first or second. Once the rankings were announced, everyone received a belt with the Team Rocket R emblem. Inside, there was an ID card with each person's number, where their points would be stored. The belt also had a very useful function, 1 cubic meter of storage space. Ignoring those who tried to stop him, Cain headed straight to the exchange center with his Murkrow. Having been a member of Team Rocket once before, he knew how valuable the items that could be exchanged for points were. There were many things he needed, but they could only be obtained with points. However, since he didn't have many points, the things he needed most weren't that expensive. Cain had already planned out what he wanted to exchange. Looking at the points list in front of him, even though he knew the prices, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. A young Dratini, 1 million points. A young Larvitar, 1 million points. It was possible to exchange for even the rarest Pokémon, but those prices were unreachable for Cain. With only 100 points, Cain passed over the most desirable and unattainable items and moved on to what he could actually exchange for. He began browsing the list from the back to the front until he reached the section for tools and items. Ignoring the incredulous look of the shopkeeper, he exchanged for one of each available berry. These berries were very common, and most people wouldn't bother with them, but to Cain, they were incredibly valuable. They not only saved him a lot of time searching, but could also be used to make poke blocks, which would improve his Murkrow's growth. He filled the entire cubic meter of space in his Team Rocket belt with all the available berries, which cost him only 80 points. He then spent 5 more points on some everyday items and outdoor supplies. After swiping his card to redeem his points, just as Cain was about to leave, he saw a familiar figure entering the exchange center, Xander and his Eakins. As he walked past, Cain silently activated the scan system. Pokémon, Eakins green. Gender, male. Level, 14. Type, poison. Ability, intimidate. Held item, none. Egg moves, pursuit, poison fang, scary face. Basic moves, wrap, leer, poison sting, bite, glare. Learned moves, snatch. TM moves, none. Cain was surprised to see that Xander's Eakins had a green rating. No wonder Xander had secured first place in his past life. During this classification test, Cain had also scanned quickly and noticed that there were no more than 5 Pokémon with green talent and none with a higher talent. Although he hadn't been able to scan everyone due to the distance, no other green-rated Pokémon were as strong as that Eakins. It's known that Eakins is a difficult Pokémon to tame due to its wild nature. Moreover, this green talent Eakins with the Intimidate ability could only be tamed by someone extraordinary. So, it wasn't surprising that Xander had achieved first place in his past life. "Hey, you're the second place, right?" Xander suddenly stopped and said. Cain kept walking without turning around. Seeing that Cain ignored him, Xander's face darkened. He gave the order to attack. "Eakins, go." Poison sting. At that moment, Xander was still lacking in cunning. Despite his youth and inexperience on the test island, he was naturally proud. Upon hearing the order, Eakins opened its bloody mouth and launched several poisonous needles toward Cain's back. Though Cain didn't turn around, he had been paying attention to Xander's movements. "Idiot." Murkrow, reinforce Tailwind and deflect the poison needles. As Eakins initiated the attack, Cain was already prepared and gave the order in time. Murkrow, having mastered the Tailwind move, instantly increased the wind's force, almost reaching the power of Whirlwind. With a strong flap of its wings, Murkrow formed 2 small whirlwinds with flying-type energy, deflecting the poison needles. Cain turned around and looked at Xander. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous glint, waiting for his opponent's next move. At that moment, Cain wasn't entirely sure he could win. To his surprise, Xander smiled and said, "Not bad, you're better than I thought." After saying that, he ignored Cain and headed toward the exchange counter. Cain frowned as he watched Xander's back, suppressing his desire to attack. After a moment, he signaled his Murkrow to lower its guard. Then, accompanied by his Murkrow, Cain left the exchange center and headed straight into the forest without looking back. In the center of the base, in the large office of Team Rocket's chief instructor, Viper was sitting at his desk. In front of him stood a figure draped in a black cloak. 2 cups of tea sat between them, with hot steam rising slowly, dissipating into the air. After a moment of silence, Viper was the first to speak. "What brings you here again? What do you need?" His tone was a mix of mockery and curiosity. Beneath the black cloak, a pair of eyes hardened by time peeked out. The figure adjusted slightly before speaking in a hoarse voice. "The mission failed. I need some people to reinforce my team." From the voice, it was impossible to determine the person's age. Viper smiled, taking a sip of tea before replying slowly. "The mission failed?" The mockery in his voice and eyes was unmistakable. Who would have thought, the famous you, failing a mission? "Have you now reached the point of asking me for people? Isn't there anyone in Team Rocket you find good enough?" Ignoring Viper's sarcastic tone, the hoarse voice from the cloak spoke again. "I fell into an alliance trap. 2 elite-level trainers showed up. I was almost caught." His tone was as calm as if he were discussing anything. "Oh." Viper's expression turned serious as he straightened in his seat. "Were they acting openly? Or was it covert? How did you escape?" Viper fired off a series of questions. Elite-level trainers were powerful in Viper's eyes, and the fact that the Alliance had sent 2 of them at the same time meant something bigger was at play. It could be a move against Team Rocket in general, or perhaps just a targeted attack. In the dark room, the candlelight flickered, casting shadows that danced along with the flames. After a brief silence, the cloaked figure raised a hand. From beneath the black cloak, a shriveled, withered left hand emerged. When Viper saw the dried-up, wrinkled hand, his eyes narrowed. The two were clearly acquainted, and Viper was well aware of the man's condition under the cloak. Though he wasn't young, that withered hand didn't match his age, and the most striking feature was that 3 fingers were missing, leaving only the thumb and index finger. A poison-type elite trainer? Though Viper phrased it as a question, his tone was certain. Only a poison-type move could cause such damage, and the only one who could gravely injure someone of elite level was another at the same level. The head under the cloak gave an imperceptible nod. The raspy voice, which had been calm until now, turned slightly colder. A poison-type elite trainer, along with a psychic-type elite trainer. Neither of them is a public figure of the Alliance. If I hadn't reacted quickly and cut off 3 fingers, I would have lost my whole hand. The man under the cloak took a deep breath to calm himself before continuing. Thanks to 3 of my Pokémon distracting them, I was able to escape. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here now, although the mission has failed. Viper nodded seriously. The League had sent 2 powerful elite-level trainers, and one of them was an advanced elite, something rare. This indicated that the League had considerable knowledge about the mission in question. Otherwise, they would not have deployed such an impressive force. Viper frowned even more as he pondered the situation, which now seemed more complicated than he had imagined. What about the leader? The leader is already aware. I'm not concerned about who leaked the information. What I need now is a couple of people to help me with some minor tasks. After all, I've lost a considerable amount of power and need time to recover, replied the mysterious hooded man as he withdrew his left hand, speaking indifferently. Viper relaxed his frown a little. If he only needed a few people, that wouldn't be a problem. Do you want to wait until the trial is over, or do you need them now? Asked Viper, although he couldn't help but smile. The youths undergoing the trial at that moment were of little use. They weren't even at the level of a rocket grunt. After the trial ends, I'll choose a few. For now, I just need you to prepare a room for me to recover, replied the hooded man, without offering further explanations. He hadn't directly chosen members of his former unit because, first, he didn't know who in Team Rocket could be trusted or who might be infiltrators from the League. And second, he preferred to work with inexperienced people and mold them as he saw fit. Once his subordinates escorted the hooded man out of the room, Viper stared at the candle flame on the table, clasping his hands together as he sank into thought. Meanwhile, Cain, accompanied by his Murkrow, was walking alone deeper into the forest. This time, he didn't plan to stay long near the forest's edge. Not only because the nearby Pokémon were of low level, which wouldn't help train Murkrow, but also because Cain wanted to find a quiet place to camp and focus on making Pokeblocks. As he advanced, the forest paths became increasingly blurred, surrounded by thicker undergrowth and dense bushes. Cain stored the Pokeblocks he had prepared with yellow berries in the storage space of his Team Rocket belt. He then tied a strip of cloth around his head to protect his face from thorns and branches. Murkrow, resting on Cain's shoulder, kept using the Tailwind move, keeping it activated at all times. At the same time, it controlled some air currents to clear away branches and undergrowth, making it easier for Cain to move forward. If they encountered thicker branches, Murkrow flapped its wings, using a rudimentary attempt at the whirlwind move to push them aside, which also served as an exercise for its flying-type energy. Murkrow, when you use flying-type energy, you need to be aware of how much you use. Since endurance is your weak point, if you can save energy, you shouldn't waste it, Cain said, giving instructions as they moved forward. Also, remember that you're a dark and flying-type Pokémon. Once we find a suitable place, we'll start training your dark-type moves, Cain added, smiling as he saw Murkrow growing more excited. Murkrow nodded vigorously, understanding Cain's words. Murkrow also wanted to become stronger and had a great desire to fight. With a flap of its wings, Murkrow generated 2 small gusts of wind. Cain felt satisfied seeing Murkrow's desire to become stronger. For a trainer, having a high-talent Pokémon isn't enough. If the Pokémon lacks the will to fight or improve, that talent isn't worth much. On the other hand, a Pokémon with the will to fight, even with lesser talent, can go much further. Murkrow not only had good talent, but it was also developing great synchronization with Cain. If it also had a strong desire to improve, there was no doubt that the two of them would have a bright future. Cain hadn't gone far when his thoughts were interrupted. A wild, robust Spearow flew directly from a nearby tree, with a fierce, murderous look. Its sharp beak and gleaming claws clearly showed its intent to kill. On this island, Pokémon had no sympathy for humans. Seeing Cain's thin figure, this Spearow saw him as easy prey. Additionally, Spearow is known to be an especially aggressive Pokémon. However, this surprise attack was just a routine encounter for Cain. With a slight movement, he dodged Spearow's attack by a narrow margin. In this world, Pokémon directly attack humans, and it's not unusual. Powerful Pokémon can cause sudden and lethal damage to humans. Moreover, in this world, some people control Pokémon to directly attack other humans. Team Rocket is one such group. For them, the mission is all that matters, with no concern for justice. Even within the League, there are those who follow that philosophy. Thus, having risen to become a Team Rocket officer and a quasi-elite expert, Cain had faced situations like this countless times. Spearow's attack was routine for him. After easily dodging Spearow's attack, Cain gave an order to Murkrow. Murkrow used Tailwind and Feint Attack. Murkrow flew swiftly. It had no sympathy for the Spearow that had attacked and almost hurt Cain. In fact, it felt deeply humiliated. If not for Cain's quick reaction, it might have been injured, and that was a direct challenge to Murkrow as Cain's Pokémon. A black shadow flew past, and with the effect of the Tailwind move, Murkrow's Feint Attack hit Spearow directly. Screech! Spearow cried out in pain as it was knocked down. At that moment, Cain quickly scanned Spearow. Pokémon, Spearow Orange. Gender, male. Level, 12. Type, normal flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, Peck, Growl, Leer, Pursuit, Fury Attack. Learned moves, none. TM moves, none. An orange-rank Spearow, not a bad wild Pokémon, Cain thought to himself. Don't stop, Murkrow. Use Peck, Cain ordered calmly. Murkrow was already in motion before Cain finished speaking. In fact, it didn't even need Cain to say it was ready to continue its attack. The Spearow, still dazed from the previous attack, had no time to react before Murkrow struck again. As a fragile Pokémon, Spearow couldn't withstand the continuous attacks and paid the price for having attacked Cain. Ignoring the fallen Spearow, Cain adjusted his posture and continued deeper into the forest. Spearow typically lived in groups, and Cain didn't want to face an entire flock at that moment. Besides, he knew the Pokémon he would encounter ahead would be stronger, and he didn't want to waste unnecessary energy on the way. His goal that day was to find a suitable place to camp. Thanks to his experience with forest life, Cain was able to avoid encounters with more powerful Pokémon and use animal trails to identify the species present. After quickly defeating several Pokémon that attacked him and moving away quickly from the scene, Cain and Murkrow finally found a satisfactory spot after about 3 hours of walking. It was a small lake surrounded by dense trees. To the west of the lake, there was a small hill with a cave clearly dug out by a Pokémon. This is the place, Cain said with satisfaction. The gradually setting sun hung in the sky, and its faint rays scattered across the surface of the lake. A light breeze blew, creating shimmering ripples on the water. Cain, accompanied by Murkrow, slowly walked toward the edge of the cave. Unconsciously, the air began to smell foul. Cain frowned, and even Murkrow instinctively used its wings to cover its mouth, as if the stench in the air was unpleasant. The closer they got to the cave, the lighter Cain's steps became. Upon reaching the entrance, despite the intense odor, both he and Murkrow began to get used to it. Frowning as he stared into the completely dark cave, it was clear that this wasn't a natural formation. Even the nearby rocks bore numerous claw marks. Judging by the marks, it looks like this cave has been dug out for a long time. I just hope there aren't any overly powerful Pokémon inside, Cain muttered. The Murkrow on his shoulder also gradually focused, its muscles tensing, and the air currents around it signaling it was ready. Seeing Murkrow's tension, Cain smiled faintly and reassured it, "Don't worry, Murkrow. Let's first see what's inside." Murkrow relaxed slightly but remained alert. Cain picked up a stone from the ground, tested its weight, nodded, and then threw it forcefully into the cave. Thud, thud, thud. After a few noises, everything went silent. A few moments later, a hissing sound came from within the cave, followed by a flurry of wings. Hearing this, Cain relaxed a little. As long as it wasn't an Ursaring, he was confident Murkrow could handle it. A group of Zubat flew out of the cave, clearly furious about their sleep being disturbed. Like regular bats, wild Zubat sleep during the day and hunt at night. Being interrupted now was like waking someone from a deep sleep. Among the group of Zubat, one was noticeably larger than the rest, clearly the leader. The Zubat leader, upon seeing that the intruder was just a human with a small Pokémon, growled at a few nearby Zubat, and then led the rest back into the cave to continue sleeping. Observing the Zubat's reaction, Cain was slightly surprised. Despite facing over 10 Zubat, which would normally force him to retreat, the leader's disdain significantly reduced the pressure. For Zubat opened their mouths, baring their fangs, and after a few flaps, lunged toward Cain and Murkrow. Just 4 Zubat with red quality, the strongest, barely level 10, Cain muttered with a smile. He had already scanned their data with the system as soon as they appeared. Murkrow instinctively took flight. After 2 days of training and unlocking its potential, it was beginning to enjoy battles, turning into a whirlwind that flew between its enemies, toying with them. Murkrow used Tailwind and then Astonish. Air currents quickly surrounded Murkrow, transforming it into a black shadow clearly visible in the setting sun. It opened its mouth and let out an ear-splitting shriek that created shockwaves in the air. 2 of the Zubat, caught by the sound, froze in terror. Though not paralyzed, their speed slowed. The other 2 merely shook their heads, somewhat annoyed by the noise. Zubat usually have the ability Inner Focus, which prevents them from being flinched, but with their sensitive ears, the screech caused them significant discomfort. Additionally, since they use echolocation to navigate, the noise affected their movement. The 2 Zubat glanced at each other and then opened their mouths, releasing inaudible sound waves, the move supersonic. Murkrow, maintain speed and finish them off, Cain ordered, enduring the interference from the supersonic attack. The air currents around Murkrow intensified, and in an instant, it reached the 2 Zubat. Use Peck. Before they could react, 2 strong pecks in quick succession knocked both Zubat down. Murkrow, in its high-speed state, used the same trick from earlier in the day, combining momentum with its move to take them out instantly. At that moment, the 2 Zubat most affected by Astonish also recovered. Noticing their fallen companions, they displayed fear, flapping uncertainly as they debated whether to attack or retreat. With narrowed eyes and a slight smile, Cain didn't hesitate. Murkrow used Punishment and finished them off at once. Punishment, a Dark-type move, had high priority thanks to Murkrow's prankster ability. Additionally, with the boost from Tailwind, a black shadow streaked through the Zubat, leaving them unconscious on the ground. Cain nodded, satisfied with Murkrow's performance. Though not yet at its peak, Murkrow's prankster ability made it exceptional. With status moves, its speed was impressive and combined with Tailwind, it became even more powerful. Murkrow, with its green quality, outclassed the Zubat in talent, and with its move combinations, it was no surprise it defeated them quickly. Using the same tactic, Cain exploited the Zubat leader's arrogance to eliminate the rest, leaving only the furious leader. Pokémon. Zubat, yellow. Gender, male. Level, 12. Type, poison flying. Ability, keen eye. Held item, none. Egg moves, quick attack. Basic moves, absorb, supersonic, astonish, fight. Learned moves, wing attack. TM moves, none. This wild Pokémon with yellow quality was the first Cain had seen. If he had spare Pokeballs, he'd capture it without hesitation, either to use or trade for resources. Murkrow, exhausted from battle, flapped its wings slower, and the tailwind currents weakened. Noticing Murkrow's condition, Cain frowned. It was too much to ask of it. But seeing the Zubat on the verge of fury, there was no other choice. Cain considered giving Murkrow a break, but seeing the sun about to set, he dismissed the idea. Zubat are more active at night, and although the darkness wouldn't affect Murkrow, it would hinder Cain's ability to give commands. So, the best course of action was to take down this yellow-quality Zubat before nightfall and claim the cave. In the forest, nightfall is dangerous, and the deeper one goes, the more dangers lurk around every corner. Murkrow, hang in there a little longer. Keep the tailwind up. Cain watched his exhausted Murkrow and encouraged him. Caw. Murkrow screeched with determination in the air. Today's battle had him incredibly excited. Although his body was tired, facing the Zubat leader, clearly stronger than the previous ones, filled him with an unprecedented joy. Cain smiled slightly at seeing Murkrow's enthusiasm. His Pokémon's fighting spirit made him feel very satisfied. Kai. The Zubat leader screeched angrily. This Pokémon and his trainer in front of him had turned his band into a bunch of weak followers. The Zubat leader, with relatively high intelligence, clearly noticed that the weak human in front of him wasn't a major physical threat. The setting sun made him feel stronger, and his energy increased. With a sharp flap of his wings, the Zubat leader emitted a bloody stench from his mouth as dark energy swirled around his sharp fangs. Dark-type attack bite. Seeing that the Zubat leader's target was Cain, Murkrow quickly reacted, using the last of his tailwind boost to intercept. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer Cain remained. He had faced death before, and now he could approach any situation with a cool mind. Murkrow, use feint attack. Turning into a black bullet, Murkrow violently charged at the Zubat leader. Bang! After the collision, both figures were sent flying backward, sustaining almost equal injuries. After a brief pause, they faced off again. Without the tailwind boost, Murkrow's speed was no longer as high, but he was still slightly faster than the Zubat leader. Although the Zubat leader tried to attack Cain, Murkrow kept him firmly at bay. However, as night fell, the Zubat leader grew more vigorous, while Murkrow's energy began to dwindle. Finally, after another clash, Murkrow couldn't get up right away. The Zubat leader's wings trembled slightly, while his invisible supersonic waves continued to scan the surroundings. As if he had sensed something delicious, the exhausted Zubat leader needed blood to replenish himself. He launched at Cain again, his fangs covered in a reddish glow. Absorb. Caw. Murkrow, seeing the Zubat's attack, tried to rise, supporting himself on his wings, but his chest heaved up and down weakly, as if his body no longer responded to him. Once again feeling his own weakness, Murkrow grew angry at himself for being unable to protect his trainer, something he considered the greatest humiliation. But when Cain saw the Zubat's attack, he flashed a strange smile. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Murkrow, hold on a little longer and you snatch. Cain shouted, noticing out of the corner of his eye that Murkrow was getting back up. Craw. Upon hearing Cain's command, Murkrow gathered all his strength, flapping his trembling wings. The Zubat leader's fangs sank into Murkrow's body as he positioned himself between the Zubat and Cain. The Zubat was briefly surprised but then relaxed. After all, blood is blood. However, when he expected to savor it, he didn't feel the familiar flow of energy. It was like wanting ice cream on a hot summer day, having it right in front of you, imagining the refreshing taste only to bite into air. The Zubat leader was shocked that he didn't receive the blood he expected. Not only did he fail to recover energy, but he also felt his strength drain away. On the other hand, Murkrow felt a warm surge course through his body, revitalizing him. When the Zubat leader realized this and tried to pull back, his wings faltered, and weakness overtook him. Snatch, a dark-type move under Murkrow's prankster ability, activated before the Zubat leader's absorb, stealing its recovery effect. Murkrow, use Roost. Taking advantage of the Zubat leader's weakness, Cain quickly ordered Murkrow to recover. Roost is a flying-type move that allows a Pokémon to restore half of its energy when it lands. Murkrow quickly landed in front of Cain. Feeling the strength of the ground beneath his feet, a warm energy flowed through his body, and he slowly felt his strength returning. Watching Murkrow recover, Cain said, use Tailwind again, then finish him off with Peck. When the Zubat leader reacted, All he saw was Murkrow in front of him, with a shining beak reflecting the moonlight, relentlessly pecking at him. With each strike, more wounds appeared, and the Zubat leader's energy quickly drained away. With a series of pecks, Murkrow finished off the Zubat leader once and for all. Ka! Murkrow cried out with renewed energy, feeling that his wings were stronger, his claws sharper, and his beak brighter, so much so that he could see the moon's reflection on it. In Cain's eyes, Murkrow had leveled up from 10 to 11. Although it was just one level, the growth was evident. In the real world, every level a Pokémon rises represents a true advancement. After his triumphant cry, Murkrow staggered and fell from the sky, just in time to be caught by Cain. This was the consequence of repeatedly using Roost. Cain had prevented Murkrow from using the move before because, although Roost allows for quick recovery, it depends on an advanced energy expenditure. If overused, this move could result in a permanent decrease in energy, or even in a regression of level and quality. Luckily, Cain had experience as a breeder and could create suitable poke blocks to counter these effects, as long as Murkrow didn't overuse the move. Even so, a period of weakness was inevitable, which is why Cain preferred to reserve Roost as a last resort. With the exhausted Murkrow in his arms, Cain entered the Zubat cave under the moonlight. Enduring the familiar stench and stepping through the mud of Zubat droppings, Cain reached the back of the cave. In the faint moonlight, he could see claw marks on the walls, indicating that the Zubat weren't the original inhabitants of the cave. The former owner had long since departed, allowing the Zubat colony to take over. After walking about 10 meters, Cain reached a drier area, where the moonlight filtered through cracks in the ceiling. Unlike the darkness in other parts of the cave, here not everything was completely black. Finding a dry rock, Cain sat down with Murkrow on his lap, prepared to spend the night there. Murkrow, slowly recovering, jumped off Cain's lap and rubbed his beak against Cain's hand, feeling the warmth emanating from his trainer. It gave him a deep sense of peace. Sometimes, Pokémon are that simple. As long as they are with their favorite trainer, whether in rain or wind, they will remain the most loyal companions and friends. Leaving Murkrow to rest on the side, Cain began to think about the plan for the next few days. First, what will not change is that Murkrow will continue eating yellow berry poke blocks. Based on the usage of the past few days, the effect has been quite good. Just from appearance alone, in these 4 days, Murkrow has grown from a state of obvious malnutrition to the normal size of a Murkrow, with a height close to 50 centimeters. However, in Cain's eyes, the change in Murkrow is not just that. Physical growth is the most apparent, and thanks to the system's daily precise scans, both Murkrow's strength and speed have improved to various degrees. Even its talent and quality have increased. Although it is still in the green state, the green color is noticeably darker than a few days ago, indicating that Murkrow's original quality is among the best within green quality Pokémon. Especially after the consecutive battles this afternoon, Murkrow's efficiency in absorbing the yellow berry poke blocks has also improved. There are 3 more days left, and Cain believes that if he continues using the poke blocks, Murkrow's original quality will fully recover, and then its growth will accelerate. Therefore, training during these days must not stop. It is best to seek battles with different Pokémon so that Murkrow becomes familiar with the battle rhythm and can better absorb the effects of the poke blocks and recover more completely. As for the direction of Murkrow's training, speed remains the priority. The duration of the move Tailwind should continue to be trained. Additionally, Murkrow needs to master some essential moves. The moves it has already learned require time to be familiarized and perfected so that they can be executed more efficiently in battle. As a dark and flying-type Pokémon, Murkrow has good resistance. It does not suffer from quadruple damage, so it will not be easily countered by Pokémon of a specific type. Even attacks that deal double damage, such as electric, ice, or fairy-type attacks, are very rare on the trial island or even non-existent. So, while fighting on this island, only rock-type attacks need to be watched out for. With the Prankster ability, Murkrow has an advantage when using moves, especially when combined with Tailwind. What Cain needs to do now is engage in more battles to improve the coordination between trainer and Pokémon and perfect the combat techniques they already know. After using the yellow berry Pokeblocks, Murkrow will need another type of Pokeblock to accelerate its growth and enhance its training effects. And Cain has already thought of a new Pokeblock before the first ranking. The Dark Speed Pokeblock, a mid-level Pokeblock with a black and white pattern. According to the system description, the main ingredients are the Lancet Berry and Jaboca Berry, along with a dozen different types of berries and medicinal herbs as secondary ingredients. Specifically designed for dark and flying-type Pokémon, making it perfect for Murkrow. So, with the points obtained in the first ranking, Cain exchanged for as many berries as possible, and these two in particular were the ones he exchanged the most, almost depleting all of Team Rocket's stock on the island. Once made, Cain believes that in the next few days, Murkrow will enter an accelerated growth phase. After thinking for a moment, Cain, who had been busy all day, felt a wave of fatigue. He placed his hands behind his head, looked at the moonlight filtering through the cave's crack, closed his eyes, and, accompanied by Murkrow's calm breathing, fell asleep. The next day, the sun began to rise slowly over the eastern horizon. With the night's disappearance, the forest gradually returned to tranquility. The sounds of insects and beast tracks faded away. A ray of sunlight filtered through the cave's crack, illuminating Cain's face. The gradual increase in temperature woke him from his sleep. It's summer now, and the sun rises quite early. Moreover, after a day of battle yesterday, Cain, unusually, did not wake up before dawn. Maybe it's because things are going increasingly well, which has eased the pressure on his mind. Stretching lazily, Cain looked at Murkrow, who also woke up when he did, and smiled. In his previous life, after becoming a quasi-elite level trainer, Cain gradually relaxed and began to enjoy life. Now, in this new beginning, this was the first time he had slept deeply. Murkrow, your task today is simple. Stay here flapping your wings until all the smell in the cave dissipates, Cain told Murkrow. During the previous battle, Murkrow, thanks to the move Tailwind, almost managed to use Gust. Cain believes that with a little more training, it will be able to master it. And if it continues progressing, it might even learn advanced damaging moves like Hurricane earlier than expected. While Murkrow trains the Tailwind move, it can also eliminate bad odors and clean the cave, killing two birds with one stone. Murkrow nodded firmly. It always carries out Cain's orders precisely. Since its birth, Murkrow has never seen its parents, had a good environment, delicious food, or training, and has often been bullied by other Pokémon. Until it met Cain, the first and only person who has been kind to him. Therefore, besides the loyalty a Pokémon has to its trainer, Murkrow feels a childlike dependence on Cain, as if he were its father. It cannot let Cain down, that is Murkrow's only thought. Seeing Murkrow so motivated, a smile involuntarily formed on Cain's face. Then, he took the yellow berry Pokeblocks of the day from his storage space. Under Murkrow's expectant gaze, he tossed them into the air one by one, and Murkrow quickly devoured them. Burp. Satisfied, Murkrow let out a small burp, then flew to the top of the cave and began flapping its wings, causing a strong wind to blow inside the cave. As Cain was behind Murkrow, even though the wind howled in the cave, it did not affect him at all. After a brief cleanup and a simple breakfast, Cain took several berries and medicinal herbs from his storage space and neatly placed them on a stone. With a clean cloth, he carefully wiped each berry before placing them carefully in place. Then he washed the tools for crushing berries with clean water. Perhaps because there was a lake near the cave, or maybe there was an underground spring, the original owner of the cave decided to build it there. Either way, Cain and Murkrow benefited from this. Compared to the lake water all Pokémon drank, the underground water here was clearer and sweeter. Due to the conditions limitations, the tools Cain used were very primitive: a wooden mortar and pestle, a manual impurity separator, a manual compressor, and a manual condenser. All the tools were made of simple wood, so the Pokeblock manufacturing process was quite laborious and slow, although the final quality met the standards. As for more advanced Pokeblocks, these simple tools would not be sufficient. Cain carefully peeled and pitted all the berries with a small knife, cut them into uniform sizes according to the system's calculations, then cut and crushed the medicinal herbs, removing the leftover parts. First, he placed the portions of lancet berry and jaboca berry in the mortar, crushed them by hand, and then, following the system's instructions, added the other berries and medicinal herbs one by one. Each ingredient had to be added precisely. The mixing time had to be accurate, the mixing degree had to be precise, and the order of the ingredients also had to be precise. Due to the strict demands of the Pokeblock manufacturing process in the Alliance, people who can efficiently make Pokeblocks are very rare. Fortunately, Cain had the system to help him control everything. He only needed to follow the recipe and make the Pokeblocks. After pouring the prepared juice into the appropriate container, he compressed and condensed the mixture, then placed it in a cool spot. Now, he just had to wait for the Pokeblock to be ready. After completing one batch of Pokeblocks, Cain placed the container aside, took the same amount of ingredients, and continued making the next batch. All morning, Murkrow focused on strengthening his wings, learning wind techniques, and gaining a better understanding of flight maneuvers. He only took short breaks when his wings couldn't flap anymore. He diligently followed the training plan set by Cain. Meanwhile, Cain spent the entire morning making Pokeblocks. This time, the Pokeblocks were noticeably more complicated to make than the yellow berry ones he had made before. Due to the simple tools, he was only able to produce a little over 100 Pokeblocks throughout the morning. Cain let out a long sigh as he looked at the piles of Pokeblocks in the containers. Then he stood up from the ground and stretched his legs, which had gone numb from sitting for so long. "All right, Murkrow, that's enough. Take a break. It's time to prepare today's lunch," Cain said. Caw, caw, caw. After flapping his wings a few more times, Murkrow created small whirlwinds that blew the last bits of Zubat droppings out of the cave before stopping and flying to Cain's shoulder. Feeling the weight on his shoulder and with his legs still numb, Cain almost lost his balance and stumbled a bit. Cain patted Murkrow's now soft feathers and, smiling, said, "Don't worry. But it seems your size has recovered, and soon I might not be able to carry you anymore." He said it half-jokingly. In the world of Pokémon, humans have much stronger bodies than those of humans in Cain's first life on Earth. Though his body was still a bit slim, carrying Murkrow wasn't an issue for him. In this world, there are some humans who, although not as strong as Pokémon, have quite robust bodies, comparable to some common Pokémon. There are even people who specifically train for combat, becoming as strong as certain fighting-type Pokémon. In Cain's mind, the clearest example is the future Kanto Elite Four member, the fighting-type expert, Bruno. He has trained his body to the limit, being able to fight a Machamp on equal terms. There are also humans with special abilities, such as Sabrina, the gym leader of Saffron City in Kanto, whose psychic powers are so strong that they surpass most psychic-type Pokémon. Sabrina is also one of the 3 highest-ranking officers in Team Rocket. In his previous life, Cain saw Sabrina once. Her arrogance and haughtiness left a deep impression on him. That's why, while Murkrow trained, Cain also took the opportunity to exercise his own body. He didn't expect to reach Bruno's level, but at least he didn't want to be a burden to his Pokémon. By midday, during lunch, the advantage of living next to the lake became clear. The untouched lake was full of fat fish. After several failed attempts, Murkrow finally learned how to fish, and with great joy, he caught enough fish for lunch. At Team Rocket's base, Cain had obtained some seasonings, which allowed him to simply grill some fish. He and Murkrow enjoyed a pleasant lunch. After resting for a while, Cain said, "All right, the break is over. This afternoon, it's time for some battle training. Murkrow, are you ready?" "Caw, caw." Murkrow enthusiastically spread his wings and nodded. Although the morning's training had made him feel stronger, what really excited him was the thought of battling. "Wow, you're quite the fighter, huh?" Cain smiled and patted Murkrow's head. In the forest, there's no shortage of wild Pokémon. By simply paying attention to the tracks in the forest, you could soon find one, and some ill-tempered Pokémon would even come out to provoke you themselves. Thanks to the system, Cain could scan his opponent's data at any time. If they encountered an opponent that was too strong, they would simply flee, and if they found a suitable Pokémon, Cain would let Murkrow battle. As long as they didn't venture into the territory of a too powerful Pokémon, there wasn't much danger for Cain and Murkrow. Soon, the evening arrived, and a tired Cain and Murkrow returned to the cave. While Murkrow fought, Cain also trained his own body. Recently, Cain's previously weakened body had received enough nutrition, and with conscious training, his once skinny frame had begun to fill out a bit, with muscle definition starting to show. Cain looked at the fully solidified Poke blocks in the containers, took one out, and carefully examined it in his hand. The black and white Poke block had a jelly-like texture, with a smooth surface and no impurities. Using a small knife, he cut a piece and brought it to his mouth. A bitter and dry taste suddenly exploded in his mouth, and though Cain was prepared, he couldn't help but frown at the flavor hitting his taste buds. The bitterness of the herbs and the dryness of the mixed berries was something only a very experienced breeder could completely break down, and that's without mentioning the complicated manufacturing process. Although the taste wasn't pleasant, this is precisely what Pokémon like. Even after tasting just a small amount of the Poke block, Cain felt a slight relief in his tired body and muscles. If that's what he felt, the effects would be even more pronounced for a Pokémon. Cain fed Murkrow the Poke block in his hand, and under Murkrow's expectant gaze, he carefully stored the rest of the Poke blocks in the storage space of his Team Rocket belt. Seeing Murkrow's disappointed face from not being able to eat more Poke blocks and only getting to taste the half he had before, Cain laughed and scolded him. "You greedy little thing, why are you in such a rush? They're all yours. But before that, you have to eat the yellow berry Poke blocks for 2 more days." Murkrow had been eating yellow berry Poke blocks for 5 days, and the effects were wearing off, but there were still 2 days left. No matter how much he could improve, he had to wait until the effect completely faded before switching. If Poke blocks aren't designed to be combined, mixing them could significantly reduce the effects of both. So, Murkrow would have to wait 2 more days. Caw. Murkrow quickly shook his head, then nodded, as if trying to hide his desire for the new Poke blocks while agreeing with Cain at the same time. Cain sat down and began massaging Murkrow's increasingly soft feathers, using techniques he had learned in his second life. After a day of training and battling, a proper night massage would help the Pokémon recover faster. Murkrow let out a satisfied sound, as his stiff muscles relaxed, and he closed his eyes to enjoy the moment. After massaging for about half an hour, Murkrow was completely relaxed, and his muscles had loosened. Then, Cain started preparing dinner. Today's menu was a large pot of fish soup, with a creamy white broth and succulent fish meat. After finishing the meal, both of them settled against the rocks and fell into a deep sleep, exhausted from the day. The forest was particularly noisy at night, but the Zubat cave was a place of tranquility. Since the Zubat had occupied the cave for a long time, the night was quite safe. In the end, only the quiet breathing inside the cave could be heard. 2 days passed in the busy routine of Cain and his Murkrow. These 2 days were very productive for both, filled with a sense of satisfaction mixed with intensity. If we talk about changes, the most evident one is in appearance. After consuming yellow Poke blocks for an entire week, Murkrow has finally emerged from the great slump it was in. Although it's unclear if it has reached its full potential, Murkrow is very pleased. Previously, its size didn't match that of a common Murkrow, but now it has grown to reach 60 centimeters in height, making it 10 centimeters taller than the average Murkrow. Its black plumage is firmly attached to its body, and each feather shines with an intense black, making its streamlined body even faster in flight. Its powerful wings reflect great explosive strength, and thanks to daily training, it can now perfectly use flying-type energy. It has even started to master Gust, an advanced flying-type move. Although its body has grown and its weight has increased, its speed hasn't decreased. In fact, it has increased. One could say that both its attack capability and speed have improved significantly. Although the change in Cain is not as obvious as in Murkrow, it is noticeable that he has more energy, and his muscles have begun to strengthen. During Murkrow's daily training, he doesn't fall behind either. Although his clothes remain worn out, his eyes shine with renewed energy. Even the Zubat cave, which used to be very simple, has been completely renovated. The cold floor is now covered with soft straw and tree leaves, and along the wall are 2 wooden shelves filled with medicinal herbs and berries Cain has collected during his outings. A small, simple bed is spread out on the floor, covered with the skin of some animal. Murkrow, the effect of the yellow poke blocks has fully manifested, and since the cycle is over, continuing to eat them won't have much effect. From now on, you can eat those black poke blocks you've been craving, Cain said with a smile as he watched Murkrow preening itself. Upon hearing about the black poke blocks, Murkrow immediately stopped its actions, remembering their previous taste, and involuntarily swallowed, fixing its gaze on Cain. Seeing Murkrow's gluttonous expression, Cain smiled resignedly and pulled out the black poke blocks, which he had been preparing for days, from his storage space, placing them in a special bowl for Murkrow's food. From now on, you can eat as much as you want, Cain said. Unlike the yellow poke blocks, black poke blocks can help improve Pokémon subtly, as they contain a large amount of dark and flying-type energy. The more they eat, the more they can absorb. Cain believes that in the near future, Murkrow will continue to grow alongside these poke blocks. In fact, as an intermediate-level poke block, it contains a large amount of energy. Normally, Murkrow would have to eat many fish to feel full, but after just a few poke blocks, it already feels satisfied. Enjoying the perfect flavor, Murkrow lightly tapped its beak, wishing it could eat more if it weren't already full. While Murkrow enjoyed its lunch, Cain also quickly finished his own meal. The afternoon was reserved for combat training and forest exploration. The Team Rocket base was to the west, so there was no need to explore in that direction. During these 2 days, Cain and Murkrow had been exploring the forest to the east, where they encountered many different Pokémon and learned about some Pokémon groups in the area. One of them is a Spearow group 8 kilometers away, and another is a Pidgey group 15 kilometers away. These 2 groups are mortal enemies and frequently fight each other. However, due to their large numbers, Cain didn't dare provoke them. The Spearow group has a level 22 Fearow, while the Pidgey group has a pair of level 21 Pidgeotto. Both groups are quite strong and well-balanced. Today's goal was to explore southward, taking Murkrow on a light journey. With Murkrow's current size, it can no longer perch on Cain's shoulder, so Murkrow now circles above his head, staying alert to its surroundings. Cain doesn't know the exact size of the trial island, but it must be quite large. After being away from the Team Rocket base for several days, he still hasn't encountered anyone. Although not everyone stays outside all the time, like the first-place contestant in the first trial, Xander, who only goes out to explore the forest during the day and returns to the base before sunset. However, today that situation might change. After walking 3 kilometers south, Cain encountered 3 participants who were exploring as a group, sitting under a tree, resting. Murkrow was the first to spot them and, after informing Cain, they quietly approached the trio's position. The 3 were sitting together, as if discussing something, with their Pokémon by their side. Of the 3, the one who seemed to be the leader was a sturdy man with a coughing. Another was a rather short guy with an oddish, and the third had a very ordinary appearance, dressed in a green t-shirt, and his Pokémon was a Zubat. "Are we heading in the right direction if we keep going, big brother?" the shortest of the group asked. The sturdy man glanced at the short guy and said disdainfully, "Don't you trust me?" His gaze toward the short guy was full of scorn. Oddish is a very weak Pokémon at low levels, and it can easily be found in this forest. No, big brother, of course we trust you. You're a top competitor who placed 10th in the first trial, the young man in green quickly replied. The sturdy man seemed more satisfied with the young man's response, and the flattery clearly pleased him, as seen in the smile that appeared on his face. If it weren't for the fact that my coughing isn't good at direct attacks, my position would have been much higher, the sturdy man said, though his tone softened. Of course, with your strength, you could definitely be in the top 3, the short guy quickly added, realizing his mistake. With an Oddish as his Pokémon, which is relatively docile, he didn't have much trouble taming it. However, Oddish is a rather weak Pokémon, and since this guy is interacting with a Pokémon for the first time, he doesn't know how to train it. He needs someone strong to support him if he wants to advance in this trial. Seeing that the short guy was starting to understand how to talk, the sturdy man, known as Big Brother, nodded with satisfaction. Although the short guy wasn't very strong, at least he was obedient, so the sturdy man agreed to let him follow. After a pause, he said, "I got this using my ranking points to exchange for it at the base store. It's a treasure map. Although the area it shows is small, it's clearly marked with the nearby Pokémon groups. The Rattata group we found earlier was marked on the map, meaning we're heading in the right direction." As the 10th place finisher in the first trial, the sturdy man exchanged all his points for a treasure map. Not everyone has a clear plan like Cain, who knows what he and his Pokémon need. That's why Team Rocket made many treasure maps available in the store, some real and some fake, with different prices. Many people, like this sturdy man, choose to take a risk and buy a treasure map. Clearly, this sturdy man is one of those who decided to bet on a map. Listening to the conversation of the three people not far away, Cain maintained a calm expression, but his eyes gleamed. He knew that Team Rocket had many treasure maps, and he also knew that some of them hid real treasures. However, due to his needs, he hadn't redeemed them immediately. He planned to do so later, but he didn't expect his first encounter with someone would be with the treasure-hunting trio. Cain had some impression of the chubby boy. He used a yellow quality coughing. Although its level wasn't very high, its talent was notable. As for the other two, he didn't have a strong impression. However, regardless of the situation, since he had encountered them in the wild and they were carrying something that interested Cain, there was no other choice but to fight. His mind began to work quickly. If he was going to attack, he had to be fully prepared. The chubby boy's coughing was a fairly strong opponent, but Cain wasn't sure if it had learned the move self-destruct. They were too far away now and the system couldn't scan the data. The green-clad boy's Zubat seemed to have grown well, judging by its appearance. As for the little one's Oddish, it was doubly weak to Murkrow's flying type, so it wouldn't be much of a problem. Facing 3 trained Pokémon is different from facing wild ones. Fortunately, Murkrow had grown quite rapidly in recent days. With a quick glance, Murkrow's stats appeared before his eyes. Pokémon, Murkrow Green. Gender, male. Level, 12. Type, Dark Flying. Ability, Prankster. Held item, none. Egg moves, Punishment, Feint Attack, Roost. Basic moves, Peck, Astonish, Pursuit, Haze. Learned moves, Snatch, Tailwind, Gust. TMs, none. After 2 days of combat, Murkrow had leveled up once more and learned the moves Haze and Gust. Cain crawled along the ground, advancing cautiously. The dense forest undergrowth provided excellent cover, and Murkrow stuck to his back, not daring to make the slightest sound. When they were less than 5 meters from the trio, Cain stopped. This was the limit. Getting closer could get him discovered. This distance was enough for the system to perform a scan. A flash in his eyes, and the information of the 3 Pokémon appeared before him. As he had suspected, a yellow-quality coughing at level 14, which hadn't learned self-destruct, an orange-quality Zubat at level 13, and, to Cain's surprise, the little one's Oddish was also yellow-quality, though only at level 11, indicating it probably hadn't been trained properly. Now that he knew their data, Cain's plan became clearer. Although Oddish's level was low and its combat power weak, it was still a Pokémon. Fighting 1 against 3 was much harder than fighting 1 against 2, and Oddish was doubly weak to Murkrow, so his first target had to be Oddish. Murkrow, activate Tailwind. Then, directly attack Oddish, use Gust for a long-range strike, and then close in with Peck to finish it off, Cain said softly, making sure only he and Murkrow could hear him. Murkrow nodded resolutely. After several days of fighting, he and Cain had developed a great sense of synchronization. With just a slight instruction, Murkrow knew what to do. Cain raised 3 fingers, signaling the countdown. As the fingers began to fold, a white stream of air appeared around Murkrow. Amidst the white and black colors, his eyes became sharper and sharper. 1. The last finger dropped. Whoosh! Murkrow's wings flapped powerfully, and a strong wind blew through the underbrush, flattening the vegetation and exposing Cain, who had been hiding. Cain shook his head in resignation and stood up slowly. In an instant, Murkrow rushed toward Oddish. Amid the surprised expressions of the trio, a wind as sharp as a blade surged from Murkrow's wings, heading straight for the terrified Oddish. Gust. A flying-type move that, if it hit, would deal significant damage to Oddish. The three reacted quickly, moving away from Murkrow's attack zone. Surprisingly, the chubby boy was the most agile of them all. As they moved, Coughing and Zubat also reacted, dodging the attack. The strong wind reached Oddish in an instant, striking hard against its astonished expression. Bang! Bang! With two blows, Oddish fell to the ground, even leaving a slight dent in the earth, showing the great power of Murkrow's attacks. Taking advantage of everyone being occupied dodging, Murkrow, after launching Gust, quickly closed in and attacked Oddish with Peck. Coughing, Tackle. Zubat used Bite. The other two reacted quickly and gave orders. Murkrow, Dodge. Cain, now that he had been discovered, didn't try to hide anymore. Seeing the two issue attack orders, he swiftly commanded Murkrow to evade. Murkrow lifted off, barely dodging the attacks from the two Pokémon. Although he didn't manage to finish off Oddish, it was already on the verge of defeat. Oddish, the little one cried, tears in his eyes, seeing his Oddish fall to the ground, unable to get up. Although worried, he didn't dare approach. His small, thin body couldn't withstand even a single attack from Murkrow. The chubby boy shot a glance at his companion, who was sobbing on the ground, and spat two words with a rigid expression: useless. Finally, both recognized who had attacked them. The chubby boy and the green-clad boy frowned, clearly also recognizing Cain. After all, he had come in second in the first trial. "It's you, the lucky one who got second place," the chubby boy said coldly. Cain flashed a slight smile and looked at them without saying a word. Apparently, Cain's tactics in the trial had spread throughout the base, and most people thought it had just been a trick and that he was nothing special. Cain didn't bother to correct that perception. "Don't think that just because you got second place through tricks, you're something special. Those are just cheap tricks. Instead of hiding well, you dare to attack us by surprise. You're asking for your death." The chubby boy said this while performing a series of movements, signaling the green-clad boy to start an attack. The green-clad boy understood the signal. Zubat, close in and use wing attack. Coughing, Smog. Murkrow, Gust. Disperse the smog, Cain calmly responded to the attack. Influenced by Cain, Murkrow also showed no signs of nervousness. Zubat, facing Murkrow's Gust, quickly approached while taking damage, with one of its wings glowing faintly as it aimed to attack Murkrow. The smog was dispersed by Gust, but at the same time, Coughing quickly moved closer. Struck by Zubat's wing attack, Murkrow was sent flying several meters back. Although he took damage, his current body wasn't affected enough to interfere in the battle. Coughing, Assurance. Seeing Murkrow had been hit, the chubby boy quickly issued the command. Assurance is a move that doubles its power if the opponent has taken damage beforehand. At this moment, Assurance's power was at 120, which would be devastating if it hit Murkrow. Murkrow, don't forget your speed. Use all of Tailwind to dodge. Cain remained calm in the face of such a powerful move as Assurance. No matter how strong the move's power was, only the moves that hit count. Feint Attack and Strike Zubat. With Tailwind at its maximum power, Murkrow moved faster, dodging Coughing's attack and quickly closing in on Zubat. Zubat, dodge quickly, the green-clad boy ordered, seeing Murkrow approach Zubat rapidly. But unfortunately, Feint Attack is a move with a high hit rate. Bang! Murkrow's sharp beak struck Zubat with force, and then he quickly retreated, not staying to fight. It didn't take long before Murkrow repeatedly dodged Coughing's attacks and then struck Zubat. After a series of blows, Zubat was also knocked out, lying on the ground. Cain flashed a cold smile. Once Zubat was dealt with, Coughing, which was slower, wouldn't pose much of a threat. The chubby boy gritted his teeth, desperately wanting to face Murkrow, but he couldn't even touch a feather of the Pokémon. The boy in green looked at Zubat lying on the ground, his face pale, not knowing what to do. Idiots, what are you standing there for? It's just one person. Why don't you attack him directly? Are you waiting for him to kill you? The chubby boy shouted, his neck reddened with rage. If Coughing lost the ability to fight as well, the fate of the three would be clear. Thinking about this, sweat started running down his forehead. Hearing the chubby boy's words, the boy in green gritted his teeth and pulled a knife from his belt, gripping it tightly in his hand. He too knew very well what would happen if Coughing fell. Even the small boy, who had been in shock, recovered, stood up trembling, and his eyes began to redden slightly. As if in agreement, both of them rushed toward Cain at the same time. Cain remained impassive. As a former member of Team Rocket in his past life, he had seen it all. These were just two inexperienced teenagers. Though his body was still somewhat weak, thanks to his training in combat techniques, he had nothing to fear from these two boys. But since it had come to this, the three of them no longer posed a threat to him. Murkrow, finish off the chubby one first, Cain said as he knocked the two boys to the ground and addressed Murkrow. Caw! Murkrow screeched while flapping its wings. Under the terrified gaze of the chubby boy, Murkrow's sharp claws slashed his throat. The chubby boy tried to say something as he grasped his throat with both hands, but he couldn't utter a word and slowly fell to the ground. Without anyone to guide it, Coughing became an easy target, and under Murkrow's consecutive attacks, it too lost its life. In the end, the three boys and their Pokémon fell under the attacks of Cain and Murkrow. Cain ignored the desperate looks of the three. He was used to death and knew very well that this wasn't a kind world. This was a cruel world, a real world where only those prepared for death could survive. Showing mercy to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. In this trial, those who survived would be the winners. With skill, Cain removed the storage belts from the three and, together with Murkrow, quickly left the scene. The smell of blood would soon attract wild Pokémon from the forest, and their bodies would satisfy the appetites of those Pokémon. He didn't know how long they had walked when Cain and Murkrow sat under a tree. Cain took out some black poke blocks for Murkrow to recover energy, and then emptied the contents of the three belts, leaving a pile of miscellaneous items scattered on the ground. There wasn't anything particularly useful among the items, so Cain kept a knife, some food, and a few survival tools. What surprised him the most was finding a healing spray bottle among the green-clothed boy's belongings. He had no idea where he had gotten it from, probably stolen from someone else. Looking at the crumpled treasure map in his hand, Cain felt speechless. Though he knew these treasure maps had been placed by Team Rocket as rewards for newcomers, the quality of the drawing left much to be desired. Even the letters were crooked, which wasn't surprising considering they could be redeemed for just 100 points. Based on the earlier conversation of the three, the direction of the treasure map should be south of the cave, and according to the map's information, after passing through 2 Pokémon territories, they should reach the location. The chubby boy had said they had already passed through Rattata territory, so the next step would be entering Weedle territory. The exact location of the treasure was probably within Caterpie territory. Compared to Caterpie territory, where the treasure was buried, Weedle territory was much more dangerous. It's important to note that bug-type Pokémon usually grow quickly, which means that in Weedle territory, there were almost certainly Beedrill. A group of Beedrill dominates any forest, not because they're extremely strong, but due to their strong sense of community. If you provoke one Beedrill, you'll face an endless pursuit from the entire swarm. Additionally, Beedrill is an extremely territorial Pokémon with a strong urge to attack. I hope there are few Beedrill in this group. Otherwise, I'll have to take another route, Cain said with a sigh. At this moment, both he and Murkrow shuddered at the thought of facing a swarm of Beedrill. However, the map only showed a simple path and no one knew what they might encounter if they took an alternative route. They could run into a river that would push them further away from their goal, or they might meet an even stronger Pokémon. Faced with unknown dangers, known dangers were much more acceptable. Since he already had the treasure map, not seeing what was there wouldn't be in Cain's character. He stored the treasure map in his storage space, stood up, and dusted off his clothes. He had Murkrow dig a small hole in the ground and buried the 3 belts along with all the useless items, covering them with a layer of dirt and stomping it down a bit. Shortly after, in a dense forest, Cain held a knife in his right hand, cutting through the thorns and branches blocking his path as he crouched. Murkrow flapped its wings softly in the air, not making much noise, a scene that looked a bit comical. Cain and Murkrow had entered the Weedle territory shown on the map. After their battle with the 3, they had traveled about 7 or 8 kilometers, entering Weedle territory. Once inside this zone, both Cain and Murkrow moved cautiously, hoping to cross without drawing the attention of the Beedrill. After carefully advancing for a kilometer, Cain let out a small sigh of relief. Up until that point, he hadn't seen any trace of Weedle, Kakuna, or Beedrill. However, just as he was beginning to relax, he spotted an area of the forest where trees large enough to be surrounded by a person were covered in golden cocoons. Almost every tree had 3 or 4 cocoons hanging from them, and from a distance, the green of the forest was speckled with golden spots. Cain took a deep breath and stopped to observe for a moment. Fortunately, he didn't see any Beedrill. However, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. If Kakuna was startled while in its cocoon, it would immediately evolve into Beedrill. Given the current situation, if one appeared, an entire swarm would soon follow. Although the newly evolved Beedrill wouldn't pose much of a challenge for Murkrow, the sheer number would be enough to make Murkrow feel intimidated. Moving even more cautiously, after 2 hours they finally managed to cross Weedle territory. However, it wouldn't be long before this area became Beedrill territory. Given the nature of Beedrill, if no unexpected events occurred, they would soon become one of the most powerful groups in this forest. Cain wiped the small drops of sweat that had appeared on his forehead. Despite everything he had seen in his life, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. If, in the middle of his path, a Kakuna suddenly turned into a Beedrill, even if he could escape, he would likely end up seriously injured. It's important to remember that Beedrill is a bug and poison-type Pokémon. If he were to get poisoned and didn't have an antidote, surviving would be a stroke of luck. Finally, Cain left the terrifying forest of Kakuna behind. The sense of relief was immediate, and even the air felt much fresher. Murkrow, who had been restrained for a long time, flew energetically in the sky. The tension of the previous situation had weighed heavily on him. Despite being a flying-type Pokémon, facing a swarm of almost 100 Beedrill, his only option was to flee in terror. The next place they headed was Caterpie's territory. If it followed the same logic as Weedle's territory, it had probably also become a forest of Metapod. However, unlike Kakuna, Metapod is a docile Pokémon. As long as they weren't attacked first, passing through their territory shouldn't pose any danger. Even if the forest contained Butterfree, which are also peaceful by nature, there wouldn't be any major problems. After checking the map again to make sure he was going in the right direction, Cain was finally able to straighten up and walk with more confidence. Murkrow flew in circles in the air, like a bird newly freed from a cage, with no intention of stopping anytime soon. According to the landmarks, after walking a few more kilometers, when he found a small hill, the treasure would be there. The sun was beginning to set, and the shadows of the trees and Cain intertwined on the ground. The Caterpie forest didn't pose a great threat, and Cain passed by several Metapod patiently waiting for their time to evolve into Butterfree. Finally, he reached the small hill marked on the map. At the top of the hill was a tree so large that it would take 3 people to wrap around its trunk. The treasure was buried under that tree. However, what surprised Cain was seeing a Pokémon with 2 large horns on its head clinging to the tree, moving slightly as if searching for something. Cain raised his hand and signaled Murkrow to come down. Seeing Cain's signal, Murkrow stopped flying in circles and quickly swooped down to him. Cain, along with Murkrow, began to approach the hill. About 5 meters away, Cain used the system to scan the data of the Pokémon in front of him. Pokémon, Pinsir Orange. Gender, female. Level, 18. Type, Bug. Ability, Hypercutter. Held item, Resin. Egg move, Faint. Basic moves, Vice Grip, Focus Energy, Bind, Seismic Toss, Harden, Revenge, Vital Throw. Learned move, bite. TM moves, none. After seeing Pinsir's data on the screen, Cain frowned slightly. He knew this type of Pokémon very well, as in his previous life, he had a Pinsir of exceptional quality that played a key role in his team. With a base attack stat of 125 and 100 in defense, plus a speed of 85, Pinsir could have been an extremely sought-after Pokémon if it weren't for its low health and inability to evolve. Even in its current state, Pinsir was known as a trainer killer for beginners. Bug-type Pokémon grow quickly, and with Pinsir's high offensive power and the moves it learns early on, it becomes a deadly threat to opponents. Pinsir has a fierce temperament and will attack any Pokémon that comes near. And if it catches you with its large horns, escaping is almost impossible. The Pinsir that Cain is facing is at level 18. Although it's only of orange quality, it is still the strongest opponent that Cain and Murkrow have faced so far. It was clear that this Pinsir was the guardian of the hill. If Cain wanted to get the treasure, he would have to face it, and with Pinsir's temperament, a battle was inevitable. Murkrow, be careful not to get caught by its horns, Cain warned seriously. Fortunately, Murkrow is a dark and flying-type Pokémon, giving him a double advantage against Pinsir. Murkrow also sensed that the opponent wouldn't be easy to defeat and nodded in understanding. Cain began devising a strategy in his mind, trying to avoid a direct confrontation with Pinsir. Murkrow, use Gust. The Pinsir, who was enjoying its meal, was suddenly attacked, and on top of that, it was a flying-type move, its least favorite type. It felt a sharp pain in its body. A wave of rage surged in Pinsir's heart. As the leader of the area, she had always been the one intimidating others. How dare they attack her, and while she was enjoying her meal? This was like adding fuel to the fire. Grr! Pinsir roared in fury as it charged towards Murkrow. It knew that little Pokémon was the one who had interrupted its moment of enjoyment. As Pinsir ran, it took a deep breath, concentrated its energy, and a gust of wind surged from its feet. It was using Focus Energy, a move that increases the chance of landing a critical hit. With its high attack power combined with the possibility of a critical hit, a single blow from Pinsir could be deadly. Murkrow, use Snatch, Cain ordered quickly upon noticing Pinsir's shift. A dark energy emerged around Pinsir, and the gust of wind it had accumulated instantly dissipated, appearing around Murkrow in the form of a black shadow. Feeling the power contained in that shadow, Murkrow's eyes sharpened. Snatch is a dark-type move that, with Murkrow's prankster ability, allowed it to steal the effect of Focus Energy before Pinsir could benefit from it. Enjoying the effect of Focus Energy, Murkrow kept a close eye on Pinsir, observing every movement of its body, noting small inconsistencies that could be weak points to exploit. Murkrow, use Gust again. With the prankster ability, any attempt by its opponent to power up became useless and could even be turned against them. Upon hearing the command, Murkrow flapped its wings, generating an even sharper gust of wind than before, aimed at the inconsistencies it had noticed in Pinsir's body. Bang! Bang! 2 blasts of wind hit Pinsir. Grr! Pinsir cried out in pain. Not only was it confused by the ineffectiveness of its usual move, but now it felt an even sharper pain than before. Its eyes filled with rage. Without the ability to fly, Pinsir found itself powerless against Murkrow's cunning tactics, like a child facing an adult, unable to do anything. It was being attacked but couldn't strike back, and that powerlessness only fueled its frustration. Resigned, Pinsir decided to use one of its least favorite moves. Concentrating all its strength, its body tensed. It was using Harden, a move that increases its defense. Watching Pinsir's actions, Cain almost laughed out loud. This was one of the differences between wild Pokémon and those with a trainer. Without someone to guide them, they rely on their own intelligence and instincts to fight. How could he not take advantage of that? Keep using Snatch. Pinsir was tensing its body tightly, but what it didn't know was that its opponent was waiting for it to use that move. The familiar dark aura surrounded it once again, and the effect of Murkrow's Snatch move manifested once more. Pinsir was puzzled after trying to use the move Harden. Although it didn't use it often, it shouldn't have any effect, right? Unwilling to give up, It used Harden again. This time, it finally saw the dark aura flying from its side toward Murkrow. Although it didn't know what it was, it realized it was all the work of that annoying dark bird in the sky, which it had never seen before. And at that moment, Murkrow was feeling incredible. With the double boost from Harden, it felt like it was covered in armor, and its feathers had become so tough that they made a metallic sound when they rubbed together. Pinsir could only roar in frustration, powerless to do anything else. After enduring another gust of wind, Pinsir gave up, turned around, and fled. Against such a shameless opponent, all it could do was run away. But while Pinsir had a base speed of 85, Murkrow also had a speed of 91 points, and it was boosted by Tailwind. Could Pinsir escape? The answer was clearly no. Under a series of powerful attacks from Murkrow with the effect of focus energy, Pinsir finally collapsed, helpless in its attempt to flee. However, this time Cain didn't let Murkrow finish it off. It wasn't that he felt sorry for Pinsir or wanted to catch it, but he thought this Pinsir was an excellent Pokémon to train against. Defeating Pinsir caused Murkrow to level up, reaching level 13, which showed that defeating such a high-level opponent gave it a great amount of experience. Craw! Murkrow cried out energetically after defeating Pinsir. It had never had such a satisfying battle, or rather, such a satisfying attack. Who wouldn't want to attack without having to worry about being attacked back? Paying no more attention to the fallen Pinsir, Cain ignored it. Since he had already decided that Pinsir would be the perfect target to train and level up Murkrow, whether Pinsir should feel grateful or sorry for its luck remained unknown. Slowly walking toward the large tree, Cain looked up and realized the tree was much bigger up close than it had seemed from a distance. Its dense branches and leaves stretched out like a green cloud, blocking the sun and casting a refreshing shadow on the ground. Cain grabbed a nearby dry branch and began digging into the soft soil beneath the tree. Without tools, he could only do it in a rudimentary way. Fortunately, the earth was soft, and with a bit of effort, he could drive the branch into the ground. As Cain concentrated on digging, Murkrow had already made a complete circle around the tree and was now perched on one of the larger branches, nodding repeatedly as if admiring the tree. As a flying-type Pokémon, it had a natural affinity with trees. Bang! As he dug hard, Cain hit a solid object. He put the branch aside and used his hands to clear the dirt from the object, revealing a metal box that glimmered in the sunlight. He had only dug about 10 centimeters deep. Cain realized why it had been so easy to dig. They probably hadn't tried to bury it very deep, just enough to hide it. Carefully, Cain pulled the metal box out of the ground, shook it slightly. It wasn't heavy. After brushing the dirt off the surface, it revealed a completely silver box. Murkrow flew down quickly and stood beside him, curiously eyeing the box. Cain sat cross-legged, placing the silver box on his lap. There was a small lock securing the lid. Murkrow, gently open this lock, Cain instructed Murkrow. With a clink, the lock was easily destroyed by Murkrow with no effort. Slowly opening the box, Cain found a palm-sized disc emitting a white glow. Apart from this disc, there was nothing else inside the box. Seeing the contents of the box, Cain couldn't help but feel his facial muscles twitch. First, a treasure map valued at just 100 points, then a rudimentary map drawn with questionable accuracy, a barely hidden burial site, and finally, a big box with just one disc inside. The whole rocket team's operation seemed so careless that Cain didn't know what to think. Although he knew these treasures were just to entertain the trial participants, this was the first time he had encountered something so random. He shook his head to clear the disorganized thoughts. Although this 100-point treasure box didn't contain much, Cain was satisfied with its contents. If he wasn't mistaken, that disc was a technical machine, also known as a TM. As for what move it contained, it could only be known by using a special machine, unless there was some special indication. However, since the disc emitted a white glow, it was likely a normal-type move. Regardless of the move, it was definitely worth more than 100 points. After closing the box, he stored it in the storage system. Since he didn't need it now, he would check it the next time he returned to the base to see if Murkrow could learn the move. If not, he could sell the disc to Team Rocket and exchange it for some points. Team Rocket had a points system that allowed participants to earn points not only through the trials, but also by trading items or completing missions. Both outside and on this trial island, Team Rocket maintained this system. However, earning points wasn't easy. On the island, Cain had taken a look at the available missions at Team Rocket's base. Most of them were simple tasks like cleaning or collecting berries and herbs. Even though Cain had spent only 80 points to trade for berries, gathering berries would only give a few points. Tasks like cleaning awarded only 1 point per completed task. However, Cain guessed this was because the new recruits had just arrived on the island, and the more difficult missions weren't available to them yet. Although Team Rocket had no qualms about the participants' deaths, they didn't want to waste this resource without reason. After all, the participants were trainers with Pokémon, and even if they weren't very strong, they were more useful than ordinary people. Additionally, Team Rocket offered 70% of the exchange value for items sold to them. That is, an item worth 100 points would only give you 70 points if sold, ensuring that Team Rocket never lost out in a deal. Despite this, many still traded valuable items for points due to the rare things Team Rocket offered. Thus, the only person likely willing to spend 100 points on a treasure map was that fat guy who wanted to try his luck. But in the end, Cain and Murkrow benefited. Though Cain found Team Rocket's careless attitude ridiculous, he was satisfied with this treasure. If he was lucky and the disc contained a rare move, it could be worth thousands of points. After storing the box with the disc in the storage system, Cain didn't rush to leave. Instead, he rested his head on his hand and began to ponder. The plan he had set for Murkrow over the week was now complete, and it seemed that Murkrow had regained much of its strength. Whether it had reached its optimal state, Cain didn't know. Since the plan was complete, and with more than 2 months left on the island, it was necessary to design a detailed plan for the future. First, due to limited resources and time, Cain didn't plan to capture more Pokémon on the island. After all, only 1 Pokémon could be used in the trial. Focusing on training Murkrow was the priority. Second, leveling up Murkrow was crucial. Since it hadn't dared to battle much in the past, Murkrow's level was relatively low compared to the other participants. During the treasure hunt, Cain developed a plan. And after defeating that level 18 Pinsir, he was confident in its viability. Murkrow, being a dark and flying-type Pokémon, was strong against psychic and ghost types, although those types were rare on the island. But Murkrow also had an advantage over grass, bug, and fighting types, and these Pokémon were abundant on the island. Additionally, the 2 areas Cain had passed earlier, the Weedle and Caterpie territories, were practically perfect training grounds for flying-type Pokémon. Although Weedle would evolve into Kakuna and Caterpie into Metapod, that wouldn't be a significant problem. Even if swarms of Beedrill or Butterfree appeared, Murkrow, with Tailwind and the Prankster ability, could employ guerrilla tactics without much risk. However, today's time is not enough. The sun is about to set, and fighting a swarm of Beedrill at night is not ideal for guerrilla tactics. Although Beedrill has poor vision at night and may not see Murkrow, who blends into the darkness, Cain wouldn't be able to orient himself well in the dark either, and there are too many unknowns at night. No one can guarantee that a powerful Pokémon won't suddenly appear. All they could do at that moment was wander around the hill, investigating which Pokémon groups lived nearby to help plan an escape route later. Before the sun fully set, Cain and Murkrow returned under the large tree at the top of the hill. Even now, Cain and Murkrow couldn't fully handle the dangers of the forest at night. The area around this tree probably originally belonged to Pinsir, but now that Murkrow had defeated him, they legitimately claimed this territory, so they weren't afraid of other Pokémon coming to bother them during the night. As for that Pinsir defeated by Murkrow, when Cain and Murkrow returned from their exploration, it was nowhere to be found. Whether it had left on its own or been taken by another Pokémon was unknown. Around the small hill, the central territory belonged to Caterpie and Metapod. To the north was the Kakuna territory. To the east, a group of Oddish, among which there were some fairly strong Gloom. To the south, some Pinsir lived scattered around, with a similar level to the one Murkrow defeated today. To the west, there was no particular group of Pokémon, only some weaker ones. Setting irrelevant matters aside for now, Cain lit a campfire under the tree with dry branches and leaves, placed the poke blocks in a wooden bowl, and, under Murkrow's eager gaze, indicated it could start eating. After a day of battling, Murkrow's appetite had noticeably increased. With the current poke blocks, the more it ate, the more it could absorb. Watching Murkrow devour its food, Cain smiled, pulled out some strips of dried meat from his storage space, lightly roasted them over the campfire, then drank some warm water and solved his dinner simply. Though the meal was modest, it still allowed him to replenish the energy spent during the day. As night fell, the forest, which had been quiet, began to fill with noise, with the sounds of insects and frogs echoing everywhere. Cain and Murkrow didn't seek trouble. They climbed the tree, chose the largest branch as a bed, and soon fell asleep. The night passed without incident. Time went by peacefully, and when the sun rose in the east, Cain and Murkrow were already awake. After living in the forest for so long, Cain had left behind all the bad habits he'd acquired in his previous life when he reached the level of a quasi-elite trainer and began to enjoy life. Just like the previous night, they quickly dealt with breakfast, and under the morning sunlight, they headed to the Kakuna territory, their target for the day. Today, the place to conquer was Kakuna territory. Just like before, Cain safely crossed the Caterpie and Metapod territory and headed straight for the forest where he had previously seen Kakuna hanging everywhere. Seeing the forest full of Kakuna, Cain was speechless. If someone with entomophobia saw this, they would surely run away immediately. Weedle, Kakuna, and Beedrill are a classic example of the rapid evolution of bug-type Pokémon. A Weedle can complete its final evolution in about 15 days, as long as resources are sufficient and nothing goes wrong. The final form, Beedrill, has good speed and attack power. In large numbers, few Pokémon would dare provoke them. But when they are still in the Weedle and Kakuna forms, they are very vulnerable. As Weedle, unless they experience something unusual, they basically only know String Shot and Poison Sting, with very low defense and health. After evolving into Kakuna, although their defense improves, the only move they learn is Harden, and they're even easier to attack due to their lack of mobility. According to the Team Rocket map, this place should have been just Weedle territory, which is why it was labeled as such. The treasure should have been buried before the trial participants arrived on the island, but not too long before, so based on the timing, these Kakuna shouldn't be ready to evolve yet. Cain approached and briefly scanned the area. The Kakuna were levels 7 or 8. Though not high level, there were enough of them to provide a good amount of experience, right? This was part of his plan. For the defenseless Kakuna, Cain would show no mercy. Besides, if these Kakuna ever evolved en masse, they would be a great threat to everyone in the forest. This could also be seen as an act of protection for the rest of the forest. Murkrow used Tailwind and Gust on the Kakuna. Increase the attack range and destroy them all, Cain ordered after preparing. Caw. Murkrow nodded, thumping its chest as if to say, "Don't worry, these immobile prey are no problem." Murkrow didn't remember how scared it had been crossing this very forest before. The situation now was different from before. Earlier, they had to cross the forest and were in the middle of all the Kakuna. If something went wrong and they triggered the premature evolution of all the Kakuna, they would have really been surrounded. But now, the advantage was clearly on Murkrow and Cain's side. With their speed, they could hit and move easily, without anyone being able to stop them. This forest was just a small part of Kakuna territory. 2 small whirlwinds formed in Murkrow's wings. As the whirlwinds spread, they grew in size and power. Under the horrified gazes of the Kakuna, dozens were caught and destroyed. Woo! 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 The Kakuna screamed. No one knew that while they rested, they would fall into such an unexpected disaster. Seeing their companions fall, the Kakuna still hanging from the trees shook desperately and screamed. Murkrow showed no mercy in battle. Though the opponents were weak, as long as they were enemies, they had to be defeated. Without any hesitation, Murkrow created 2 more gusts and hurled them at the remaining Kakuna, taking them down again. Being a flying-type move, and given the great difference in level and quality, No Kakuna could withstand even a single attack from Murkrow. Under its continuous tailwind plus gust attack, all the Kakuna in the forest lost their lives. Cain was satisfied with Murkrow's capability. This territory was just the tip of the iceberg, and the task was still arduous. Bees easy. Bees easy. Bees easy. Suddenly, Cain heard a sound approaching quickly, like the buzzing of bees. Cain frowned. Had he miscalculated, and the Beedrill had already formed? If so, his plan could not be carried out. He didn't have to wait long. In a moment, 5 red-eyed Beedrill appeared before him. Seeing that there were only 5, Cain relaxed a little. If there had been more, he would have had to retreat. Cain was familiar with Beedrill, either from his previous experiences or from the shows and games of his past life. Initially, when Cain saw Beedrill in the animated series, he thought their power was mediocre, but that they appeared in large numbers. Until later, when Giovanni's Beedrill, the Team Rocket leader, appeared, Cain completely changed his opinion of this Pokémon. Suddenly, Beedrill was no longer an ordinary Pokémon, but one with great speed and attack power. If enough resources were invested in its training, the results would be worthwhile. Though it wouldn't be possible to raise a Beedrill to the level of a champion-level Pokémon like Giovanni did, with proper training, it could reach the level of an elite trainer or even an Elite Four. Giovanni's initial Pokémon was a Beedrill, and being the only son of the previous Team Rocket leader and the current leader, the resources he had at his disposal were unimaginable. Giovanni surely invested more resources than he got in return, but he had the money to do so. It's important to remember that in the manga, Giovanni's Beedrill defeated Lance's Dragonite, the Johto League champion. On one side, there was the Team Rocket leader, and on the other, the League champion, both in a similar position but with Pokémon of different levels. On one hand, a Beedrill, one of the most common bug-type Pokémon, and on the other, Dragonite, a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. However, Beedrill was the victor. Though much of the credit went to Giovanni, this shows that Beedrill's potential is not low. Most importantly, with the appearance of Mega Evolution, Beedrill became a highly sought-after Pokémon. The Mega Beedrill with the Adaptability ability has impressive attack power and speed, making it a machine of destruction in battle. With a rapid growth process, in just half a month, Beedrill can become a competent fighter, and with a little additional training, it can reach considerable power. Moreover, with the arrival of Mega Evolution, Beedrill became one of the most popular Pokémon. On Earth, when Mega Beedrill appeared, nearly everyone had one. Not having a Mega Beedrill meant you weren't a true Pokémon player. In this world, Beedrill is practically the ideal Pokémon for novice trainers. In this world, most trainers come from the working class. Not everyone is lucky enough to receive a starter Pokémon with excellent potential upon turning 10, as shown in the animated series. Only the children of key members of the Pokémon League, or those who have made significant contributions, can receive one of these Pokémon, after paying a high annual fee from the child's birth until they reach the appropriate age. For commoners, obtaining one of these starter Pokémon is almost impossible. So, what do they do if they want to become trainers? If they have a family member who is already a trainer, they could help them catch a Pokémon. But if they don't, and they still want to become trainers, Beedrill is an excellent choice. Weedle is easy to catch. With a little care to avoid its poisonous attacks, you can have a Pokémon right away. Moreover, Beedrill's growth cycle is extremely short. Without needing to invest much time or resources, you can obtain a Pokémon with decent combat ability, opening the possibility of capturing other Pokémon later. Even those with family members who are trainers often choose Beedrill as their first Pokémon due to its rapid growth, decent potential, and reasonable combat capability. Of course, more privileged trainers are not interested in Beedrill. Not everyone is lucky enough to encounter a high-potential Pokémon and have the resources necessary to develop it, as Giovanni did. If they have the resources, it's better to invest in a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, which, once mature, becomes an elite fighter. In his previous life, Cain also wanted to raise a Beedrill, but in the end, he abandoned the idea. It was too difficult. Getting Beedrill to a standard combat level is easy and quick, but when you try to push it further, you realize the investment isn't worth it. Moreover, Beedrill has too short a lifespan. Before you can fully develop it, its power will start to decline due to its lifespan limitation. Not everyone possesses Giovanni's forest power to resist the passage of time. However, as a transitional Pokémon, Beedrill is still a good option. Besides, in this world, Mega Evolution has not yet been discovered, which gives Beedrill some training value. But all those considerations are for the future. Now, Cain and Murkrow have to face 5 furious Beedrill flying towards them. When the 5 Beedrill approached, Cain used his system to scan them. 5 almost identical data profiles appeared. Pokémon, Beedrill, red. Gender, male. Level, 14. Type, bug, poison. Ability, swarm. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, Twin Needle, Fury Attack, Rage. Learned moves, none. TM moves, none. The 5 Beedrill had identical data, as if they had been cut from the same mold. Cain sighed in relief. Luckily, there were only 5, and their level and quality weren't high. Murkrow, use Astonish. Cain gave the most suitable order to deal with the 5 enraged Beedrill. Astonish could cause Pokémon to flinch, which would reduce the number of Beedrill Murkrow would have to face directly, thus easing the pressure. Even if no Beedrill flinched, the group attack from Astonish would deal considerable damage. Caw! Murkrow let out a sharp, piercing cry directed straight at the 5 unsuspecting Beedrill. The sharp sound penetrated the brains of several Beedrill, and 2 of them froze in place, trembling with fear. The other 3 continued flying toward Murkrow, their stingers glowing with a purple light, ready to use Twin Needle. Murkrow, use Gust on the 3 Beedrill in front. Finish them first. Cain continued giving orders. In an instant, Murkrow flapped its wings, gathering flying-type energy with impressive speed. A white tornado appeared in front of the 3 Beedrill, enveloping them completely. Due to the type advantage, the 3 Beedrill were swept up by the tornado and began spinning in the air. When the tornado dissipated, 2 of the Beedrill fell to the ground, losing their ability to fight, while the 3rd barely remained standing. With a single move, Murkrow had defeated 2 Beedrill and left the 3rd barely hanging on. Only 2 Beedrill remained, who had just recovered from their paralysis. Cain was satisfied with this outcome. Although part of the credit was due to the type advantage, much of it was also thanks to Murkrow's growing strength. With a superior natural ability, Murkrow was mastering its energy better, and its gust attack was becoming increasingly powerful. Use Peck to finish off the remaining one, and then use Gust again to finish off the other 2. Murkrow responded instantly, flying at high speed, its wings leaving a dark trail. Maintaining the tailwind state, Murkrow struck the remaining Beedrill with a peck, knocking it out. Without wasting any time, Murkrow rushed toward the last 2 Beedrill, who had just recovered. The Beedrill, who initially had a clear numerical advantage, suddenly realized they were the weaker ones. Although they were frightened, Murkrow gave them no respite. With a swift movement, another white tornado appeared and enveloped them. The cutting wind hit them mercilessly, leaving them gravely wounded. When the tornado disappeared, both Beedrill lay on the ground, incapacitated. With Murkrow landing in front of Cain, all the Kakuna and Beedrill in this area of the forest had been eliminated. A buzzing sound echoed through the forest again. Beedrill is truly a terrifying Pokémon, always acting in swarms. If one of them is attacked, the entire swarm mobilizes to defend it. Perhaps Beedrill is the most united Pokémon in the Pokémon world. This time, the buzzing was even louder than before, with at least dozens of Beedrill approaching. Cain called Murkrow and turned to retreat. There was no need to face the entire swarm. A good strategist knows when to retreat. When the Beedrill swarm arrived at the scene, they found only chaos and the bodies of Kakuna and Beedrill. Filled with fury, they began to search for the culprit. Just when the swarm was about to panic, an even louder buzzing was heard. A Beedrill, clearly larger than the rest, appeared at the center, its face fierce and stern. With a roar, The large Beedrill ordered the entire swarm to calm down and organize them into a disciplined formation before disappearing into the forest. If Cain had been there, he would have known that this Beedrill was the leader of the swarm. Its larger size was due to its leadership position. But Cain had already returned to the Metapod territory. As he walked, he took out some poke blocks from his storage and gave them to Murkrow to recover its strength. Although Murkrow hadn't taken any damage, it was important for it to always be in top shape for any eventuality. Murkrow, grateful for the poke blocks, devoured them eagerly. The energy began to flow within its body, mixing the dark and flying types. With each battle, Murkrow absorbed the energy from the poke blocks more effectively, growing stronger. The use of poke blocks was proving to be a great advantage. While other Pokémon might need time to recover after a battle, Murkrow, thanks to the poke blocks, recovered much faster and more effectively. Are you ready, Murkrow? Today's work won't be easy. Cain gently stroked Murkrow's shiny black feathers, asking softly, "Craw." Murkrow nodded eagerly, its wings flapping with determination. Cain smiled. Everything was set to execute the day's plan. For almost the entire afternoon, Cain and Murkrow employed guerrilla tactics to the fullest, attacking one area and immediately retreating, resting briefly, and then attacking another part of the forest. Thanks to this strategy, they managed to wipe out 4 groups of Kakuna throughout the afternoon. Although each Kakuna provided minimal growth for Murkrow, little by little, it accumulated experience and managed to level up, reaching level 14. However, every time they wiped out a group of Kakuna, a few, in their extreme rage, evolved prematurely into Beedrill. But for Murkrow, even a level 13 or 14 Beedrill was as easy to defeat as a Kakuna, not to mention those that had just evolved. Moreover, Murkrow was becoming increasingly familiar with Beedrill and hardly wasted any energy in defeating all its enemies. With the help of his system, Cain scanned each Beedrill that appeared, recording all the data into his system. Of the dozens of Beedrill they encountered, most had red potential, with only a few having orange potential. This fact showed how rare it was to find Pokémon with high potential. Murkrow, with its green potential, was practically 1 in a million. The difference between red and orange potential Beedrill was clear. Orange potential Beedrill had an additional egg move and, in general, their growth was much more robust. At the same level, a red potential Beedrill was incapacitated after a single attack from Murkrow, while an orange potential one required at least 2 attacks to be defeated. It is for this clear difference that Pokémon with higher potential are so valuable. This also showed how much Team Rocket was investing in this test, given that the Pokémon with the lowest potential among the 300 participants had orange potential. The constant battles were beginning to affect Murkrow. Although it had the energy from mid-level poke blocks, mental fatigue was starting to outweigh physical exhaustion. Can you still keep going? Cain carefully massaged Murkrow to help it recover faster. Noticing the look of relief on its face, he asked gently. Murkrow nodded, though it wasn't much in the mood to speak, enjoying Cain's attention. Then let's make one last attempt before it gets dark. After a short rest, Cain and Murkrow left the safety of the Metapod territory and ventured into Beedrill territory. After wiping out several groups, the forests with Kakuna on the outskirts were fewer and fewer, and to find more, Cain had to venture deeper, which increased the risk since the Beedrill appeared faster. This time, after advancing for about 20 minutes, Cain finally found a forest teeming with Kakuna hanging from the trees. Upon seeing the large number of Kakuna, Cain couldn't help but wonder how it was possible for Beedrill to have such a high reproduction capacity. If there were no natural predators, these Pokémon could dominate the entire test island. Fortunately, nature follows the law of the strongest. Some Pokémon are so powerful that not even a large number of Beedrill could defeat them, which prevents these Pokémon from completely dominating. Just as Murkrow was preparing to use Gust to finish off all the Kakuna in one fell swoop, several Beedrill emerged from the trees. Cain frowned as he saw them appear so quickly. Something wasn't right. Those Beedrill had to be guarding the area beforehand. This situation indicated that the Beedrill colony was taking Cain and Murkrow very seriously. As a species that lives in swarms, it's not common for them to leave a place under the watch of just a few members. So their appearance could only mean one thing: they were prepared for Cain and Murkrow's arrival. As if they had stirred up a hornet's nest, a deafening buzzing resounded as more and more bee drill emerged from the forest. The sound was like a scream of fury, and the bee drill, already aggressive by nature, glared with rage at the duo who had wiped out nearly 100 of their companions and countless kakuna in just one day. This act, bordering on genocide, had unleashed their full wrath. Upon seeing the approaching horde of bee drill, Cain adopted a serious expression. It seemed the bee drill colony had a formidable leader who even knew how to set traps. It was like facing a wolf pack. One or two might not be dangerous, but a pack led by an alpha wolf was far more fearsome. The bee drill colony was behaving like a wolf pack, with more and more members appearing, gradually forming a circling trap. They couldn't afford to be surrounded. If they were, they'd be in serious danger. Cain began to quickly think of an escape route. The system was active, analyzing the situation. Craw craw. Murkrow roared at the bee drill colony. For him, even if the number of bee drill doubled, he would still be faster than them. But this would put Cain in danger, so he began to grow impatient, challenging the bee drill. Before the bee drill's encirclement was complete, Cain slowly started retreating with Murkrow. Bzzz. A louder buzz came from the rear of the bee drill colony. Suddenly, as if they had received an order, all the bee drill seemed to go mad. Their red eyes became even more intense, and their wings buzzing grew louder, like a rising wave. Murkrow, use Gust in front to block them. Then quickly use Peck to finish off the bee drill behind us. We need to retreat now. Cain gave the order calmly. Fortunately, the bee drill's circle wasn't complete. Most were in front, while only a few were behind. If they could eliminate the bee drill behind them before the front ones broke through the wind barrier, they could escape. In an instant, Murkrow summoned all the flying-type energy it could and created two massive white whirlwinds that rose between the bee drill and them, blocking their advance. Any bee drill that tried to pass through the whirlwinds was immediately swept up and incapacitated. Without looking back, Cain pulled a brown cloth from his belt and wrapped it around his head, covering everything except his eyes. He then dashed into the forest's depths. As for the two bee drill coming directly at him, Cain ignored them, trusting Murkrow to finish them off after using Gust. Bang! Bang! Just as Cain expected, Murkrow didn't disappoint. With a dark flash, Murkrow used Peck and knocked out the two remaining bee drill, leaving them unconscious on the ground. Peck was also a flying-type move, making it especially effective against bee drill. With the bee drill eliminated, Murkrow flew over Cain, ready to escort him during the escape. Buzz. Whoosh. Bang. Suddenly, a massive figure emerged from one of the whirlwinds, unfazed by Murkrow's attack. With a roar, a sharp stinger pierced through the tornado, dispersing it. Finally, Cain could see it was a giant bee drill, at least twice the size of a regular one. Cain glanced quickly behind him, and his heart skipped a beat. It was the leader of the bee drill colony, a Pokémon with the potential to become the absolute ruler. The distance was too great for the system to scan its data, but by its presence, it seemed even more formidable than the Pinsir they had defeated earlier. However, now wasn't the time to stay and fight. Although the leader Beedrill was a special Pokémon, Cain knew he couldn't stop. He picked up speed, and together with Murkrow, swiftly retreated. Murkrow launched several more gust attacks to block the way as they fled until they finally managed to leave the Beedrill colony behind. After about half an hour, Cain and Murkrow successfully evaded the Beedrill colony entirely. Deep within the Metapod territory, Cain collapsed, exhausted, against a tree, breathing heavily as he finally took a break. Fortunately, the nutrition he had been receiving had given him the necessary energy, and along with the breathing techniques he had learned in his previous life, he was able to endure the run. While catching his breath, Cain reflected on the number of Beedrill he had seen during the escape, feeling a growing headache. Initially, he had thought the Beedrill colony wasn't fully formed yet, and that even if there were many of them, with the right strategy, they could be eliminated little by little, turning it into the perfect place for Murkrow to train. But he hadn't expected the colony to quickly develop a leader capable of leading them so skillfully, which now posed a major challenge for Cain. In a colony, the difference between having a leader or not is immense. A competent leader can unite the group and turn it into a cohesive and lethal force. The appearance of the leader Beedrill had almost brought Cain and Murkrow's days to an end. Although the situation was complicated, it would be a shame for Cain and Murkrow to give up now. During their escape, Cain barely managed to catch a quick glimpse of the leader Beedrill, with no time to scan its data. But it was clear that, to have taken control of the colony so quickly and without dispute, it must have considerable potential and strength. This is a real challenge, isn't it? If all opponents lacked resistance, Murkrow would get bored too. In eliminating the Beedrill, Murkrow found no pleasure in the battle, only following Cain's orders strictly. Cain had noticed this, but he had no other choice until the leader Beedrill appeared. Cain could clearly feel the excitement emanating from Murkrow. While gently stroking Murkrow's sleek feathers, Cain shook his head and smiled resignedly, saying, "You're really a warrior, huh? As soon as a decent opponent shows up, you get all excited like this. Ka. To defeat a strong opponent with our own hands is the highest form of respect." Murkrow, excited, hopped back and forth, unable to contain his joy. Cain rubbed his head, feeling a bit of a headache. The Beedrill colony was now like a hedgehog curled up, difficult to attack. He decided to put that issue aside for now. Looking at the sun hanging in the sky, he jumped down from the tree. Night was approaching, and if they were to face the Beedrill, it would have to wait until the next day. He returned to the small hill he knew, lit a campfire, and, as usual, gave Murkrow a full massage. "Murkrow, if you want to face the Beedrill leader, you still lack a bit of strength. Prepare for a tough battle," Cain said while roasting some dried meat on a stick. "Ka." Hearing this, Murkrow nodded seriously. If he could become stronger, enduring a bit of hardship was nothing. Cain smiled slightly. "Then let's start now, with some exercise after dinner," he said while looking for 2 logs, each weighing about 5 kilograms. He tied them to Murkrow's wings with ropes he had prepared beforehand. As Murkrow flapped his wings lightly with the logs attached, he felt a noticeable weight. What was once as easy as flying like drinking water now became much more difficult. After a while, Murkrow finally adapted to the new pressure, needing more effort with each wing beat. Seeing that Murkrow had already adjusted to the weight, Cain nodded. "It looks like you've gotten used to it. Now fly around this tree 100 times. The tree was so large that 3 people together could barely wrap their arms around it. Its branches extended wide, and flying around it was about 20 meters per lap. Without hesitation, Murkrow began flying around the tree, lap after lap, not stopping. Night fell. Cain and Murkrow, having finished their training, gradually fell asleep. Another day had passed, 4 days since the last trial. Today was the 5th day, and in 2 days there would be another test. So regardless of whether or not they could resolve the Beedrill problem, in 1 more day, they would have to return. Cain lay alone, hidden in a bush, his body flat against the ground, covered with leaves and grass, with a scarf made from pieces of cloth wrapped around his head and camouflage paint on his face. Only his eyes were visible. His body emitted a strong scent of tree sap. If someone didn't get close, it was impossible to realize that there was a person there. Some small yellow Pokémon with red eyes flew over the bush where he was hiding, not noticing him at all, until the last of them flew by. That's right, the person hiding was Cain. In his previous life, as a member of Team Rocket, he had carried out all kinds of missions. This simple camouflage technique was no problem for him. Why was he in this situation? Because, at this moment, Cain's presence interfered with Murkrow's performance. If it weren't for protecting him, with Murkrow's speed, the Beedrill wouldn't have been able to catch him. So Cain decided to hide, waiting for all the Beedrill to chase Murkrow, so he could then calmly escape. The Pokémon that had flown over him were, of course, the enraged Beedrill. He waited for another 10 minutes until a black Pokémon landed softly next to the bush and let out a gentle caw. The Pokémon that had returned was Murkrow, who had just lured away the Beedrill. Following Cain's orders, Murkrow maintained a steady speed, slow enough for the Beedrill to follow, but not so slow that they could catch him. When the distance was sufficient, Murkrow used Tailwind to fly at full speed, leaving the Beedrill behind and then returning to Cain's hiding spot. Finally, Cain, who had remained completely still, slowly stood up, dusted off his clothes, and stretched his stiff legs. His untrained body was not used to staying hidden for so long. Cain took out a black poke block from his storage space and gave it to Murkrow to replenish his energy, nodding in satisfaction as a smile appeared on his face. Now that the Beedrill colony had been lured away, he could calmly explore the center of their territory. Walking through a forest where it seemed no human or Pokémon had stepped, Cain noticed that the ground was covered in weeds and bushes, with no clear path. There were nibbled leaves on the trees and ground, and some branches were wrapped in silk, probably left by the Weedle in their earlier stages. The air was filled with the smell of fresh leaves. Cain, along with Murkrow, headed straight to the center. After walking for about 10 minutes, they reached the heart of the territory. There they found an ancient tree, almost 3 times the size of the tree Cain usually stayed at, with a structure similar to a bird's nest, but made of mud. With Murkrow's help, Cain climbed to the edge of the nest, and when he saw what was inside, his eyes widened in astonishment. Inside the huge nest, there were a large number of Beedrill eggs, all nearly identical. If all these eggs hatched, they would turn into a large number of Weedle, which would eventually evolve into an army of Beedrill. Bug-type Pokémon, although they have the disadvantage of a short lifespan, reproduce so quickly that other Pokémon can't match them. Still surprised, Cain activated the system to scan all the data of the Pokémon eggs. A series of data flashed quickly before his eyes. Most of the eggs had a red quality, with a few orange ones occasionally standing out. Given the huge number, there were even 1 or 2 with yellow quality. After a while, all the data had been scanned. Out of a total of over 500 Beedrill eggs, only 3 had yellow quality and 25 had orange quality. Cain took a deep breath, feeling a headache. What should he do with all these Pokémon eggs? Destroying them held no value or purpose, and while Cain could be ruthless, it was only towards his enemies. As Cain pondered, Murkrow, who was nearby, patted his leg. Caw, caw. Murkrow tapped his leg, raising his head and pointing toward the upper branches. Following Murkrow's direction, Cain saw a smaller, more elaborate nest at the top of the tree. With Murkrow's help, Cain approached the upper nest. This must have been the leader Beedrill's nest. Inside the nest were 3 Pokémon eggs. He activated the system again, and the data that appeared left him speechless. Of the 3 eggs, 2 had yellow quality, and 1 even had green quality. Pokémon, Weedle, egg form, green. Gender, female. Level, 1. Type, bug, poison. Ability, unknown. Held item, none. Egg moves, bug bite, focus energy. Basic moves, none. Learned moves, none. TM moves, none. Cain swallowed unconsciously. This was the first time he had seen a green quality Pokémon before it was born. Although it was just a Weedle, when a Pokémon had green quality, the limitations of its species were much smaller. This egg must be the child of the leader Beedrill. Seeing the quality of these 3 eggs, the leader Beedrill's quality must be yellow or even green. In quality inheritance, unless something unusual happens, a Pokémon's quality is usually within a similar range to its parents. This means that if the parents have yellow quality, their offspring will be at least orange and generally yellow. If they are especially talented, they could even be green. If the parents have different qualities, there will be various combinations, but the lowest quality will be no more than 1 level below the lowest parent, and the highest will not exceed the highest parent by more than 1 level. So, the parents of the green quality Weedle egg likely had yellow quality and might even be green. Cain took a random piece of cloth and wrapped the green quality Weedle egg in it. He tied it firmly to his back and jumped lightly to make sure it wouldn't fall. Pokémon eggs can't be stored in the storage space, as they would lose their vitality and become dead eggs. The storage space is generally for inanimate objects. If something alive is placed inside, it dies instantly. Cain wouldn't let a green-quality Pokémon egg slip away. Whether he used it himself in the future or sold it to Team Rocket or someone else, he could get something valuable in return. As a former Pokémon hunter, Cain was entirely familiar with these kinds of operations. With just this green-quality Pokémon egg, Cain could already consider the operation a complete success. As for the other 2 yellow-quality Pokémon eggs, if he could take them, Cain would gladly do so, as the parents of these eggs were also quite talented. Although they were relatively weaker compared to the green-quality egg, they were still valuable and rare. Even though both were yellow quality, there was a significant difference between those whose parents were yellow quality and those whose parents were green quality. But since he couldn't take the other 2, it was no longer necessary. The value of a yellow quality Pokémon didn't compare to that of a green quality one. The difference was almost exponential. With Murkrow's help, Cain packed the Pokémon egg and returned to the surface. Taking advantage of the fact that the Beedrill swarm hadn't returned yet, Cain left the dangerous area. Unlike the path he took to enter, Cain and Murkrow walked in the opposite direction from the center of the forest to avoid crossing paths with the returning Beedrill. Just as Cain was leaving the Beedrill nest with the Pokémon egg, the swarm's leader, who was far away, suddenly felt a pang in her heart, as if she had lost something very important. She immediately thought of the 3 Pokémon eggs she had left in the nest and was alarmed. Bzzz. Bzzz. As if she had gone mad, the Beedrill leader began screaming frantically, scaring the other Beedrill around her, who didn't dare to breathe. Without hesitation, she flew rapidly toward the nest, the first to leave. By that time, Cain had already fully exited Beedrill territory and had successfully avoided the frantic group of Beedrill flying back to the nest. He now found himself back in Metapod territory. The original plan was to avoid all the Beedrill and then destroy their nest. That way, the Beedrill, suddenly homeless, would surely search for the enemy frantically and be preoccupied with rebuilding their nest, allowing Cain and Murkrow to seize the opportunity without falling into another Beedrill ambush. In fact, if they played it right, they might encounter a reduced number of Beedrill each time and gradually wipe out the entire swarm. However, he hadn't expected to find a green-quality Pokémon egg in the Beedrill nest. Changing the plan for this was perfectly acceptable. But what Cain didn't know is that stealing that Pokémon egg would have far more severe consequences than merely destroying the Beedrill nest. The Beedrill leader flew back to the nest at top speed, leaving behind the other Beedrill who couldn't keep up. When she saw that only 2 of the 3 Pokémon eggs remained, a wave of fury overtook her, and madness reflected in her eyes, which were already red by nature. Her murderous intent enveloped her entire body. The Beedrill that arrived after her, upon seeing that one of their leader's eggs had been stolen, also went insane. To the entire colony, the leader was everything. Her high quality elevated the whole colony. But now, someone had stolen the leader's highest quality offspring, which meant the hope of the entire colony had been taken away. Bzzz. Bzzz. The entire forest was filled with enraged, out-of-control Beedrill. Suddenly, an image appeared in the Beedrill leader's mind, that small black Pokémon and the human who accompanied it. Perhaps due to the connection between parent and child, the Beedrill leader sensed that her child had been taken by that human and his Pokémon. Full of rage, the Beedrill leader let out a loud cry. Upon hearing it, all the Beedrill raised their heads and looked at her, like soldiers awaiting orders from their supreme king. The 2 pairs of wings on her back vibrated frantically, making her figure blur. The Beedrill leader flew out of the nest, following the scent of the Pokémon egg in the air. All the Beedrill followed her. With the entire Beedrill colony mobilized, the whole forest began to stir. All the Pokémon that saw the Beedrill pass by quickly moved aside. Any Pokémon with even a little awareness could feel the tension in the air, and upon seeing them, immediately backed away. Following Cain's escape route, the Beedrill approached the Metapod territory, finally stopping at its edge. In the entire forest, the Pokémon the Beedrill hated the most were Butterfree, and their biggest rivals were also Butterfree. However, since Butterfree were peaceful and didn't usually initiate conflicts, and the Beedrill didn't want to provoke an enemy with the same reproductive capacity, both groups had lived in relative peace. But as the furious Beedrill flew into Butterfree territory, the Butterfree, sensing the threat, quickly gathered as well. On the border between the two territories, the two colonies finally faced each other for the first time. Bzzz. Bzzz. Sensing the scent of her child's egg in the air, the Beedrill leader completely ignored the presence of the Butterfree. The smell of the egg clearly came from enemy territory. Fui 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 fui. The Butterfree leader flew out to confront the Beedrill, issuing warnings. Paying no attention to the Butterfree leader's words, the Beedrill leader let out a cry and charged into Butterfree territory. The Butterfree leader tried to stop her, but two Beedrill blocked him. Without proper preparation, the Butterfree colony wasn't fully assembled, and their numbers were much smaller than the Beedrills. Moreover, the Beedrill were full of fury, fighting with all their might. Though the Butterfree tried their best to stop them, about 10 Beedrill managed to break through the defenses. Of course, the first to break through was the Beedrill leader. Fui fui. The Butterfree leader screamed in desperation, but he couldn't immediately defeat the two Beedrill holding him back and could only watch helplessly as the Beedrill leader rushed deeper into his territory. Meanwhile, Cain and Murkrow were resting at their camp. The Beedrill leader's egg was wrapped in a pile of leaves and lay on the ground, while Murkrow enjoyed his favorite poke block. Cain, with his hands behind his head, had no idea that his actions had triggered a war between two great colonies. Having reached the level of a quasi-elite trainer in his past life and gained some status in Team Rocket, he no longer needed to capture Pokémon personally to trade for resources, which had led him to forget that Pokémon eggs shared a special connection with their parents. By not blocking the eggs sent in time, he had only wrapped it in leaves to hide its trail. Murkrow, having stopped eating, raised his head, sensing danger approaching with his sharp instincts. Cain slowly sat up, looking curiously at Murkrow and asked, "What is it, Murkrow?" Just after asking, Cain faintly heard the buzzing of bees in the distance. His face changed, and he stared toward the north. A yellow figure gradually appeared on the horizon, followed by smaller but similar ones. Beedrill, Cain said, recognizing the familiar silhouettes of the Pokémon he'd been dealing with in recent days. "I can't believe they followed us here. It seems we really hit a nerve." Cain couldn't help but smile when he saw the Beedrill leader. Murkrow, on the other hand, was excited, having always wanted to fight him but never getting the chance. He completely ignored the other Beedrill accompanying their leader. Cain suddenly grinned. It seemed the Beedrill colony had paid a heavy price to reach them. However, if it was only a few Beedrill, Cain and Murkrow had nothing to worry about. The Beedrill leader, suddenly losing the egg's trail, immediately spotted the two familiar figures. At that moment, all her suspicions were confirmed, and enraged, she charged toward them without hesitation. "Murkrow, get ready to fight," Cain said softly, watching the approaching figures. Murkrow, having just finished eating, let out a cry and soared rapidly into the sky. "Use Tailwind right away, and when you reach them, use Whirlwind to stop the Beedrill leader while taking out the wounded Beedrill with Astonish and Peck. After that, you'll finally get your long-awaited fight with the Beedrill leader." In the next instant, a gust of wind surrounded Murkrow, transforming him into a black shadow as the flying-type moves increased his speed. Without hesitation, he unleashed a whirlwind, forming a wall of wind that blocked the Beedrill leader's advance. The black shadow of Murkrow flickered repeatedly, his speed enhanced by training his wings. With a series of pecking attacks, he took down several wounded Beedrill, leaving them out of commission. The Beedrill leader broke through the whirlwind barrier, but 6 Beedrill in good condition remained, attacking Murkrow with fury attack. Though Murkrow dodged skillfully, he was hit by 2 Beedrill in a moment of weakness. The battle began to intensify, and Cain finally had a chance to scan the Beedrill leader. Pokémon: Beedrill, leader, light green. Gender: female. Level: 17. Type: bug/poison. Ability: swarm. Held item: leadership, can improve a Pokémon's talent by 1 rank lower. Egg moves, Bug Bite, Pin Missile. Basic moves, Fury Attack, Rage, Fury, Pursuit. Learned moves, Drill, Run, Agility. TM moves, none. Leadership is an ability possessed only by leader Pokémon. It can improve the talent of a Pokémon and gain the loyalty of others of its species. Upon observing the data on the Beedrill leader, Cain couldn't help but feel surprised. He had his own assumptions about the Beedrill leader situation, but he hadn't expected something like the leadership ability. In his previous life, as a Pokémon hunter for many years, and having reached the level of a quasi-elite trainer, Cain had only encountered the leadership ability twice. This phenomenon is incredibly rare, as it can elevate a Pokémon's quality by one minor rank, which is extremely valuable. Moreover, as the leader of the entire colony, all the resource support is focused on this Pokémon, meaning that those with the leadership ability usually don't have insignificant achievements. In terms of Pokémon quality, there are 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black. However, upon closer inspection, each color can be subdivided into 3 sublevels based on the intensity of the color. For example, the quality of the Beedrill leader is light green, just at the lowest green level, meaning there is still a significant difference compared to green and dark green. Murkrow has green quality, though in a darker shade, very close to dark green. Without the help of special items, Murkrow may never reach the dark green level. Therefore, the Beedrill leader's original quality should have been dark yellow, but due to the leadership ability, its quality was raised to light green. As the leader's offspring, the Weedle egg with green quality is the most valuable in the entire colony. If raised properly, it could become the strongest member of the colony and even improve the overall quality of all the Beedrill. It's no wonder the Beedrill leader was so furious upon discovering that its best offspring had disappeared. This also explains why the entire Beedrill colony went into a frenzy after the egg's disappearance. Cain's actions had shaken the very foundation of the Beedrill colony, with more severe consequences than if he had eliminated a large number of Kakuna. These thoughts quickly passed through Cain's mind. Meanwhile, after taking down the injured Beedrill, Murkrow received some attacks. Although they weren't severe, they did pose a danger. "Caw!" Murkrow cried, its sharp screech affecting the nearby Beedrill. 2 of them were paralyzed with fear. Taking advantage of their confusion, Murkrow channeled flying energy between its wings, and with a slight flap, it used the Gust ability, enveloping all the nearby Beedrill. Flying-type energy is extremely powerful against Bug-type Pokémon. After releasing the Gust move, Murkrow didn't stop flapping its wings, increasing the attack's damage and keeping the Beedrill leader at bay. As the intensity of the attack grew, the Beedrill trapped in the Gust were hurled to the ground, knocked out. Bang! Finally, the last Beedrill fell to the ground, unable to continue the battle. With a powerful flap, Murkrow stopped the Gust, and the swirling air dissipated with a dull sound. Now, only the Beedrill leader and Murkrow remained in the air. The Beedrill leader was the first to move, transforming into a white flash, its stingers aimed at Murkrow. It was the agility move. "Murkrow, use Peck," Cain commanded. With the order, Murkrow's eyes narrowed, its beak glowing with a white light charged with flying energy, and it shot towards the Beedrill leader. Bang! The 2 Pokémon collided instantly and were thrown back by the force of their attacks. The Beedrill leader's body showed signs of distortion as an uncontrollable fury began to burn. It activated the Rage move, which increases its attack power when it takes damage after using a move. Cain wasn't concerned about the Beedrill leader's use of the Rage move. As long as enough distance was maintained, Murkrow would still have the advantage. "Murkrow, maintain Tailwind and use Gust," Cain calmly ordered. After the first collision, the 2 Pokémon distanced themselves again. In an instant, Murkrow formed another Gust and launched it toward the Beedrill leader. The Beedrill leader grew increasingly frustrated by the tornado blocking its path, charged with flying energy. With mounting fury, it rushed toward Murkrow, ignoring the Gust. It quickly flailed its stingers, dispersing the wind with its Fury Attack move. Murkrow was startled to see the Beedrill leader ignoring its attack, but before it could react, the Beedrill leader appeared in front of it with another agility move. Murkrow, don't just stand there, use Astonish. The Beedrill leader struck fiercely with its stingers, causing intense pain to Murkrow, who, enduring the pain, let out a screech that interrupted the Beedrill leader's attack. Murkrow then retreated, keeping a safe distance. The battle continued like this, with Murkrow retreating and using Gust, while the Beedrill leader pushed through to get close and attack. This cycle repeated 7 or 8 times. Murkrow began to feel its body growing numb from the pain, and its wings felt heavy. The Beedrill leader was also exhausted, panting in the air. Despite having light green quality and a powerful body as a leader, it had endured multiple gusts, which were highly effective against its type, yet it still hadn't fallen. Its strength was truly impressive. Although the Beedrill leader's level was 3 times higher than Murkrow's, Murkrow had the advantage of speed and attack type. Cain, who had been watching and directing the battle, continued to give precise orders. Murkrow, use Roost. As both Pokémon started losing speed, whoever could last longer would be the victor. There was no denying that the Beedrill leader had remarkable abilities, worthy of a Pokémon raised with the colony's resources. At Cain's command, Murkrow descended to the ground. Its numb body nearly caused it to lose balance, but the effect of Roost quickly began to take hold. The Earth's energy flowed through its legs, spreading throughout its body, and the comforting warmth helped restore sensation to its aching body. The Beedrill leader didn't understand why its opponent had suddenly landed, but its combat instinct warned that Murkrow was recovering while it weakened. It couldn't allow this to continue. The Beedrill leader decided to attack immediately to interrupt Murkrow's recovery. Although its decision was correct, its state no longer allowed it to move as quickly as before, and it couldn't even use agility. By the time the Beedrill leader finally reached Murkrow, it had already finished recovering with Roost and opened its eyes suddenly, filled with determination. Although they were rivals, Murkrow respected the Beedrill leader as an opponent. Cain, who knew Murkrow well after so much time together, understood its intentions when he saw the look in its eyes. With a resigned smile, he said, "Murkrow, do as you wish." "Caw!" Murkrow cried, flapping its wings and rushed toward the Beedrill leader. This time, Murkrow didn't dodge. The exhausted Beedrill leader could only attack mechanically. The blows echoed through the air as both Pokémon's bodies clashed repeatedly. Little by little, the Beedrill leader lost its strength. The fury in its eyes faded, and it saw the respect Murkrow had for it. With one final, powerful strike, Murkrow hit the Beedrill leader, who fell to the ground, unconscious. Murkrow, who had braced for an attack, stared in surprise at the Beedrill leader on the ground, finally realizing it had won. "Caw! Caw!" it cried in excitement, celebrating its victory over the strongest opponent it had ever faced. Cain approached slowly, observing the unconscious Beedrill leader on the ground. Finally, he let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had always trusted Murkrow, he couldn't help but worry until the opponent was definitively out of the fight. Suddenly, Cain was surprised and then smiled. He hadn't expected Murkrow to level up after defeating the Beedrill leader. The system responded to his thought and scanned Murkrow. Pokémon, Murkrow green. Gender, male. Level, 15. Type, dark flying. Ability, prankster, allows status moves to go first. Held item, none. Egg moves, punishment, feint attack, roost. Basic moves, peck, astonish, pursuit, haze, wing attack. Learned moves, snatch, tailwind, gust. TM moves, none. Murkrow had successfully reached level 15 and learned wing attack, a flying-type move with a power of 60, now its strongest flying attack. After the euphoria, Murkrow nearly collapsed due to the side effects of Roost. Its body was completely exhausted, and after so many consecutive battles, it barely had any strength left. Cain quickly caught Murkrow as it fell. With a resigned smile, he gave it a gentle pat on the head. "I told you not to be reckless. See what happened." His tone was full of affection and exasperation. Although Murkrow had lost its strength, Cain was satisfied, knowing it had defeated a formidable opponent. Cain gently placed Murkrow on the ground and took out the emergency healing spray, carefully spraying each of the Pokémon's wounds. Immediately, Murkrow felt a cool sensation on the wounds, and the pain began to subside. After a moment, the wound, which had regained sensitivity, started to hurt again. It was the disinfectant taking effect. While Murkrow made a sound that was uncertain whether it was of relief or irritation, Cain finished using the entire spray. After eating some poke blocks, Murkrow slowly regained control of his body and managed to stand up. Cain stopped Murkrow when he tried to fly and lifted him in his arms. With Murkrow's current weight, Cain had to exert some effort to carry him. Meanwhile, at the border between the Butterfree and Beedrill territories, the air was filled with the scent of death. On the ground, the trees, the bushes, and the fallen leaves, there were corpses of Beedrill and Butterfree everywhere. The Beedrill swarm, which initially had the advantage, lost their numerical superiority when more Butterfree arrived at the battlefield from different places. Moreover, the Butterfree leader was still in the fight, while the Beedrill leader had disappeared into the forest, leading to heavier losses for the Beedrill. As more of their members died, even the usually peaceful Butterfree became enraged and started attacking the Beedrill with all their might, resulting in even more Beedrill deaths. At the moment when Murkrow defeated the Beedrill leader, all the Beedrill seemed to sense something. The energy surrounding them suddenly vanished. For an instant, all the Beedrill froze, forgetting they were in the middle of a battle. After taking some attacks from the Butterfree, several Beedrill permanently lost their ability to fight. But despite this, the Beedrill began to scream desperately. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. They had already realized what they had lost, their leader. The aura of their leader was fading. The leader was like their king, and with the king's death, his subjects were left devastated. Some Beedrill lost their minds and, regardless of the Butterfree's attacks, tried to break through enemy lines, but fell before they could get close. More and more Beedrill went mad. Suddenly, a noticeably stronger Beedrill stopped screaming and made a few sounds toward the others. All the Beedrill shuddered, as if they had been doused with cold water on a hot day. The Beedrill, who previously seemed desolate, started to regain the light in their eyes. Finally, under the leadership of the stronger Beedrill, they began to retreat. The Beedrill that returned, after arriving with such momentum, numbered less than 100. If someone looked closely, they would notice that a sort of mysterious aura was beginning to envelop the leading Beedrill. This aura was the origin of the leadership ability. When all members of a group are tightly united, this energy appears, which eventually turns into the leadership ability. The Beedrill swarm retreated, and the Butterfree also returned to the forest with the bodies of their fallen comrades. Thus ended the fierce battle between the two species. After nearly 3 hours, Murkrow finally recovered from the side effects of Roost, and that was thanks to the poke blocks that sped up his recovery. So, while Roost is a useful move, it shouldn't be used frequently or considered a routine move. For today, and at Cain's insistence, Murkrow did not train but continued recovering under Cain's careful massage. When dawn arrived again, Murkrow had fully recovered. Cain was preparing breakfast under a tree, while Murkrow, full of energy, flew around the tree at full speed, with 2 thick branches tied to his wings. During the close combat with the Beedrill leader the previous day, Cain and Murkrow realized they needed to strengthen Murkrow's wings. After leveling up, Murkrow felt his body had grown stronger. Before, he would tire after flying 100 laps, but now, after 100 laps, he still had energy left. After a short break and eating some poke blocks prepared by Cain, Murkrow continued training. He untied the branches from his wings and began striking the tree, the sound of his blows echoing. After finishing breakfast, Cain joined the training. He started with sprints up and down a slope, followed by sit-ups and push-ups. Mornings are the best time for training, and after an exhausting session, both the human and the Pokémon collapsed on the grass, gazing at the blue sky, feeling completely relaxed. After lunch, Cain and Murkrow set off on the road back. Today was already the 6th day, and tomorrow was the day when Team Rocket would regroup. As they passed the border between the Butterfree and Beedrill territories, Cain fell silent at the devastation in the forest. He couldn't believe that a simple impulsive act had triggered a war between two species. Looking at the now ravaged forest, with corpses everywhere, Cain could imagine the magnitude of the losses for the Beedrill swarm. Not only Beedrill, but as they crossed Butterfree territory, the once visible metapod were missing, and Butterfree had become extremely rare. For both species, the losses were enormous. After a brief reflection, Cain continued on toward Beedrill territory. Cain, who had already gone through many hardships, was used to such things. This had always been a cruel world. If you don't have enough strength, death is inevitable. That kind of useless compassion was something Cain had abandoned a long time ago. Apart from the people closest to him and his Pokémon, Cain trusted no one and showed no mercy. Compassion is for the weak. The strong are used to facing death. Cain had been a Pokémon hunter in his previous life and had witnessed far worse massacres than this. Weakness is the original sin. Upon re-entering the forest in Beedrill territory, Cain felt a sense of familiarity. However, the forest, once teeming with life, now seemed desolate. Kakuna were no longer seen in the trees. "I hope they're smart enough not to seek trouble," Cain murmured. Given the current state of the Beedrill swarm, Cain wasn't afraid of them at all. Without their leader, the Beedrill were a disorganized gang that Murkrow could easily defeat. Cain and Murkrow crossed the forest, which had once taken them nearly 2 hours to traverse, in just 1 hour. Throughout the journey, they didn't encounter a single Beedrill. It seemed they had all retreated. Cain was satisfied with the Beedrill's attitude. They could no longer offer Murkrow much in terms of experience. If they didn't cause more problems, Cain and Murkrow wouldn't pursue them. After crossing Beedrill territory, signs of other Pokémon began to appear. The return trip was almost identical to the way in. Passing the place where they had fought the trio, the signs of the battle had vanished, except for a few bloodstains on the ground. Arriving at the Zubat cave, Cain retrieved the items he had stored there and packed them into his storage belt. Originally, Cain had only planned to explore a little, but he ended up staying out for several days, though the rewards were great. Moreover, this place was still the border between the forest's peripheral and central zones, and the Pokémon here were no longer strong enough for Murkrow's training needs. Even if it wasn't for treasure hunting, Cain probably would have left this place within a day or two. Inside the cave, there were no signs of Pokémon activity, but outside the cave, footprints of various Pokémon could be seen passing through. Perhaps the accumulated fear of the Zubat had been enough to keep other Pokémon away, but sooner or later, they would enter the cave. In fact, in a few days, the cave would likely become home to other Pokémon. Cain didn't look back as he walked away from the cave. This cave was just a small stop in the lives of Cain and Murkrow, one that wouldn't leave a lasting mark. Just like this trial island, which was only another station in their lives. It may be important, but it definitely wasn't the most important. Team Rocket had managed to bring so many children to this island without anyone noticing and conduct what they called trials. So, this island wasn't just a simple island. Although the Pokémon on the island weren't high-level, their quality was significantly better than those elsewhere. In the outside world, one might encounter thousands of Pokémon before finding one of excellent quality, but on this island, Cain had already found 2 outstanding Pokémon just in the Beedrill swarm. Additionally, Pokémon of decent quality were much more common here. It's likely that this was just one of many secret islands controlled by Team Rocket, and its secrets were something that Cain, even in his past life as a quasi-elite level trainer, had never had the right to know. Cain's thoughts wandered as he walked, and before the sun set, Cain and Murkrow finally arrived again at Team Rocket's base. Looking at the entrance to the base, Cain felt like he was staring at a large mouth that devoured everyone who approached. Without hesitation, he clutched the bag containing the Weedle egg against his back and disappeared into the darkness. Through the long entrance, as Cain entered the base, his view gradually widened. Compared to when he left, there were almost no significant changes to the entire base. The only difference was that the crowd seemed a bit thinner, and the empty base gave off a sense of desolation. It was possible that some people who had left had not yet returned. After all, tomorrow was when the real test would take place. If it weren't for the need to get rid of the valuable Pokémon egg he carried on his back, Cain wouldn't have returned so early. Compared to life in the wild, the base seemed more comfortable and safe. A person who was training their Pokémon in a corner saw Cain enter and showed an expression of joy. He quickly stopped his training and disappeared from the plaza with his small Pokémon. Cain also noticed that person out of the corner of his eye but didn't pay much attention. He was just a weakling who depended on others to survive. He headed straight to the exchange center, occasionally passing by a few people in small groups. When they saw him, they always showed slight confusion, a hint of surprise, and a touch of malicious satisfaction. In the accommodation area, reserved for the testers of the base, in a room clearly larger than the others, a young man was sitting in the center of the room, smiling as he stroked the scales of an Ekans coiled beside him. On either side of him, there were about 8 people, all accompanied by their Pokémon, but none dared make the slightest sound, or even look directly into the eyes of the young man sitting in the center. "Xander, Boss Xander, that boy has returned." A shadow quickly rushed from the door toward the young man, but upon reaching him, all the words he had in mind got stuck in his throat, and he finally managed to say only that one sentence. Indeed, the young man sitting in the middle of the room was Xander, first place in the first trial. According to the original course, he should also have been the undisputed winner of the base's final test. "Oh, is it that boy who came in second place?" Hearing what the newcomer said, Xander's smile faded, and he straightened in his seat. His eyes sharpened, focusing intensely on the person who came to report. Sensing his master's murderous intent, the Ekans, which had been calm until that moment, also raised its body, flicking its forked tongue and showing a cold, deadly intent in its elongated eyes. Gulp. The young man who came to report felt Xander's gaze and Ekans' killer eyes, as if a sharp blade brushed against his skin. He swallowed hard, nodding stiffly, yes, yes, yes. Upon hearing the confirmation, Xander's body relaxed, and he leaned back in his chair. Ekans also returned to its previous position, but for some reason, the young informant felt even colder. "No wonder I took notice of him. He managed to survive out there for so long and has returned safe and sound." "Ha, ha." Xander laughed, but there was no joy in his laughter. Among the 8 people sitting below, a robust young man of about 17 or 18 suddenly stood up, speaking in a deep voice. "Boss Xander, that boy who came in second only did so with some tricks. Let me bring him to you." With that, he turned to leave. However, before he could move, Xander stopped him with his hand. "Rockwell, there's no need. I want to see how he performs tomorrow," Xander said with a smile. "Yes." The young man called Rockwell responded again in a deep voice and then sat down again. In reality, he was just pretending. If he were asked to risk his life for Xander, he wouldn't. Despite his clumsy appearance, he was shrewd inside. After Cain had left the base for a few days, Xander had openly organized his own force within the base. A key reason for this was his strength. To survive in a place like this, strength was crucial, but it wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was ruthlessness. Defeating those who opposed him, then killing their Pokémon, and finally forcing the opponent to watch as his Ekans devoured them. With these ruthless actions and his great power, he quickly attracted a group of followers. In such a ruthless place, only 50 people would survive in the end. The weak would be eliminated sooner or later, so the only way to survive was to rely on a strong person, becoming their follower. If that person was strong enough to come out on top, they could ensure the lives of some of their followers. This was the mercy that Team Rocket showed to the strong. The entire test was designed to provide talent for Team Rocket. All who managed to survive would be highly valued and take on important positions in the future. Therefore, this test was a hellish battlefield, but it could also be seen as a ladder to power. If one managed to survive, they would eventually become a powerful trainer. With Team Rocket's backing, becoming someone of great influence wouldn't be impossible. Perhaps for those who belong to the Pokémon League, following their normal growth path would make them respected Pokémon trainers, living a carefree life. But for those born as commoners or in poverty, this might be their only chance. And most of the people brought to this island were commoners or people who couldn't even afford a proper meal, like Cain. Raised in a poor neighborhood, he ate food he found in dumpsters, so when he arrived on the island, his body was weak and thin. But there were also people like Xander, who already lived in good conditions. Coming to the island was both a way to train and a means of gaining prestige. In fact, Xander's brother is a Team Rocket officer who also rose from the trial island. Now he has reached a nearly high-ranking position in Team Rocket. That's why Xander, as his younger brother, didn't believe his own talent was inferior. Upon hearing about this trial from his brother, he used his influence to join the testers and be sent to the island. Also, through secret dealings, he obtained an Ekans of excellent quality. As the unevolved version of Arbok, which his brother uses as his emblem, Xander knew perfectly well how to train an Ekans. And he believed that his current Ekans had already reached the best state possible for its level. Everything had gone smoothly so far, leading him to his current position. Perhaps influenced by his brother's personality, Xander was also an unpredictable man. After showing his cruel side, he gathered a group of followers to gain more resources and better train his Pokémon. As for who would stay or go after the final test, that would depend entirely on his mood. Xander, filled with ambition, had no intention of being just a decorative figure in Team Rocket. If he was going to do it, he was going to do it to the best of his ability. His minimum goal was to surpass his brother, and the first step to achieving that was to become an executive of Team Rocket. By becoming an executive of Team Rocket, he would have truly entered the upper ranks. Then, relying on his talent, it wouldn't be impossible to go even further. Whenever he thought about his future, Xander would get excited, licking his lips with a dark smile. Cain, who had gone straight to the exchange center, had no idea about any of this, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. In his second chance, he had only one goal: to become strong. Anyone who stood in his way would be destroyed. Xander was someone Cain had been subordinate to in his past life, someone he could never investigate or confront. But in this life, even if he knew about him, he wouldn't flinch. With his system activated ahead of time, Cain was confident he wouldn't lose to anyone. He untied the straps that secured the Pokémon egg to his back, and under the astonished gaze of the exchange clerk, he gently placed the Weedle egg on the counter. Cain decided to use this Pokémon egg to get points. Although this Pokémon might not be of poor quality when born, and as a bug type, it would grow quickly, making it useful in combat in a short amount of time, Cain decided to abandon it. This is because it was only a Pokémon egg, and there was no way to know how long it would take to hatch. If it hatched just as the trial was ending, what use would it be to Cain? Even if it hatched in a few days and Cain managed to train it, in the final battle, only one Pokémon could be used. For Cain, it would not only be of no help but would also cost him resources to train, becoming a burden. And most importantly, the lifespan of Beedrill's final evolution is too short. If Cain invested effort in training it and it became a key member of his team, due to its short lifespan, its performance would decline, eventually becoming almost useless. As for Beedrill's Mega Evolution, it's worth remembering that not even the Pokémon League knows about Mega Evolution at this time, and Mega Stones are extremely rare. Even if one were to be found by chance, what are the odds that it would be a stone specifically for Beedrill's Mega Evolution? For all these reasons, Cain decided to trade it for points, to obtain more valuable resources now and focus on training Murkrow. Ignoring the astonished gaze of the clerk, Cain calmly said, "I want to trade this for points." "Are you sure?" The exchange clerk asked symbolically, looking at Cain as if he were seeing a fool. Cain nodded without responding. Although Pokémon eggs are not common in the wild, they are not impossible to find either. So why do many people choose to ignore them rather than bring them in to exchange for points? You must know that if a Pokémon is born and raised with its trainer from the beginning, the bond and trust between them become very strong. This makes Pokémon eggs, with the same quality as a hatched Pokémon, often more valuable. However, since Pokémon eggs found in the wild cannot be assessed for their quality until the Pokémon hatches, people generally don't risk bringing them back. The Pokémon League scientists have already developed portable instruments that can measure Pokémon quality. Although they are extremely expensive, rich and demanding trainers do not hesitate to use them. However, to assess the quality of a Pokémon, you not only need to catch it, but you also must use costly materials, something most people can't afford. As for instruments to assess Pokémon egg quality, technology hasn't advanced enough to make them portable yet. Moreover, they also require significant resources. Unless it is known for sure that the egg's parents have good potential, usually, no one bothers to evaluate the quality of an egg. Even if, against all odds, an egg has yellow-level quality, those who can afford these instruments wouldn't be interested in a yellow-quality Pokémon. And green-quality eggs are even rarer. That's why, when Cain said he wanted to exchange the Pokémon egg for points, the exchange clerk looked at him like a fool. But Cain didn't want to give more explanations. Should he say that he could evaluate that the Pokémon inside the egg had green-level quality? That would likely alert even Instructor Viper at the base. Have you thought this through? Just assessing the quality of a Pokémon egg costs 100 points. Even if the egg turns out to have basic quality, it will only be worth 100 points. If you don't have enough points. The clerk trailed off, not finishing the sentence. If you don't have enough points, well, you'll have to pay with your life. In Team Rocket, there's no such thing as credit. Cain nodded again, somewhat resigned. If he didn't evaluate it, the egg would only be worth 1 point, as if it had red-level quality. Seeing Cain was determined, the exchange clerk said no more. Although he didn't know why the boy was so sure, if the Pokémon inside the egg didn't reach basic quality, unless Cain could pay the 100 points, he'd have to say goodbye to it forever. Basic quality is one of the categories Team Rocket, and indeed the entire Pokémon World, uses to classify Pokémon quality. The categories are no quality, basic quality, medium quality, high quality, and superior quality. These categories correspond to red, orange, yellow, green, and higher qualities. Cain placed the Weedle egg in the evaluation machine's compartment, closing the transparent lid. He took a test tube from the shelf and poured the liquid into the machine's inlet. This liquid, known as analysis fluid, is expensive to produce, making each evaluation costly. After pressing the start button, the machine began humming to life. Ding! The first light, representing no quality, lit up immediately. All Pokémon eggs activate this light since the minimum quality of any Pokémon is red. In the blink of an eye, the second light turned on, indicating the Pokémon inside the egg had basic quality, equivalent to the orange quality detected by Cain's system. Not bad, at least it has basic quality, so you won't have to worry about covering the cost of the evaluation, the exchange clerk smiled. Cain shrugged indifferently. After all, it was just orange quality. The evaluation didn't stop there. With the basic quality light growing brighter, 10 seconds passed, and the medium quality light began to blink. The exchange clerk began looking at Cain differently. Initially, he had taken him for a fool, but it turned out to be a medium-quality Pokémon egg. When a Pokémon egg reaches medium quality, the minimum exchange is 1,000 points. This meant the young man was about to obtain over 1,000 points. In the entire trial, this would represent a huge advantage. Aside from a few testers with existing connections, this boy could surpass everyone else with these resources. The medium-quality light continued to intensify until it reached its full brightness after 30 seconds. Then, the high-quality light began to shine faintly. High quality. It actually reached high quality. The exchange clerk exclaimed loudly before covering his mouth with his hand, unable to hide the astonishment in his eyes. After working for Team Rocket for so long, he knew the value of a high-quality Pokémon egg. We're talking about points in the tens of thousands. Even after all these years of work, he had never acquired that many points. This was high quality, and on top of that, it was a Pokémon egg, which is even more valuable than a wild Pokémon of the same quality that has already grown. Once this egg enters the Team Rocket exchange system, higher-ranked members will seek it out desperately. Even officers might show interest. Cain frowned, annoyed by the clerk's exclamation. This was a trial, and if anyone found out he suddenly possessed so many points, everyone would be willing to join forces to eliminate him and split his points. For those aiming to be at the top, Cain, with so many points, would become the biggest obstacle. The exchange clerk realized his mistake as well. Luckily, it was nighttime, and no one else was in the exchange center, or he might have caused serious trouble for the young man. When he looked back at Cain, there was only astonishment in his eyes, along with a trace of well-hidden greed. Though it was well concealed, Cain noticed it. Knowing full well the value of more than 10,000 points, Cain perfectly understood the temptation. Although the clerk wasn't participating in the trial, as a Team Rocket member, he could still feel greed for those points. When the evaluation machine finally stopped, the high-quality light reached its maximum brightness. Mid-high quality, almost the same level as Murkrow. On the screen, it read, Mid-high quality Weedle. Seeing the evaluation was complete, the clerk hesitated before saying, Sorry, but I don't have the authority to exchange a high-quality Pokémon egg. Please wait a moment. He quickly left the counter, opened a hidden door, and went inside. A few moments later, the hidden door opened again, and the clerk, who had entered before, came out with an extremely respectful attitude, bowing and holding the door open. A figure wrapped in a black robe slowly emerged from the hidden door. The mysterious figure walked with slow steps, like an elderly person, approaching the counter. The mysterious man glanced at the Pokémon egg in the testing machine and at the blinking light representing its high quality. With a cold, emotionless voice, he asked, How did you obtain this Pokémon egg? The question carried a slight sense of pressure. Sir, I found it in a Beedrill's nest. It should be the offspring of the Beedrill leader. I'm willing to offer this Pokémon egg as a gift to you, Cain replied respectfully, not daring to hide anything. Although he felt somewhat reluctant to hand over the Pokémon egg, he didn't dare to do otherwise. The mysterious man nodded in satisfaction at Cain's attitude. Waving his hand, the man said, There's no need, and I won't take advantage of someone like you. This Weedle Pokémon egg is worth about 18,000 points, so add 20,000 points to his account and deduct it from mine. The first part was directed at Cain, and the second to the exchange operator who stood waiting nearby. Yes, the exchange operator quickly bowed and nodded. Cain remained respectfully in place, his head lowered, without responding. The mysterious man stared at Cain for a moment before saying, You've done well. Would you be interested in helping me with something? Cain inhaled deeply and respectfully replied, It would be an honor to serve you, sir. When you finish this trial, come to see me, he said, placing a black badge on the counter. Yes, Cain responded, still with his head bowed. Out of the corner of his eye, Cain glanced at the black badge on the counter. When he got a clear look at it, Cain was stunned. Nodding once more, the mysterious man gave Cain one last look before disappearing through a hidden door. As for the Weedle Pokémon egg, someone else would take care of delivering it. There was no need for him to worry about it. The operator waited respectfully until the mysterious man had fully departed, letting out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Cain also exhaled softly, putting the black badge into his storage space while receiving envious and jealous glances from the exchange operator. Staring at the black badge with mixed emotions, Cain noticed its shape resembled a cloud, completely black without any trace of impurity. The Black Cloud badge belonged exclusively to the most secret unit of Team Rocket, known as the Shadow Unit, which reported directly to Team Rocket's leader, Giovanni. And the only people who could grant this badge, aside from Giovanni, were the leader of the Shadow Unit and its two sub-leaders. The Shadow Unit didn't belong to Team Rocket's regular structure. All its members were personally selected by the three leaders. There was no other way to join. The three leaders of the Shadow Unit were all elite-level trainers, so the mysterious man from earlier must have been one of them. Although this badge only designated Cain as a reserve member, its significance was undeniable. If Cain fulfilled the task the mysterious man had given him, he could become an official member of the Shadow Unit. Since the Shadow Unit answered directly to Giovanni, it could be considered his main force, automatically outranking others of the same level. In other words, a soldier from the Shadow unit ranked higher than a regular Team Rocket soldier and was equivalent to a Team Rocket captain. The legends of Team Rocket's Shadow unit had always been passed down, but Cain had only heard of them in his previous life, never seeing any until now. Why did he choose me? Was it just because of that Pokémon egg? Cain frowned, deep in thought. It didn't make sense that during their first meeting, he would be given a reserve member's badge, especially considering that with his current strength, he shouldn't have caught the man's attention. Even if he had, Cain's current identity was just that of a trial participant. If he hadn't lived through this life again, he wouldn't have known what the badge represented. Suppressing all his guesses, Cain showed a puzzled expression and pretended to ask, "Excuse me, this badge?" The exchange operator immediately gave him a wide grin, a completely different attitude from before. "I can't say anything about that. You'll have to wait for the man himself to explain." Cain nodded and didn't ask further, storing the badge in his space. Although he had just gone through several events, he hadn't forgotten the main purpose of his visit. The Weedle Pokémon egg earned him 20,000 points, far exceeding his expectations. It was 20,000 points, enough to exchange for many useful items. Aside from the important figures on the island, Cain should now have the most points. However, having points, no matter how many, was useless if they remained unspent. He needed to convert them into power for them to have any meaning. He opened the point exchange manual and went straight to the Technical Machines TM section. When he reached the TM section, Cain already had a clear idea of what his Murkrow needed. First, Murkrow already had decent speed, and with the move Tailwind, he could enhance it further. As for offense, being a dark and flying type, the flying type moves Murkrow had learned were quite good and could deal effective damage. This was likely because he had mostly been battling bug-type Pokémon, which accelerated his mastery of flying-type energy. However, dark-type moves had become a weakness. Even though Murkrow's strongest talent was in the dark-type, the dark-type moves he could master required a higher level to learn. Therefore, to improve Murkrow's dark-type energy capabilities, Cain would consider choosing some dark-type moves. Additionally, while Murkrow was very fast, he might encounter other equally fast Pokémon with high attack power capable of defeating him in one hit. Even if that didn't happen, in group battles, Murkrow, being fragile, would be an easy target. Thus, Cain prioritized selecting survival moves. Also, Murkrow's special ability is Prankster, which allows him to use status moves with priority. It's a very powerful ability, and not taking advantage of it would be a waste. Suddenly, he remembered something and pulled out a silver box from his storage belt. It was the box he had dug up from a treasure map, and inside was a TM, probably a normal type move, though he didn't know which move it was. He placed the box on the counter and said to the now friendly exchange operator, "Could you tell me what move this is?" The exchange operator, somewhat curious, opened the box. Upon seeing the TM inside, he showed an expression of understanding and couldn't help but think, this kid is lucky. He placed the TM into the teaching device, and an electronic screen displayed the information. He didn't block Cain from seeing it, so Cain also read, "Move, Screech, normal type, status move." The description read, "Emits a loud screech that makes the opponent want to cover their ears, significantly lowering their defense." Cain was delighted to see that the move was Screech. He had gotten lucky again, as it was a useful move. While not as valuable as Protect or Substitute, it was still fairly rare. And it was perfect for Murkrow. Screech could significantly lower the opponent's defense, which was ideal for Murkrow. After all, Murkrow's special ability is Prankster, allowing him to use status moves with priority, and Screech is precisely one of those moves. Cain had already been considering exchanging for some status moves to enhance Murkrow's combat ability. Now, with Screech, Cain could save some points. No wonder the exchange operator had thought of Cain's luck when he saw the TM. Cain smiled slightly at Murkrow, knowing that after this exchange, Murkrow's combat ability would increase by at least one level. Cain refocused on the exchange manual, searching for the moves he needed. "I want to exchange for these two moves," Cain said, pointing at the moves in the manual. The manual described the following: Move, Protect. Type, Normal. Category, Status. Power, 0. Description: forms a protective shield around the body, completely blocking the opponent's attacks for a limited time. Cannot be used consecutively. The cooldown time is 10 minutes. Price: 5,000 points. Move: Substitute. Type: Normal. Category: Status. Power: 0. Description: sacrifices some of the user's HP to create an identical substitute that takes the hit in place of the user. If the attack's intensity doesn't exceed the substitute's endurance, it can remain on the field. Price: 4,000 points. The total for both moves came to 9,000 points, proving that moves are extremely expensive. Cain was quite fortunate this time, obtaining a valuable Pokémon egg with green aptitude. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know if he could exchange for Protect after leaving this trial. Seeing Cain exchange for 2 such expensive moves without showing any emotion, the exchange officer couldn't help but tremble a little. Does he have no idea how valuable his points are? He thought. Though he mumbled to himself internally, his hands moved without pause. He opened a safe that contained various moves and carefully took out 2 TM discs emitting a white glow, handing them to Cain. This is the difference in thinking between people. To Cain, points are nothing but useless numbers if they aren't converted into effective combat power. Only by turning points into strength can their value be maximized. If Cain's Murkrow could master the moves Protect and Substitute, its survivability would increase significantly. Coupled with its original speed, as long as it didn't face opponents with a vast power gap, it would have a decent chance of winning. With 11,000 points remaining, Cain decided to exchange for a Dark-type move for his Murkrow. Flipping through the pages filled with Normal-type moves, he went directly to the Dark-type section. Without much hesitation, he exchanged for Dark Pulse, which cost 3,000 points. As a Dark-type offensive move, Dark Pulse has decent power and high accuracy, with the added bonus of potentially causing the opponent to flinch. With 8,000 points left, Cain decided to save them for now. Exchanging for 3 moves at once, plus the Screech TM he already had, would allow Murkrow to learn 4 moves in one go. Although he could exchange for more, rushing the learning process wouldn't be wise. There's a significant difference between just learning a move and mastering it. What Murkrow needed now wasn't more moves, but to focus on mastering the ones it already knew to the point of using them instinctively. Also exchange for a training device that allows free weight control for flying-type Pokémon. The weight limit should be 30 kilograms, Cain said after some thought. During this time, Murkrow had been using wood as a weight tool. Though it worked, it wasn't ideal to constantly search for heavier wood as it adapted to the weight. Luckily, Team Rocket scientists had stumbled upon research into such a device. Though they couldn't replicate it exactly, they had created one that allowed for adjustable weight control. It had become one of the various training devices of Team Rocket, proving to be quite useful. The weight device doesn't use much advanced technology, so its price wasn't high. The 30-kilogram limit device cost only 200 points. Give me 10 Great Ball as well, Cain said after storing everything in his storage belt. Each Great Ball cost 50 points, totaling 500 points. Although Cain hadn't originally intended to catch more Pokémon on the island, after speaking with the mysterious man, he decided that training other Pokémon was necessary. The final trial wouldn't be hard for Cain. Aside from Xander and 2 or 3 others who might be a challenge, the rest wouldn't pose much of a threat. But now the situation was different. Cain not only had to face the final trial, but also take care of the small matters the mysterious man had mentioned before the final trial began. What seemed like a small matter to the mysterious man could be a huge challenge for Cain, so training more Pokémon was essential. After storing the 10 Great Ball, Cain handed his ID card to the exchange officer. The officer swiped it through a machine, and the remaining 7,200 points were stored on the card. Cain spent a total of 12,700 points, plus an additional 100 points for the Pokémon Egg Appraisal. In a corner of the exchange center stood a lone machine, a Pokémon learning machine. This machine allowed TMs to transfer move information directly into a Pokémon's brain, making them learn the move instantly. It was one of the most advanced technologies in the Pokémon world. Using the learning machine was free. However, before using the TMs, Cain took out a great ball and switched Murkrow's original Pokeball for the new one. For the interior space of a Pokeball, it was like moving from a small apartment to a mansion. Although Murkrow rarely stayed inside its Pokeball, when you have the money, it's better to give it a good place to rest, even if it doesn't use it much. After storing Murkrow in the newly acquired Great Ball, Cain placed it in the slot of the learning machine. Then, he took the TMs from his storage space and inserted them one by one. Luckily, it was nighttime, and there was no one else in the exchange center aside from Cain and the exchange officer. Otherwise, if someone had seen Cain use 4 TMs at once, they probably wouldn't have been able to resist shouting, "What a waste." For most Pokémon, learning too much at once could backfire. But for a green-quality Murkrow, mastering these moves was only a matter of time. After using the discs, they turned into ordinary, worthless discs. Each TM took 1 minute to use. After finishing, Cain released Murkrow from the Great Ball. Murkrow immediately flew out, flapping its wings. Although the interior space of the Great Ball was vast, it never felt as comfortable as being outside. Cain gently stroked Murkrow's feathers and asked, "How did it go? Did you learn everything?" Although he knew there wouldn't be a problem, he couldn't help but ask. Murkrow quickly nodded. It felt like something magical. The moves it didn't know before had suddenly appeared in its mind, as if it had known them from birth. To demonstrate, Murkrow squinted its eyes, and a light green energy shield appeared, enveloping its body. The shield lasted for about 2 seconds before fading. "Protect," Cain said with a smile. He was quite familiar with the move Protect. When a certain level of skill is reached, nearly every Pokémon must learn Protect, as it's an invaluable survival move that can prevent damage. Seeing the light green shield disappear so quickly, Murkrow tried to use it again, but couldn't. Cain raised his hand to stop Murkrow, who was about to try again, and said with a smile, "This move can only be used once every 10 minutes. Come on, let's head back." Cain and Murkrow then left the exchange center, disappearing into the darkness of the night. The exchange officer watched Cain's back as he left and couldn't help but murmur, "What a lucky kid, catching that man's attention." However, what he didn't know was that Cain was more familiar with the mysterious man and his team than he was. The only question was whether this would be a blessing or a curse. Inside the Team Rocket base, there are always 300 rooms prepared for trial participants, which never change. Each door has a number corresponding to each person. Walking through the base at night, barely any shadows could be seen. Only the outlines of Cain and Murkrow stretched under the moonlight. The dormitory rooms were arranged neatly, and Cain quickly found his own. Although he had never been there before, the room was relatively clean, with a simple single bed, a small desk, and a chair. That was all the dorm had, quite austere, but for someone like Cain, who had been sleeping outdoors, having a soft bed was enough. Cain locked the door and collapsed onto the bed, enjoying the softness he hadn't felt in a long time. Murkrow, being in a human room for the first time, began curiously flying around the room. In the central room of the Team Rocket base, where the trial supervisor was, Chief Instructor Viper was in his office, with the same 2 people sitting across from his desk. Viper held a luxury ball in his hand, gently wiping off invisible dust with a handkerchief, looking at the ball with eyes that seemed to be gazing at a lover, and said to himself, "I've heard there's a boy who caught your interest." The mysterious man, sitting across from him, hidden in his black cloak, remained motionless like a monk in meditation, not responding to Viper's question. The silent atmosphere between the two didn't hold even the slightest sense of discomfort. It didn't surprise the mysterious man in the least that Viper had quickly found out what he had done. After all, this place was Viper's territory, and everyone here was his subordinate. If he hadn't known about it, now that would have been surprising. After a moment, a faint came from the mysterious man's mouth. Upon hearing the mysterious man's response, Viper smiled. Combined with the scar on his face, it was the kind of smile that could definitely stop children from crying. Both were quite renowned. As one of Team Rocket's high-ranking members, Viper had a certain understanding of the mysterious man's identity and the shadow unit he belonged to. Since the mysterious man had taken notice of Cain, it meant there was something unique about him. However, since the mysterious man didn't mention it, Viper didn't ask. As if he had sensed Viper's thoughts, the mysterious man hesitated for a moment and said, "I can sense a darkness coming from that boy, and also a faint hint of familiarity." He paused, and his tone became more solemn. "He gives me the feeling that he's like him." Viper, who had been leisurely cleaning his luxury ball, suddenly froze when he heard the mysterious man's last word, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Both remained motionless. After a moment, Viper's hand trembled slightly before he resumed polishing his ball. Anyone observant could notice that the mysterious man's words had greatly impacted him. The way he handled the ball revealed the turmoil within him. Knowing that he had touched on something important, the mysterious man remained silent. "It's truly surprising," Viper said after a long while. Indeed, it was surprising. The person the mysterious man was referring to was none other than the leader of the Shadow Unit, an individual directly under Giovanni's command, the most mysterious figure in Team Rocket, with a status just below Giovanni himself. In comparison, the 3 commanders, the 4 generals, and the 3 beasts couldn't come close to his position. He was, in essence, a person subordinate to one but wielding authority over thousands. Moreover, while outsiders only knew about the 3 powerful commanders, the invincible 4 generals, and the terrifying 3 beasts of Team Rocket, they were unaware of the Shadow Unit's existence, a unit even more mysterious and fearsome than the others. Since he didn't want to continue on that subject, Viper coughed lightly to hide his unease. "They say you got a high-quality Pokémon egg from him, right?" Quite in sync, even the mysterious man, being the deputy leader of the Shadow Unit, didn't want to delve into matters concerning his direct superior. He nodded slightly and pulled out a Pokémon egg from his cloak, the green Weedle egg Cain had used to trade for points. "Weedle," Viper said, identifying the egg at a glance. He extended his hand, which only had 2 fingers, and placed it on the egg, feeling the warmth it emitted. "Yes, it's a Weedle. Its final evolution is Beedrill, which will serve me as a transitional Pokémon." The mysterious man didn't hide anything. After escaping from the powerful trainers of the League, he had lost 3 of his main Pokémon, and the others were severely injured as well. They needed time to recover, and he had no plans to use them in battle unless absolutely necessary. Its growth cycle is quick, and it can become an effective combatant soon. With some training, it can reach a near-elite level. Although its lifespan is short, it's enough to use it as a transitional Pokémon, the mysterious man continued. He was fully aware of Beedrill's weaknesses, but didn't intend to train it as a main Pokémon. He only needed it as a temporary solution. "Do your Pokémon still need a lot of time to recover?" Viper asked curiously. Although he knew they were severely injured, he hadn't expected him to need to train a new one to replace them. The mysterious man remained silent for a moment before sighing softly. "That's to be expected when you face an elite-level poison-type trainer. I don't know when they'll fully recover, so I'll treat this Beedrill as a backup plan." Upon hearing this, Viper understood the situation and didn't ask further, continuing to polish his luxury ball. Once again, the 2 fell into silence. The night passed in the blink of an eye. During the night, Cain and Murkrow didn't stop their training, only this time it took place in their small cabin rather than the expansive forest. Cain personally equipped the weight gear he had acquired onto Murkrow. When inactive, the device was very light, like the weight of clothing. The weight device resembled a small backpack that could be freely adjusted to fit perfectly. Cain tested it to ensure it wouldn't fall off. The device was small and fit snugly to Murkrow's body, hidden well beneath his feathers. Unless someone got up close and looked closely, it was almost impossible to notice. Cain adjusted the weight of the device using a remote, setting it to around 5 kilograms, which was the weight Murkrow was used to during his training. When the device was activated, Murkrow felt his body grow heavier and had to exert more effort to flap his wings and fly as before. However, compared to the wooden weights he used to tie to his wings, this new device was much more comfortable, as the weight was evenly distributed across his body, allowing for more balanced training. After a few adjustments, Murkrow adapted to the new gear, which was far better than the wood. We'll keep it at this weight for now. Increasing it too quickly isn't good. Once you get used to it, we'll gradually raise it, Cain said, smiling as he watched Murkrow adapt to the new device. From today on, unless necessary, you'll keep this weight on all the time. You need to get used to it gradually. Cain appreciated Murkrow's attitude, always striving to grow stronger. Though he himself was eager to constantly improve, he also cared about the desires of his Pokémon. If Murkrow had been a Pokémon that didn't enjoy battling, Cain wouldn't have forced him, but he would likely have looked for a Pokémon more suited to his needs. Caw. Murkrow cawed enthusiastically, feeling stronger already with the device on. After a simple morning training session, Cain prepared some poke blocks for Murkrow and settled his own breakfast with some dried rations. When he left his room, the sun had already risen, and the doors of the surrounding cabins were starting to open one by one. People came out, all heading toward the central plaza of the base. Today was the 7th day again, the day of the second test. Almost everyone had returned, and the crowd was gathering in the plaza. Team Rocket staff also began to appear, and the low-ranking soldiers responsible for maintaining order were trying their best to fulfill their duties. After a week, out of the original 150 people, approximately 120 remained. The other 30 either hadn't made it back from the forest or they never would. Those who remained showed faces that had once been naive but were now cold and hardened. Their eyes reflected a certain coldness and madness. The cruel test had devoured their kindness, beauty, and innocence. The crowd in the plaza was clearly divided into 4 areas. Most were in the section where Cain stood. Most of these people were alone, though some were in pairs, keeping a wary eye on each other. This group made up almost half of the remaining participants. The second largest group was to the south of the plaza, led by Xander, whom Cain recognized. Several strong individuals were gathered around him. When Cain looked in that direction, his eyes met Xander's, who had been watching him for a while. Xander flashed him a malicious smile before turning his gaze away. Cain didn't pay him much attention. The third largest group was to the west, led by a woman whose Pokémon was a Zubat, noticeably larger than average. Cain remembered her specifically because of that oversized Zubat. The smallest group was in the eastern corner, composed of only 9 people, led by a young man with a bright smile. Although his appearance seemed harmless, Cain couldn't help but notice the coldness in his eyes. He was a smiling tiger. The 8 surrounding him were deceived by his appearance. If they had been in the Pokémon League, they might have been pillars of the organization. But this was Team Rocket, and this was the test island, where the mortality rate was extremely high. As time passed, the crowd in the plaza began to quiet down. Instructor Viper, accompanied by his subordinates, moved to the center of the raised platform. Unlike before, there were now 2 chairs on the platform. Viper sat in one, while a mysterious hooded man, who was at the end of the group, took the other. The mysterious man. Cain narrowed his eyes. It was the same person who had given Cain the member badge in preparation for the Shadow Unit. I didn't expect him to be here as well, Cain thought as he saw the mysterious man. As if sensing Cain's gaze, the mysterious man turned his attention toward him. Although his face was hidden under the cloak, Cain felt that he was being watched. After a few seconds, Cain felt the mysterious man look away and let out a sigh of relief. Facing a trainer of this caliber with his current power level still put some pressure on him. When the mysterious man sat down, Viper began observing the situation in the plaza. After seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, he nodded with satisfaction. Now, the expressions and behaviors of the participants had more of the look of true competitors in a test. A week earlier, they all seemed like children playing. Viper completely ignored the reduction in numbers. Compared to previous years, the number of participants was still high. In fact, this was one of the highest quality intakes. In the end, only 50 people could pass, and that was the maximum limit. In all previous trials, that number was rarely reached. In the edition with the fewest participants, only around 20 people made it through. Now, after passing the initial phase, which was also the hardest part, more than 120 people remained, leaving Viper quite satisfied. With a glance at his assistant, he indicated that they could begin the second trial. The content and method of the second test were almost identical to the first. It was a test of attack power. Although this type of test couldn't fully reflect a participant's skill, if they couldn't even achieve an acceptable level of attack, how could they speak of true strength? During the staff's explanation, Cain learned that although the trial was exactly the same as before, a new rule had been added. From now on, whoever came in last would be immediately eliminated. The plaza immediately filled with commotion. Eliminated directly for finishing last? Cain frowned slightly. This rule directly targeted those attempting to exploit the system. While only 50 people would pass the final test, not everyone who failed would lose their life. Obviously, Team Rocket wouldn't conduct business at a loss. As long as they survived to the end and achieved an acceptable level of skill, they could still start as low-level servants. Although they wouldn't receive any additional resources, at least they'd keep their lives, wouldn't they? Plus, if they managed to catch the attention of an important figure, they might even rise further. But now, with this new rule, those who wanted to rely on the strong and stay in the base until the end were bound by an unyielding chain. If they weren't careful and finished last, they'd be eliminated immediately. It was like a herd of sheep in the savannah. When chased by lions, the slowest one was always the first to die, so the herd ran faster and faster. No one wanted to be last. The survival of the fittest in nature. Now, Team Rocket had become the lion of the savannah, and the participants were the sheep. Whoever lagged behind would become food. The noise in the plaza grew louder, and the most anxious were the weakest. Silence. Viper frowned and roared angrily. As a powerful figure who had climbed over countless corpses, what he hated most were the senseless complaints of the weak. If you don't want to take the test, don't. You'll all be treated as if you came in last. With Viper's fury, those who had been frantically discussing immediately fell silent. No one wanted to anger this man who held their lives in his hands. Under the organization of the Team Rocket soldiers, they nervously began lining up, though no one wanted to be first, as that meant facing the unknown. What if those who came after had higher scores? The test wasn't starting, and Viper's face grew darker. Noticing Viper's expression, the Team Rocket soldiers present grew sterner, glaring at the participants with more ferocity. They understood better than these still naive participants just how terrifying Viper could be. TCH, how slow? I'll go first. The one who spoke was Xander, showing disdain as he walked to the front of the line with his Eakins. With someone taking the lead, the others began lining up gradually, following the established direction. For the strong, the order in the line didn't matter at all. According to Team Rocket's organization, Cain was assigned a position toward the back of the line. Now let the test begin, announced the test supervisor next to the measuring stone. As the first in line, Xander didn't hesitate at all and walked step by step toward the stage, with Eakins following closely, flicking its forked tongue. Eakins, as a fierce Pokémon, constantly emanated a sense of danger. Eakins used Bite. SSS. Eakins flicked its tongue, and its coiled body suddenly shot forward. Its two fangs gleamed with a dark light as it explosively bit the test stone. After the attack, it quickly withdrew without pausing. Eakins' execution efficiency was flawless. After an attack, it always returned to its initial position. Though Xander was arrogant, his training of the Pokémon was commendable. Attack value, 258, announced the presenter with surprise in his eyes upon seeing Xander and Eakins' data. Immediately, the plaza was filled with exclamations. No wonder Xander is the leader. His attack value reached 258 points, almost triple the 98 from the first time, exclaimed one of Xander's underlings from below the stage. Wow, starting off with such a high score, another person shouted in surprise. This is troublesome, commented someone feeling the pressure. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Xander smiled and calmly stepped off the stage. Then, according to the line order, participants stepped up one by one to take the test. After completing the test, some showed joy and excitement, while others looked sad and worried. Each time someone finished the test and found themselves in last place, their face turned pale, clenching their hands tightly, sweat beading on their forehead as they stared intently at the next participants. praying internally for someone with a lower score to appear. And when finally someone did score lower, that person would breathe a sigh of relief, almost collapsing to the ground. The one taking their place at the bottom would repeat the same actions, anxiously awaiting someone with a worse result. As the tests progressed, most participants had already been evaluated. So far, first place remained Xander with 258 points. Second place was a girl named Jasmine, who had been in the west corner of the plaza and owned an unusually large Zubat. Her score was 227. Third place was a lone participant with a common face. His Pokémon was a Poochyena, and he scored 225 points. As a solo participant, being only 2 points below Jasmine surprised many. Fourth place was the young man Cain had earlier labeled a smiling tiger. This young man kept a bright smile at all times, deceiving everyone around him. His name was Soros, and his Pokémon was a coughing, scoring 215 points. Thanks to his friendly appearance, Soros attracted several solo participants to join his team, forming a sizable group of followers. With no more surprising results, it was finally Cain's turn for the test. Xander, who was waiting on the side, upon seeing it was Cain's turn, put aside his scornful smile, and his face grew more serious. Even Viper and the mysterious man seated on the platform directed their attention toward him. This young man, who had surprised many before, what score would he achieve this time? As Cain stepped onto the stage, some also recognized him. It's him. Last time he got second place using some tricks, someone exclaimed, recognizing Cain. So that's him. I wonder what his score will be today. Pfft, what score could he possibly get? This time, those tricks won't work, someone said bitterly, recalling how Cain had taken second place in the first test, bumping him from 10th to 11th and costing him 100 points. But that Murkrow doesn't look weak, someone with a good eye commented, noting that just by its size, one could sense the Pokémon's strength. Ignoring all the comments, Cain calmly said, Murkrow, use wing attack with all your might. Ka. Murkrow flapped its wings upon hearing the command, let out a cry, and soared quickly. The powerful flying-type energy concentrated under its control in its wings. Boom! Without any pause or tricks, Murkrow's wing attack firmly struck the test stone. After a moment, a line appeared on the stone, attack value, 265. The presenter, surprised by the result, swallowed involuntarily and, after a brief pause, announced, attack value, 265 points, currently in first place. Next. The crowd below the stage was stunned. In their impression, Cain had always been someone who had gotten second place in the first test through tricks, with real ability similar to theirs. But this test left many with their jaws dropped. They had to remember that Cain was a solo participant, with no subordinates helping him find resources, growing entirely by his own means. Upon seeing Cain's result, Xander was also shocked. He had had a confrontation with Cain and knew that he wasn't the opportunist others said, but someone with real skill. Even though he had rated Cain highly, he hadn't expected his score to be even higher than his. Could it be that training in the wild really makes you grow faster? Xander began to question his own decisions. Was it better to gather a group of people to help him grow, or to head out into the wild for training? In truth, Xander's subordinates were the most terrified, especially those who had been clamoring to capture Cain the day before. They were sweating cold, thankful that Xander had stopped them before they did anything extreme. Due to Cain's performance, Xander probably wouldn't dare to send anyone to trouble him in the future. Although the results of an exam don't fully reflect a person's strength, they do reveal part of it. Besides, who could withstand such a high attack power? Cain had no knowledge of or interest in others' opinions or reactions. From the moment he activated the system, it meant that none of the other participants could keep up with him. This was part of his confidence. Cain descended from the stage with his Murkrow and headed to a corner, leaning against the wall and closing his eyes to rest. He wasn't interested in knowing the results of the others. In the stands, Viper frowned. He wasn't surprised by Cain's result, for if someone caught the attention of the person next to him, wasn't such a result normal? In fact, he thought it was even a bit low. However, he had a suspicion. That Murkrow seems like Viper voiced his doubts to the mysterious man beside him. The mysterious man understood Viper's suspicion. After a brief surprise, he nodded and, with a hoarse voice from under his black cloak, said, "You're not mistaken. It's still carrying weight." Viper had been almost certain of his assumption, but was amazed at how much Cain had improved that Murkrow, which originally had deficiencies. Adjusting his posture, Viper said, "Oh, well, this kid's not bad. If your shadow unit doesn't choose him, why not give him to me?" The mysterious man smiled slightly under his hood and replied, "What do you think?" Viper pouted, disappointed. "You're so boring. You people from the shadow unit always take things so seriously." Viper understood the rules of the shadow unit. As long as a mission from the shadow unit wasn't completed, no member of Team Rocket could intervene, unless the mission failed or the chosen candidate died. Since Cain accepted the reserve member badge of the shadow unit, he was already considered partially part of the team. Members of the shadow unit were usually very reserved, even with others from Team Rocket. However, the mysterious man and Viper were an exception. They had been good friends before joining Team Rocket. So, as long as Cain didn't complete his mission with the shadow unit or wasn't declared a failure, no other department within Team Rocket had the right to recruit him, not even High Command. This was a rule personally established by Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. As their most powerful force, each member of the shadow unit was carefully selected. "Watch what you say, Viper." The mysterious man's voice grew more serious. Although they were good friends, the mysterious man had deep respect for the shadow unit and even greater devotion to Giovanni. Even Cain respected Giovanni from the bottom of his heart. Giovanni's charisma was the highest Cain had ever seen in his life. Whether being stern or kind, Giovanni handled interpersonal relationships perfectly, and his ability to command his subordinates was masterful. Had Cain been born into this world and raised within Team Rocket, he would undoubtedly have become one of Giovanni's most loyal followers. However, being a time traveler who knew the plot, Cain had an innate resistance to Giovanni. Even so, in his previous life, Cain deeply respected and admired Giovanni. It's worth remembering that a decade ago, Team Rocket was just a small organization in the Kanto region, led by Giovanni's mother. At the time, Team Rocket didn't have much power. If wealth had been abundant, who would have chosen Weedle as their child starter Pokémon? Though in the end, that Beedrill became the strongest in the world, the resources invested in it could have been enough to raise several pseudo-legendaries. In short, a decade ago, Team Rocket was a small regional organization, but in just 10 years, Giovanni turned it into the largest criminal organization in Kanto. All other criminal groups were either eliminated or absorbed. In Kanto, aside from the Pokémon League, the largest and most powerful organization was Team Rocket. This demonstrates how capable Giovanni is. Not only is he a competent leader, but also a formidable fighter. He can face off against a champion in direct combat and hold his ground, earning him the title of the King of the Earth in the Shadows, a nickname not given lightly. Since Giovanni became the leader of Team Rocket, the Shadow Unit was the first department he created. Given his charisma, how could the members of the Shadow Unit not idolize him? Viper knew he had touched a sensitive topic with the mysterious man and wasn't bothered by his warning. To the other departments within Team Rocket, each member of the Shadow Unit was seen as a fanatic, willing to do anything, so it was best not to provoke them. After a brief conversation, both fell silent. The tests continued quickly. Each person only had to make their Pokémon attack the testing stone and then record the data. Soon, everyone had finished. The final results were as follows. No one surpassed Cain's result. First place, attack, 265 points Cain. Second place, attack, 258 points Xander. Third place, attack, 227 points Jasmine. Fourth place, attack, 225 points Alec. Fifth place, attack, 215 points Soros. Last place, attack, 45 points. The top positions didn't change much. Cain and Xander continued to lead all participants. The point difference between second and third place showed that the two had already distanced themselves from the rest. The last place only scored 45 attack points. Even in the first test, they had only been in the middle of the pack. Although their Pokémon was a Rattata, if it had been trained and raised well, it could have also reached an explosive attack level. Hadn't someone with a Rattata ranked in the top 10 of this test? The last participant, with a pale face, stood motionless, waiting in vain for someone to score lower. He muttered continuously that it wasn't possible, that it couldn't be. Finally, when Team Rocket soldiers with malicious intent approached and grabbed his hands, ready to take him away, he reacted. He struggled violently, but his untrained body couldn't do anything against the two experienced soldiers, whose iron hands gripped him tightly. No, 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 give me another chance. Give me another chance, he cried, begging, but it had no effect. With snot and tears running down his face and a yellow stain appearing between his legs, the unpleasant smell spread. It was all in vain. When he had been enjoying life at the base, he should have expected this outcome. Rattata, come save me. He finally remembered that he was a trainer and had a Pokémon. However, before Rattata could act, two Mytina appeared in front of it, baring their teeth and staring intently. Although Rattata wanted to save its trainer, it didn't dare move. Everything settled, right? Viper, who had been watching from the beginning, showed no emotion, even feeling somewhat irritated. He despised those who wasted resources and lacked ambition. Rattata, which could have been valuable if trained, ended up in the hands of a useless person. Wasn't that a waste of resources? Under the ruthless fangs of the Mytina, Rattata lost its life. Seeing his last hope die, the last-ranked participant stopped resisting as well. Team Rocket soldiers dragged him out of everyone's sight, and no one doubted what his fate would be. In front of everyone, Team Rocket once again displayed its brutality, treating human lives as worthless. Cain, leaning against the wall, watched without the slightest disturbance. After all, it was just a life. He had killed dozens of people. Any member of Team Rocket had several kills under their belt. If anyone thought Team Rocket was like in the cartoon, where they were defeated with one hit, they were truly just watching a cartoon. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, a good tactic, Cain thought. Cain understood the reason behind Viper's action. It was nothing more than a way to put a chain on those who merely ate and waited to die. No one can stay still in a fast current. If you don't move forward, you perish. For the strong present, there was no emotional reaction, only mild contempt. After all, this had nothing to do with them. It's like the catfish effect. If you put sardines in a net, they will all die quickly. But if you introduce a catfish, the sardines, threatened by the catfish, will swim frantically, allowing them to reach the market alive, where they will be sold at a high price. Now, they were like the sardines, and Team Rocket was the catfish. Only under the pressure of the catfish could they survive and reach a high value. Only with this pressure could the participants grow stronger and Team Rocket reap more talents with potential. The test's conclusion was quite uneventful. The top 10 participants stepped onto the stage and swiped their identification cards through the magnetic strip, each receiving a reward of 200 points. For others, 200 points might be considered a significant amount of resources, but for Cain, who still had over 7,000 points, it was merely an additional resource. However small it might be, it still had value. In reality, Team Rocket tightly controls the distribution of points. Cain had only been lucky to stumble upon a green-quality Pokémon egg, and with the system's help, he was able to recognize its value and quickly earn 20,000 points. This type of success isn't easy to replicate. The main way to earn points within Team Rocket remains through completing missions. Completing missions is the most stable source of points. Capturing rare Pokémon or finding rare items to exchange for points are things that depend on each person's luck and skill. Cain's advantage lies in having the system. As long as rare quality Pokémon appear in front of him, they cannot escape his scan. Therefore, his most stable way to earn points would be capturing various Pokémon. The only thing that could limit him is luck. However, some things must be done in moderation. If Cain were always capturing rare Pokémon to exchange for points, what would others think? Someone who can identify a Pokémon's quality without instruments, wouldn't they be taken to a lab to be studied? Therefore, it's important to know when to stand out and when to keep a low profile. That's the best way to act. With the end of the test, the crowd gradually dispersed. Everyone wore a serious expression. What had just happened was like a ticking time bomb, constantly reminding them of the need to push themselves. After this, everyone would surely intensify their efforts. If not, they would die. Viper and the mysterious cloaked figure left the square as soon as the test ended, surrounded by Team Rocket soldiers. Given their positions and status, they wouldn't pay much attention to these minor matters, as they had subordinates to handle everything. If it weren't for the fact that the quality of each group of participants affects Viper's annual earnings, he wouldn't even bother with a group of novices. Besides assessing the quality of the participants, the mysterious figure also wanted to learn more about Cain. Although he had given Cain the reserve member badge of the Shadow Unit, he didn't really know Cain well. He took advantage of the test to observe him a little, and based on the results, Cain met his minimum standards. As Cain prepared to leave, Xander and his group blocked his path. Seeing someone approach with bad intentions, the first to react was Murkrow. Flying into the air, it let out a threatening cry at Xander. Eakins. Xander's snake didn't fall behind, coiling its body in a threatening posture, ready to attack at any moment. Cain gently stroked Murkrow's feathers, signaling it not to worry too much. Seeing Cain's gesture, Xander raised an eyebrow and calmed his Eakins as well. With a slight glint in his eyes, Cain used the system to scan Eakins. Pokémon. Eakins green. Gender, male. Level, 16. Type, poison. Ability, intimidate. Held item, none. Egg moves, pursuit, poison fang, scary face. Basic moves, wrap, leer, poison sting, bite, glare. Learned moves, snatch. TM moves, double team. Actually, Xander's Eakins wasn't weak and had been trained very well. The reason its performance was slightly inferior to Murkrow's was that Eakins had a green quality, slightly lower than Murkrow's, and Eakins' base stats weren't as high. Although base stats are only a theoretical concept and good training can compensate for this difference, it can't be denied that the distinction exists. That's why there's a difference between pseudo-legendary Pokémon and regular ones. Is there really no difference between a Dragonite and an Arbok? Of course there is. Cain was surprised to see that Eakins had learned Double Team. He remembered that the exchange price for it was 1,000 points. He hadn't expected Xander to gather that many points in a week, probably with the help of his subordinates. Both fell into an awkward silence, waiting for the other to speak first. With the two strongest leaders silent, Xander's subordinates didn't dare say a word either. Those who had wanted to teach Cain a lesson the previous day were now quiet, staring at the ground, not daring to provoke him. I didn't expect to underestimate you in the end, Xander said seriously, unable to hold back anymore. Xander had thought that no one in the entire test could compare to him, and his absolute confidence reflected in his performance. Without Cain's interference, Xander would have smoothly risen to the top. Even a high-ranking position within Team Rocket wouldn't have been impossible. In Cain's previous life, Xander had only missed that by one step. Cain understood Xander's thoughts. Someone who believed they were the protagonist, but had now been surpassed would surely feel greater frustration than they showed. However, while Cain understood Xander's thoughts, he wouldn't change his attitude. Now, Xander barely had the right to be considered his rival. So what? Cain replied indifferently, his expression unchanged. Xander's face gradually darkened. Cain's carefree attitude made him feel belittled. As Xander's expression changed, his subordinates lowered their heads, avoiding the situation. Normally, in such a situation, Xander's cronies would have immediately jumped in to reprimand Cain. But facing someone who had surpassed Xander stopped them. They didn't want to get into trouble. Xander quickly realized the behavior of his subordinates, which only darkened his expression further. Cain didn't harbor any particular enmity toward Xander. He simply stood there, waiting for Xander's next move. After an internal struggle, Xander realized that his greatest backing now was his brother, an officer of Team Rocket. But as someone who had always wanted to surpass his brother, he didn't want to rely on his name to intimidate others. Though, even mentioning him might not scare Cain. In In the end, Xander didn't say anything, letting out a grunt as he turned to leave. If he stayed any longer, he feared he wouldn't be able to hold back. He wasn't even sure he could beat Cain now. As Xander left, his subordinates quickly followed, as if they feared Cain would devour them if they stayed. After Xander departed, another group of people approached Cain. The leader was Soros, who had placed fifth in the test, the same young man with a bright smile. Cain frowned when he saw Soros approaching. Compared to hypocrites like him, Cain preferred people like Xander who were openly hostile. Soros approached with a big smile. "Ha ha, Cain, you're amazing. You took first place and surprised everyone." As he spoke, Soros tried to give Cain a pat on the shoulder. Cain took a step back, avoiding the contact. Soros was momentarily surprised, but quickly recovered his composure, smiling again, though his eyes couldn't hide a flash of coldness. Cain, with an ironic smile in his mind, asked, "What do you want?" "Ha ha." Soros laughed, masking his discomfort. "It's nothing important. I just wanted to ask if you'd be interested in joining a mission I just accepted. The reward's good, but I think it'd be hard to complete alone. What do you say? We could split the points." "A mission?" Cain's heart skipped a little. Missions are the best source of points for participants. But why seek him out? Cain smiled inwardly, seeing through Soros' low attempts to recruit him into his team. "I'm not interested." Cain turned away without looking back, leaving Soros talking to himself. Soros was momentarily frozen, the smile fading from his face, though he quickly regained his composure. "If Cain's not interested, we'll handle it ourselves." "In the end, we have to rely on ourselves," Soros said to his subordinates. His followers regretted not being able to recruit Cain, but they had even more faith in their leader. After all, Soros was the one doing the work and allowing them to share the points. When Cain turned around to leave, he took a quick glance at Soros coughing. Pokémon, coughing, dark yellow. Gender, male. Level, 17. Type, poison. Ability, levitate. Held item, none. Egg moves, stockpile. Basic moves, poison gas, tackle, smog, smokescreen, assurance, clear smog. Learned moves, haze. TM moves, none. It was a coughing with decent strength. Although its potential was somewhat low, its level was relatively high. Based on its training status, it also seemed well developed. "He definitely has some skill," Cain murmured. A person as cunning as him could manage well, as long as he wasn't caught. Cain returned to the exchange center. Since the tests had just been carried out, there weren't many people there yet. As soon as Cain entered, the employee who had helped him swap moves the day before recognized him immediately. They exchanged a brief glance, and upon seeing Cain's inquisitive look, the employee nodded silently, indicating for him to lead Cain to the mysterious person. With a simple look, the employee quickly led Cain toward a secret door. To be honest, he was more anxious than Cain. He knew that person had returned, and since Cain had taken his time arriving, the employee was feeling uneasy. Once Cain showed up, he could breathe a bit easier. He looked around to make sure no one was paying attention, then used his knuckles to knock on the secret door in a specific rhythm. Crack. With a soft click, the secret door opened. He motioned for Cain to enter quickly. When Cain stepped through the door, he saw a long hallway. The dim candlelight provided a faint glow, barely enough to see the way ahead. Accompanied by Murkrow, Cain silently walked down the hall for a few minutes until they finally arrived at a spacious room. Half of the room's space was taken up by bookshelves filled with books. Cain estimated there were more than 10,000 volumes. He couldn't help but be silently surprised. Gathering so many books in a place like Judgment Island wasn't easy. In the center of the room was a desk with a lamp. A mysterious man in a black robe sat there, reading intently. He didn't seem to notice Cain's arrival. Cain wasn't naive enough to think the man wasn't aware of his presence. He motioned for Murkrow to perch on the ground and respectfully approached the desk, waiting for the mysterious man to finish reading. Noticing Cain's action, the corner of the man's lips under the black robe curled slightly, but he quickly refocused on the book. Time passed swiftly, and just when Murkrow was starting to lose patience, the mysterious man slowly lifted his head. He looked at Cain and Murkrow and spoke in a hoarse, slow voice. "Go fetch me something. When you return, I'll reward you with 10,000 points." As he spoke, he pulled a map from his robe, placed it on the table, and slowly pushed it toward Cain without asking if he accepted the mission. When Cain saw the man's hand with only 2 fingers left, his pupils contracted abruptly. Cain recognized that wound immediately. It was the result of poison damage. The fact that someone as strong as this mysterious man, who must have been at least an elite-level trainer, had suffered such damage and been forced to amputate his poisoned fingers was proof of how powerful his opponent must have been. Cain quickly hid his surprise and took the map the man handed him, examining it closely. He couldn't deny that, compared to the crude treasure maps made by Team Rocket, this map was of extreme precision. Every feature of the path, every detail, was drawn meticulously. Without making the man wait long, Cain nodded, stowed the map in his storage belt, and said, "Yes, sir." The mysterious man gave a barely perceptible nod and waved his hand to indicate that Cain could leave. Without hesitation, Cain prepared to depart along with Murkrow. Suddenly, the man, with his head bowed, murmured, "My name is Umbra." Hearing this, Cain halted his steps and replied respectfully, "Yes, Sir Umbra." Seeing that Umbra gave no further instructions, Cain and Murkrow slowly left the mysterious room. When they stepped through the secret door, the bright light disoriented them a bit. After spending so much time in the dark, their eyes didn't adjust well to the sudden change in light. Cain closed his eyes to adjust, while Murkrow covered his with his wings, creating a humorous image. "Umbra." As he walked out, Cain murmured, making sure no one was paying attention before leaving the exchange center. He recalled a rumor from his previous life that circulated within Team Rocket. The 2 sub-leaders of the Shadow Unit were called Umbra and Tenebris. It was said that Giovanni had taken them in as orphans and given them those names. Though traces proving the existence of the sub-leaders Umbra and Tenebris could be found, no one, except Giovanni, had ever seen the leader of the group. It was even rumored that the leader's position was vacant because no one had met Giovanni's standards. Cain shook his head slightly. Those matters were far beyond his reach. It was better to focus on how to complete the Shadow Unit's trial mission. Even though Umbra believed Cain didn't understand the significance of the badge, Cain had hidden it well, but that didn't mean he was truly unaware. Cain had no objections to joining the Shadow Unit. Although they would face greater dangers, the opportunities and resources would be proportional, which aligned with his initial intentions. However, would the Shadow Unit's trial be that simple? Cain gave a wry smile. This is just the beginning, he thought. He prepared all the necessary supplies for the expedition. Honestly, Cain was already feeling that the 1 square meter storage space wasn't enough. He filled it with all kinds of medicine and food. He donned the white Team Rocket uniform, put on the exclusive belt, and fully transformed into a Team Rocket member. Cain and Murkrow's departure didn't attract attention. Following the route marked on the map Umbra had given him, they ventured into the forest. Judgment Island belonged to a semi-developed forest area. As one of Team Rocket's important resources, the island hadn't been overly exploited for its resources. With the slow but steady policy, the forest was well preserved. The trees in the forest were tall and lush, so much so that the dense leaves blocked the sun, leaving only spots of light on the ground. Because of this, the light in the forest wasn't very good, and when occasional clouds blocked the sun, the forest seemed a bit dark. Due to the favorable environment, there were also many Pokémon in the forest. Over time, they had left paths in the forest. If you could find one that took you in the right direction, traveling through the forest would be much easier. As they moved forward, Pokémon appeared more frequently. Grass-type Pokémon, hidden in the grass, camouflaged themselves when they saw Cain and Murkrow. Weedle and Caterpie could be seen scattered around, slowly moving along the trees or diligently eating leaves, waiting to evolve. Sometimes, Spinarak and Ledyba could also be spotted. There were also Pidgey and Spearow hidden in the treetops, hunting bug Pokémon in a struggle for survival. Of course, besides Pokémon, there were also many wild animals that frequently appeared before Cain. Cain was always alert to his surroundings, and the system was activated, scanning every Pokémon that entered his range. Even those well-camouflaged grass-type Pokémon were detected, and their data was stored in the system. Since they were still in the outer part of the forest, the Pokémon that appeared weren't very strong, so Cain didn't pay much attention to them. The objective for Cain wasn't clear on the map, so he had to rely on his intuition to navigate. The days slowly passed as Cain and Murkrow moved forward without encountering any significant danger. Cain stopped by a stream to let Murkrow drink some water. The sound of the running water had a calming effect, allowing Cain to reflect on the situation he was in. Aware that the trial wouldn't be easy, he decided to stay alert. In the sky, the sun was beginning to set, casting the forest into growing twilight. "We need to move faster," Cain thought, determined to find a safe place to camp before total darkness fell upon them. With the fading light, Cain and Murkrow resumed their march, venturing deeper into the mysterious and dangerous forest. The night didn't bring many surprises. With the sound of insects and the whisper of leaves, Cain and Murkrow fell into a deep sleep in the tent. Time passes unnoticed while one sleeps, and when Cain opened his eyes again, the sun was already peeking over the horizon with a reddish glow. Lighting the fire, cooking, training, it all followed the same routine as every morning. Cain trained his body, while Murkrow practiced its moves. Both firmly believed that consistency in training always brought rewards. It said, the year's planning depends on spring, and a day's planning depends on the morning, so morning training always yields better results. Murkrow had recently learned 4 new moves thanks to the TMs obtained: Dark Pulse, Protect, Substitute, and Screech. Learning 4 moves at once required good training and mastery. Except for Protect, which couldn't be trained in the usual way, the other 3 moves needed constant practice to be used effectively in battle. Especially Protect and Substitute, essential for survival in the wild. And as Murkrow's main Dark-type move, Dark Pulse also required training. In reality, these 4 moves were crucial since each could be decisive in specific situations. In addition to these moves, the recently learned wing attack from leveling up also needed practice. However, due to the weight Murkrow always carried, it constantly trained the strength of its wings, naturally improving the power of wing attack. "Murkrow, use Dark Pulse on that tree," Cain ordered. After finishing his physical training, he began helping Murkrow with its specific training. Murkrow nodded upon hearing Cain's command and unleashed Dark Pulse on a tree of medium thickness. Suddenly, a wave of sinister energy, filled with extreme malice, gathered around Murkrow and shot toward the tree. The small forest in front of Murkrow began to tremble, and a whisper of leaves could be heard where Dark Pulse impacted. On the tree, a few black marks appeared. As the move ended, a soft hiss emerged from the marks, an additional effect of the Dark type. "Did you see the damage you caused with Dark Pulse? With that power, you could hardly do much harm to an enemy. You've barely scraped some bark off this tree. Probably, it would only cause significant damage to Psychic-type Pokémon. But don't worry, you just learned this move. If you train properly and control the dispersion range, you'll be able to concentrate the energy and increase its power. Then, some powerful Psychic and Ghost-type Pokémon will fall to your move." Cain explained to Murkrow the points to improve on with the move. Murkrow quickly nodded upon hearing Cain's instructions. As a Dark-type Pokémon, how could it lose to a Psychic or Ghost-type? Though it had just learned the move, Murkrow could feel its great power. It just needed more practice to master the move. With the prospect of mastering a powerful attack, Murkrow became filled with determination. The malice continued to manifest around Murkrow, and Dark-type energy surged again. But this time, Murkrow didn't release the move right away. It began controlling the energy, reducing its dispersion, trying to focus it to maximize damage. After a moment, when Murkrow felt the energy was sufficiently concentrated, it launched Dark Pulse at the tree again. Boom! The surrounding trees didn't shake as before. There was only a slight tremor. However, the tree hit directly by the attack now had a black hole the size of a finger, with black smoke rising from it, clearly more powerful than the first attempt. Seeing Murkrow's improvement in using Dark Pulse, Cain nodded in satisfaction. There was no doubt Murkrow had an exceptional talent for controlling energy. This kind of talent wasn't reflected in a Pokémon's stats, but discovered through consistent training. As long as you control the energy concentration well and avoid unnecessary losses, you'll be able to increase the power of your moves. This time was much stronger than before. However, the concentration speed is still slow. You'll need to work on that. This type of progress comes with continuous practice, and you're doing very well, Murkrow. Cain praised Murkrow for its progress. This kind of monotonous and arduous training requires the trainer to give recognition and praise to encourage the Pokémon to keep trying harder. And indeed, after Cain's praise, Murkrow nodded excitedly and resumed its training with even more enthusiasm. With a slight smile, Cain sincerely approved of Murkrow's effort. Winning the loyalty of such an outstanding Pokémon is an honor for any trainer. After about an hour, Cain and Murkrow resumed their journey. Although their main goal was to find what Umbra had indicated, they couldn't neglect basic training. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time and life. Murkrow's somewhat fatigued body quickly regained its energy after consuming some Pokeblocks, and even its aura seemed to strengthen a little. This is the subtle effect of Pokeblocks. Energy that would normally take 2 or 3 hours to recover was restored in just a few minutes with the help of Pokeblocks. Additionally, a fatigued body acts like a dry sponge, quickly absorbing the enormous amount of energy from the Pokeblocks, more than it would normally absorb during recovery. With a steady supply of Pokeblocks, the difference between Murkrow and other Pokémon will become increasingly apparent. Yesterday, in their search for water, they strayed slightly from the original route, so the task now was to return to the path. As the sun rose higher, the temperature in the forest increased, and the daytime Pokémon began to appear. Under the sun's rays, the forest radiated vibrant energy. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the strength of the Pokémon they encountered also increased. However, the number of Pokémon decreased compared to before, as higher-level Pokémon began establishing their own territories. Occasionally, injured Pokémon were seen along the path or in the trees, or even the bodies of Pokémon. Cain and Murkrow ignored these signs. But as they ventured further, their alertness grew. Murkrow carefully watched its surroundings, ready to act at any moment. Fortunately, thanks to the system's ever-active scan feature, no Pokémon could approach Cain undetected. That's how Cain noticed several Pokémon approaching them with intent, having followed them for quite a while. As they neared, just as Cain suddenly stopped, a pincer burst from the bushes, quickly aiming for the weak Cain. Squawk! Murkrow, who had been on alert, reacted instantly when Pincer appeared and, with the help of Tailwind, used Feint Attack to knock down the Pincer attempting to strike Cain. Seeing the Pincer's failed attack, Cain couldn't help but laugh. This Pincer was the same one Murkrow had defeated before. But this time, Pincer had learned and decided to attack Cain first. Unfortunately, it underestimated the situation. Even without Murkrow's presence, the system had already detected the danger, and the moment Cain stopped, his body was ready to dodge. Squawk! However, this time Pincer wasn't alone. Hearing its cry, 3 more Pincer jumped from the bushes, and according to the system's data, they were as strong as the first. Cain smiled and said, "They have no idea the danger they're in. They came together just to be taken down together." A few days ago, Murkrow could already easily take on Pincer, and now, with its improved strength, facing 4 Pincer was nothing more than a simple exercise. Squawk! 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 The 4 Pincer exchanged glances, and with considerable coordination, rushed toward Cain, aware that this seemingly defenseless being was now their greatest threat. Murkrow, use Screech. Cain, unperturbed, calmly ordered. Craw! A sharp sound came from Murkrow's mouth, so piercing that anyone would want to cover their ears, especially the 4 Pincer standing in front of him. They had never heard such a horrible sound, and the dreadful vibration seemed to pierce their minds through their ears. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, and they even felt their tough armor loosen. Murkrow, try to show the results of your training. Cain smiled, pulling a remote control from his belt and pressing a button. It was Murkrow's weight controller. As soon as Cain deactivated the weight, Murkrow felt his body lighten completely. With the advantage of the tailwind movement, in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between him and the pincer. Craw! Craw! Murkrow had never felt so fast. Without the weight restricting him, his body moved like the wind, and he let out a cry of excitement. He hadn't imagined that in just a few days, his speed could improve so much. Seeing Murkrow's unleashed speed, Cain's smile became more evident, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. For a Murkrow this fast, the pincer in front of him were nothing more than a group of insignificant opponents. Murkrow, stop playing. Use Gust to block the two pincer in front, then take out the other two with Wing Attack. Cain gave a series of instructions, and Murkrow nodded before flapping his wings forcefully. Without the weight, the Gust movement was unleashed even faster and with greater power. In an instant, two white tornadoes of flying energy formed, blocking the two pincer charging toward him. Without hesitation, Murkrow turned and charged at the other two pincer. As he flew, flying-type energy accumulated in his wings. In an instant, he appeared in front of the two pincer, and his wings struck the pincer on the left with force, sending it crashing into a nearby tree, where it fell to the ground motionless, unable to continue fighting. A total defeat in a single blow. After the defense reduction caused by the Screech move, and with Murkrow's full strength unleashed after removing the weight, plus the double damage flying-type moves inflict on bug-type Pokémon, the pincer was instantly defeated. Seeing his companion fall, the remaining pincer roared in anger and launched a direct attack at Murkrow with his large horn, using the takedown move. Murkrow, use Protect, then attack again with Wing Attack to finish him off. Following Cain's order, Murkrow immediately activated the mysterious energy stored in his body, enveloping himself in a green energy shield. Under the mystical glow of the barrier, Murkrow appeared to be wrapped in a halo of mystery. The barrier shattered under Pincer's attack, but it had already fulfilled its purpose, neutralizing the enemy's offense. While Pincer stared in disbelief at his failed attack, Murkrow's wings, charged with flying-type energy, struck him mercilessly. With the sound of Pincer's shell cracking, the Pokémon was sent crashing to the ground, following the same fate as his companion. At that moment, the two Pincer who had been blocked by the Gust move finally managed to break free, their armor marked by damage. Realizing that their initial advantage of 4 against 1 had turned into a 2-on-1 battle, the Pincer leading the attack was left bewildered. He barely understood how Murkrow, who hadn't been that strong before, had managed to change the situation so drastically. Murkrow, use Gust again, then attack with Wing Attack and finish them off. Although the Pincer were confused, Murkrow was not. He had been eagerly awaiting this moment of unrestricted combat, and he wasn't going to waste the opportunity. With a war cry, 2 tornadoes surged once more, trapping the Pincer inside. Without hesitation, Murkrow dove into the tornado. Under the white glow of his wings, boom, boom. 2 figures flew out of the whirlwind, and even the tornadoes dissipated instantly. Craw! Murkrow cried out loudly, not bothering to look at the 2 fallen Pincer. There was no need to check. Both had lost the ability to fight the moment they were thrown into the air. It was the first time since following Cain that Murkrow had enjoyed such a satisfying battle. Cain gently stroked Murkrow's proud head and jokingly said, "This is just the result of short-term training. Don't get too confident. Keep working hard." Although Cain was quite pleased with Murkrow's strength, he didn't want him to become arrogant, so he gave a small warning. Craw, craw. Murkrow quickly protested, assuring that he wasn't being arrogant, just a little excited. Hee, you did very well this time. Cain smiled and shook his head. He didn't mean it seriously, he was just teasing. Now do you see the results of your training? Cain continued, but his tone was full of humor that he wasn't trying to hide. Murkrow nodded quickly, his small eyes shining with admiration. He was becoming a devoted little follower of Cain. You. Cain gave him a gentle tap on the head with his finger and raised the remote control, waving it in front of Murkrow. I'm going to reactivate the weight. Are you ready? Murkrow was a little surprised. He had just started enjoying the feeling of freedom, and now he was about to be restricted again. But he understood the reasoning behind Cain's actions and, though reluctantly, nodded to show his agreement. Cain noticed Murkrow's disappointment, but he knew it still wasn't the time to leave him unrestricted. Murkrow still needed to improve his strength. With Murkrow's eyes filled with expectation, Cain reactivated the weight, keeping it at the previous 5 kg. Murkrow immediately felt the weight on his body, causing his flying height to drop a bit, but he quickly adapted and returned to the same altitude as before, looking at Cain at eye level. He was already used to that weight, and with a small adjustment, he could move normally. While Cain performed an automatic scan with his system, he was surprised to discover that Murkrow's level had risen again after the recent battle. This level increase was so natural that even Murkrow probably didn't realize it, attributing it instead to the relief of the weight. Cain didn't mention it and let Murkrow think that the advancement was due to the weight training, so he would continue to train enthusiastically. One of the advantages of fighting in the wild is that, after a battle, there's no need to clean up the field. Due to the sounds of the recent fight, the forest was completely silent. Taking advantage of the absence of other Pokémon, Cain and Murkrow left the area and returned to their marked path on the map. The earlier fight had been just a small distraction for them, but the only significant outcome was that Murkrow leveled up again. Following the map's route and constantly comparing the surroundings with landmarks, Cain made sure not to stray too far from the path. Almost 4 hours had passed since the battle with the pincer, and Cain had ventured nearly 30 kilometers deeper into the forest. They were now completely outside the forest's periphery, beginning to head toward the center. The trees in the forest were becoming increasingly larger, their trunks thicker, the leaves denser, and the spaces allowing light to pass through were getting smaller. Consequently, the temperature dropped, and a chill began to spread through the forest. Although they still saw traces of Pokémon, Weedle and Caterpie were no longer visible, and there were no signs of battles between Pidgey and Spearow. The strength of the Pokémon was increasing, and Murkrow's aura could no longer completely intimidate other Pokémon. As they entered territory after territory, the number of Pokémon daring to follow them increased. Just a moment ago, when Cain was picking berries from a tree, he accidentally entered the territory of a group of powerful Pokémon. A Raticate emerged from the ground and launched a fierce attack. Since the system couldn't scan underground, Cain wasn't prepared for the Raticate's attack. However, his reflexes, honed over the years, allowed him to dodge the attack, but even so, he received a scratch on his arm. It was a level 20 Raticate, and its claws, used to digging, left a deep wound on Cain's arm. Had he not dodged in time, his entire arm could have been rendered useless. Seeing Cain injured, Murkrow became enraged and attacked with all his might, launching a barrage of moves at Raticate. Under the torrential attack, Raticate was left stunned by Murkrow's skill, having thought he had found easy prey, only to realize he had run into a wall of iron. After easily defeating a level 20 Raticate, Murkrow wasn't happy at all, as Cain had been hurt. Fortunately, Cain had brought enough medical supplies. Enduring the pain, he washed the wound with water, disinfected it with a spray, and then covered it with a bandage. The entire process was smooth, and he didn't make a sound during the disinfection. From his past life, Cain had developed excellent wound treatment skills, and he was already accustomed to this type of injury. Humans are too vulnerable against Pokémon. Any mistake can be fatal. Additionally, one cannot rely too much on the system, as its scan range is limited and cannot provide timely feedback for long-range or fast-moving Pokémon, let alone those underground. Thinking that by defeating Raticate the problem was solved, Cain soon realized he had stirred up a hornet's nest. One Raticate after another began emerging from the ground, baring their teeth and attacking Murkrow, determined to avenge their companion. While it seemed Murkrow was strong, there were many of them, and they were determined not to let him go. Murkrow, already burning with fury, showed no mercy. It defeated one after another under Cain's precise orders, making the Raticate fall one by one. However, as time went on, the speed at which the Raticate appeared increased. Realizing something was wrong, Cain quickly stopped Murkrow, who kept attacking. This place was clearly a Raticate nest, and if they didn't retreat now, soon they wouldn't be able to. Facing so many Raticate, Cain decided to avoid further confrontation for now, and both he and his Pokémon began to flee. A group of Raticate, with an average level of 20, along with some small Rattata, relentlessly chased after Cain. Curiously, the small Rattata, about the size of puppies, were the most persistent, although the dense bushes on the ground slowed their advance. Noticing this, Cain ran toward areas with more vegetation. With his Team Rocket uniform, he could minimize the damage caused by the thorns in the bushes. While Cain was busy running, Murkrow didn't worry in the least, as the Raticate couldn't catch up. From time to time, he launched moves like Gust and Dark Pulse. The Raticate became perfect targets for Murkrow to train his moves. Finally, the Raticate that were chasing them realized they couldn't catch Cain, and their numbers quickly dwindled under Murkrow's furious attacks. The Raticate, abandoning the pursuit, angrily burrowed underground to avoid further attacks from Murkrow. Uf. Cain stopped running, resting his hands on his knees, breathing heavily as if he were a bellows. His chest rose and fell, and his heart pounded so hard it seemed about to burst. My body is still too weak, Cain thought as he gasped. Even though he had been recovering and training his body, running at that speed for so long nearly left him breathless. With the frantic pace of his breathing, blood started seeping through the freshly applied bandage on his arm, and the sweat dripping onto the wound caused a sharp pain that stimulated his nerves to the limit. Now that he could finally look around, Cain realized he had seriously deviated from the original path in his attempt to escape the Raticate. The first thing he had to do was get back on track. After resting for a bit, Cain began to treat the wound on his hand. Comparing his position with the marks on the map, he realized he was quite far from the path. If he kept moving away, he would soon be in an uncharted area. The clear sound of running water, accompanied by a slight humid breeze, came from the distance. He noticed that nearby there was a small waterfall, which was the furthest point marked on the map. After thinking for a moment, Cain decided to head to the water source to rest. The wound that had reopened was starting to bleed again, and the area around it was becoming pale, an effect of the sweat soaking it. Following the sound of the water, Cain advanced with Murkrow, not forgetting to give his Pokémon some poke blocks, as it had expended a lot of energy. When he passed through a forest and finally reached the waterfall, Cain was surprised by the scene he saw. The waterfall's water flowed continuously, generating a thick mist. The ancient trees surrounding the area were lush, and the sunlight filtering through the leaves created small rainbows in the mist. Noticing Cain and Murkrow's arrival, the Pokémon playing in the water quickly submerged, while the birds searching for food flapped their wings and flew away, leaving the small valley, which had been full of life, in silence. This didn't bother Cain, who kept moving forward in this unexplored valley, letting the refreshing mist touch his face. However, among all the Pokémon, there was one that didn't budge, a Slowpoke lying by the river, its small pink tail submerged in the water, staring blankly ahead. This small pink Pokémon was, indeed, a Slowpoke. Cain looked surprised at the Slowpoke, who showed no fear of him. As he approached, Slowpoke's figure in the mist became clearer. "What is this?" Cain exclaimed as he saw Slowpoke up close. Although Slowpoke's color was still pink, it was a whiter shade than other Slowpoke. A shiny Slowpoke? A gleam passed through Cain's eyes, and the system activated, displaying the data of the Slowpoke in front of him. Pokémon: Shiny Slowpoke, green, deteriorating. Gender: male. Level: 20. Type: Water plus Psychic. Ability: Own Tempo. Held item: None. Egg moves: Rest, Rain Dance, Teleport. Basic moves: Curse, Yawn, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Confusion, Disable. Learned moves: Calm Mind, Psyshock. TM moves: None. Green quality? And deteriorating? Cain was astonished by Slowpoke's moves. What kind of moves were these? It was like a warehouse of psychic moves. Especially teleport, an extremely useful move in any situation, whether for escaping or pursuing. Any Slowpoke with this move would be far more valuable than a normal one. This indicated that this Slowpoke had exceptional talent in psychic moves. Slowpoke glanced at Cain and Murkrow, showing no reaction. He was used to it. Since he was little, his color had always been different from the other Slowpoke. Although Slowpoke weren't particularly exclusionary Pokémon, there had always been a slight difference in how they interacted with him. Other Pokémon looked at him with curious eyes, as if he were a rare species. But he was just a Slowpoke. Moreover, his personality was completely different from the rest of his group. While Slowpoke were typically lazy and barely moved when an enemy appeared, he was the opposite. If there was an enemy, he was the first to jump into battle. In every fight, he discovered that he truly enjoyed battling. After living with his group for 2 years, his restless nature finally led to his rejection. While all the Slowpoke basked in the sun, he trained. While everyone took naps, he trained. Even when Slowpoke were lost in their thoughts, he kept training. He had become an outcast within his own group. After multiple failed attempts to fit in, he finally decided to leave alone, hoping to change and learn how to be like the other Slowpoke, able to spend an entire day simply meditating and able to return to his group. That's why when Cain and Murkrow approached, he didn't react, as he was trying to imitate how a true Slowpoke should behave. His restless mind prevented him from stopping his thoughts, but now he was almost perfectly imitating a Slowpoke. As funny as it may seem, a Slowpoke was learning to be a real Slowpoke. But to him, that was all that mattered. He wanted to be accepted by his peers. He didn't want to be alone. But Cain knew none of this. What he saw was a Slowpoke with astonishing talent that, although outwardly no different from the others, was special. Without hesitation, Cain decided to capture it. Murkrow, go ahead. Greet your future teammate. Use Dark Pulse. Cain told Murkrow with a smile. He was determined to capture that Slowpoke. Both because of its green quality and the moves it had, Cain was resolved to act. Ka. Murkrow nodded excitedly. He was happy that he would soon have a new companion, but when it came to fighting, he wasn't planning to hold back. If Slowpoke couldn't withstand a single attack, that meant he wasn't fit to be his companion. An intense sinister energy surrounded Murkrow, followed by black tendrils that quickly gathered. After a morning of training, although Murkrow hadn't fully mastered Dark Pulse, his ability had improved significantly. Since Dark-type moves are effective against Psychic-type Pokémon, Slowpoke immediately sensed the sinister energy as he focused. Although it was an energy he detested, his battle experience allowed him to react smoothly. Slowly, his blank expression became serious, and his large eyes began to glow with determination. Huh? Cain couldn't help but exclaim as he saw the change in Slowpoke. Without a doubt, this Slowpoke was special. But now wasn't the time to be distracted. Murkrow had already gathered all the necessary dark energy, and Dark Pulse was ready to be unleashed, with Slowpoke as the target. Slowpoke, showing no signs of panic, stood firm. Even though he detested Dark-type energy, his vast battle experience allowed him to stay calm. He slightly opened his mouth, and a jet of water shot out like a bullet, fast and precise. The water pierced through the Dark Pulse, heading directly for Murkrow. Bang! The Dark Pulse hit Slowpoke hard, and the Dark-type damage caused him to cry out in pain. But in his eyes, a fighting spirit and ferocity began to emerge. He had repressed his true nature for a long time, trying to imitate the other Slowpoke, but Murkrow's attack had awakened it. Bang! The water gun also struck Murkrow, who had been too focused on launching the Dark Pulse and hadn't expected Slowpoke to counterattack without trying to dodge. Slowpoke had chosen a direct exchange of blows. Cain once again removed the remote control of Murkrow's additional weight. Facing a level 20 Slowpoke with the same green quality, Murkrow couldn't afford to be restricted in the slightest. Freed again, Murkrow wasn't as excited as at the beginning. Against this Slowpoke, it felt the pressure. However, despite Slowpoke's strength, its specialty was Psychic-type moves. But for a Dark-type Pokémon like Murkrow, what were Psychic moves? They had no effect. Therefore, Slowpoke was at a disadvantage from the start. Even so, Slowpoke showed no intention of giving up. On the contrary, it became braver and more excited as the battle progressed. Even with the simple water gun move, it executed it masterfully. Thanks to its level advantage and excellent physical condition, it held its ground firmly in the battle against Murkrow. After another confrontation, Murkrow was panting and Slowpoke lay on the ground, not as active as before. However, its eyes shone brightly, reflecting emotions of excitement, satisfaction, and happiness. During the battle, although Cain constantly directed Murkrow, he also paid attention to the changes in Slowpoke. He gradually learned about this Slowpoke. The reason this Slowpoke was alone here was likely not just because of its color, but also due to its personality. If it weren't for its Slowpoke appearance, Cain might have mistaken it for another water-type Pokémon full of fighting spirit. Murkrow, use Dark Pulse one more time. Let's give this future companion a little rest, Cain said, observing Slowpoke's exhausted state. A Dark Pulse with double damage would be enough to knock it out. Although Murkrow was very tired, it still had the strength to launch a few more moves. With one breath, the Dark Pulse formed and launched the final attack on Slowpoke. Slowpoke, already exhausted, had lost the ability to resist. Although it had a higher level than Murkrow, being a Pokémon specializing in psychic moves it couldn't use, its disadvantage was evident from the beginning. Defeat was only a matter of time. It would be great to keep fighting like this. Slowpoke didn't feel much about its defeat, but its obsession with battle made it remember this thought as it lost consciousness. At the moment it fell, a super ball hit it, capturing it inside. The super ball shook on the ground, its red light flashing, indicating Slowpoke's internal struggle. Cain approached the super ball and, watching it shake, couldn't help but say, "Slowpoke, if you join me, there will be endless battles." As if it had heard Cain's words, the super ball stopped shaking after a few seconds, the red light stopped flashing, and it finally stayed still. Seeing that he had finally captured Slowpoke, Cain quickly picked up the super ball from the ground and, under Murkrow's eager gaze, released it. When the Pokeball opened, a red flash appeared, and a small pale pink Pokémon appeared on the ground. The Slowpoke, previously unconscious, had now regained consciousness. Although its body was still injured and it couldn't move, its eyes were open. Cain gently lifted Slowpoke and sat on the damp ground, placing it on his lap. Seeing Slowpoke's hesitant and frightened gaze, Cain softly said, "Don't be afraid, Slowpoke. From now on, we are companions. This is Murkrow, and although you fought earlier, you must get along from now on." Cuh. Murkrow nodded quickly. It didn't want a newly joined companion to hold a grudge against it. Surprisingly, Slowpoke didn't hold any resentment towards Murkrow. In fact, it somewhat liked it for having provided such an enjoyable fight, as could be read in its big eyes. "Yadin," it said weakly, indicating that it didn't mind. Hearing Slowpoke's sound, Murkrow visibly sighed in relief and began flying around Slowpoke, curiously observing it, trying to understand this new and powerful companion better. Cain also understood their interaction and, smiling, took out a healing spray from his belt. Under Slowpoke's faint groans, he sprayed it over all its wounds. The scars caused by the dark energy faded a little. "Yadin," Slowpoke murmured after all the spray had been used, looking at Cain with a mix of curiosity and longing in its eyes, which, along with its shy expression, contrasted with the stubbornness and madness it showed during the battle. "Slowpoke, we are companions now. I'm counting on you in the future," Cain said with a smile, taking a light yellow Pokeblock from his belt, the same one Murkrow had used before to recover some of its depleted potential. "Yadin." Slowpoke immediately swallowed the Pokeblock Cain gave it, its wide eyes growing even larger, showing an expression of great satisfaction as it made a delighted sound. After a few seconds, Slowpoke came to its senses, but it noticed a different feeling in its body. Since it left its group, it had been trying to imitate a normal Slowpoke, but it always felt that something wasn't right, as if it could only use 80% of its strength. But after eating this Pokeblock, it felt that now it could use 90% of its strength. Although it wasn't at its best yet, it was surprised by the improvement. "I see you like Pokeblocks, Slowpoke." You don't have to imitate other Slowpoke, just be yourself. Cain had guessed that Slowpoke's loss of potential was due to it no longer being itself, trying to mimic others. Yaden, Slowpoke looked at Cain, noticing there was no disdain or rejection in his eyes. Although Slowpoke wasn't good at expressing itself, it could feel the kindness emanating from Cain and his lack of concern for the differences between it and other Slowpoke. Finally, Slowpoke began to lower its guard and show its true self. Although it still looked like a Slowpoke, its gaze became sharper, and its large eyes were no longer as vacant. Like windows to the soul, they reflected its desire to fight, a desire it no longer repressed. Cain smiled. Only when Slowpoke freed itself to truly be itself could it be the real Slowpoke. What did it matter if it was different from the others? Time would prove what was right. Indeed, using Pokeblocks and rediscovering its true self had reversed Slowpoke's loss of potential. During the next period, Slowpoke would need to continue using Pokeblocks. The supplies Murkrow had left weren't enough for it, so Cain would have to make more. Additionally, Slowpoke's wounds needed more treatment. Although the healing spray helped, it wouldn't recover immediately. For Slowpoke's future growth, Cain would also have to create some specific Pokeblocks for it. Although there were few recipes for Pokeblocks combining water and psychic types in the system's database, some did exist. Slowpoke, can you walk? Let's find a place to rest. This place was too damp to camp, but it was a good point to refill their water supply. Slowpoke, which was 1.2 meters tall and weighed almost 40 kilograms, wasn't something Cain could easily lift. Slowpoke nodded but didn't move. Instead, its eyes emitted a soft blue glow, enveloping itself in psychic energy. Cain felt the weight on his body begin to lessen until there was none at all. Slowpoke had lifted itself about 10 centimeters off the ground. Seeing Slowpoke's psychic ability, Cain's eyes lit up. With such strong psychic power and fine control, it seemed he had found a real treasure. Unless it faced a Dark-type Pokémon, with Slowpoke's psychic power at that moment, it would probably be unstoppable against any opponent of a similar level. With Slowpoke floating and Murkrow flying in the air, Cain left the mist-filled valley and searched for a relatively dry and flat spot. After a long time searching for dry wood, he finally lit a fire. Just in time for lunch, Cain began preparing food. Since Slowpoke was injured and needed to recover its potential with Pokeblocks, Cain ordered Murkrow to go find food by itself. Murkrow had great survival skills and could find food on its own. Cain didn't need to worry about it. Then he turned toward Slowpoke, who was lying on a dry rock. With the help of Murkrow and Cain, Slowpoke's external wounds had healed, but the fatigue from the battle still left it a bit exhausted. Just rest, Slowpoke, Cain said, gently stroking Slowpoke's head, remembering that it was also a water-type Pokémon and probably wasn't used to being on land. Slowpoke seemed to enjoy Cain's care, and with half-closed eyes, it soon fell asleep. What a sincere Pokémon! Cain laughed and, to not disturb its rest, lowered his voice and began preparing Pokeblocks for Slowpoke. It might sound strange, but Cain's two Pokémon currently have flaws in their potential and need to be adjusted through Pokeblocks. However, as a trainer, a Pokémon's potential is not the most important thing. What matters most is their attitude towards battles and training. As they say, diligence can make up for a lack of talent, and there's some truth to that. Of course, this doesn't mean that a Pokémon with green potential has no desire to fight, while one with red potential does, or that a Pokémon with red potential can always defeat one with green potential. Under normal conditions, that wouldn't be possible. A famous person once said that success is 1% talent and 99% effort, but this only applies when the potential is similar. If there's a huge difference in talent, that 1% can become a chasm, the greatest enemy on the path to success. So, when Cain discovered that Slowpoke had green quality and loved to battle, he knew he had found a treasure. Moreover, its outstanding psychic ability was so impressive that Cain wouldn't trade it even for a blue-quality Pokémon. Murkrow's level also increased by 1 after the day's battle, reaching level 17, which shows rapid progress. With a level 17 Murkrow and a level 20 Slowpoke, Cain now has the confidence to explore the entire forest. Moreover, with Slowpoke's teleport move, they'll always be in a safe position, even when facing strong opponents. The scent of roasted fish filled the air from the campfire. It had never smelled so delicious, and Slowpoke, amazed, stared at the roasted fish as its mouth began to water. Although it had grown tired of fish, the touch of its trainer and a bit of seasoning made it irresistible, causing its salivary glands to work overtime. Caw. Murkrow, seeing Slowpoke's expression, approached and patted its head with its wings, displaying pride in its trainer. Yadin, Slowpoke responded as if asking what that delicious thing was and when it could eat it. Caw. Murkrow was puzzled by Slowpoke's question, as all it knew was how to eat and didn't know when the roasted fish would be ready. Cain watched his two Pokémon exchange friendly words and couldn't help but smile. Though he didn't understand what they were saying, he knew the aim of their conversation. With both of them staring hopefully, Cain took the roasted fish from the fire and placed it in a bowl, serving them 3 pieces each. As soon as Murkrow saw its food, it began devouring it, completely ignoring the bones, as its strong digestive system made the bones a joke for it. Slowpoke looked at the food in front of it, swallowed its saliva, and looked at Cain, as if asking, "Is this for me?" Cain patted Slowpoke's soft pink head and nodded with a smile. "Yes, it's for you. Enjoy." Since it was born, Slowpoke had never tasted anything so delicious or received such kindness. As it ate, its big eyes began to fill with tears. Slowpoke ate so fast that it even finished before Murkrow, quickly devouring its 3 pieces of roasted fish. Happy, Slowpoke let out a small burp while Murkrow finished eating at a slightly slower pace. "Well, we've eaten and had enough to drink. Murkrow, let's start training. Slowpoke, you can rest and recover." Since Cain had decided to stay and rest during the day, he didn't want to waste time. Murkrow's use of Dark-type moves was still in its early stages, and improving its skill required constant practice. On the other hand, Slowpoke had just been captured, and it wasn't the right time to subject it to intense training, even if it wanted to. It needed to recover not just its body, but also its potential, which would determine its future growth. However, once its body fully recovers, it will be able to join the training, as only then will the Poke Blocks help it maximize its potential. Slowpoke looked enviously at Murkrow, who was training hard. Although it didn't care much about losing today, it knew it had been defeated. It attributed the loss to Murkrow's effort, as it had been neglecting its training. But even though it wanted to join, Cain wouldn't allow it, and Slowpoke knew its body wasn't in the right condition. Training would only make things worse. Cain noticed Slowpoke's expression and patted its head with a smile, saying, "Don't rush. First, recover. If you have nothing else to do, use your psychic power to lift that rock." He pointed to a human-sized rock. In the previous battle, when Slowpoke discovered that its psychic moves didn't work against Murkrow, it stopped using them. Therefore, although it was injured, its psychic energy was still abundant, and training its telekinesis wouldn't affect it. Hearing Cain, Slowpoke realized that even though it hadn't often trained its psychic abilities, this was still a form of training. Its big eyes began to glow blue, and the distant rock seemed to be wrapped in magical energy, slowly rising. If Cain knew that a Slowpoke with such strong psychic abilities had never trained its powers, he would have been surprised. While Murkrow and Slowpoke entered their training state, Cain was able to enjoy his lunch in peace. A peaceful, yet busy afternoon for Cain and his Pokémon. Murkrow and Slowpoke were absorbed in their training while Cain began preparing a new type of Poke Block for Slowpoke, which it would use in the future. Once the yellow berry Poke Blocks are finished, it will be time to start with water and psychic-type specialized Poke Blocks. The illusory blue Poke Block is the ideal option Cain has chosen for Slowpoke, as it effectively enhances the absorption of psychic and water energy. It has a sweet taste and is a transparent, light blue Poke Block. One can't help but mention the crafting of Poke Blocks. Why, if everything has advanced, are Poke Block making tools still made of wood? Is it because Team Rocket's base lacks specialized tools? Of course not. It's because those tools are too obvious and have no other purpose besides making Poke Blocks. If Cain bought those specialized tools, it would raise suspicion. Even if no one asked him directly, it would cause unnecessary trouble. How would an orphan who had never had contact with Pokémon explain that they knew how to make Pokeblocks? So, even though the process is slower, as long as the quality is satisfactory, it's not that important. Moreover, in the Team Rocket base on this test island, there are no tools for making advanced Pokeblocks. With the help of the system, Cain cut, crushed, ground, mixed, and separated all the materials for the Pokeblocks with precision. Every step was smooth, with no pauses. After completing each step, the system indicated what to do next, so within just 2 hours, Cain finished making the Pokeblocks that Slowpoke would need for the next few weeks. Looking at the containers filled with pure energy, all that was left was to wait for them to solidify and become valuable intermediate-level Pokeblocks. During those 2 hours, Murkrow and Slowpoke didn't stop training. Although Cain was busy making Pokeblocks, he dedicated part of his attention to his Pokémon, offering them guidance in their training so they wouldn't stray from the right path. In his past life, Cain had reached the level of a quasi-elite trainer, and although he had never trained a Slowpoke, he had enough experience to identify weaknesses in Pokémon at that level, especially in Murkrow, his starter Pokémon in his past life. Although he eventually decided not to continue with Murkrow, the effort he put into it cannot be denied. As for Slowpoke, being a water and psychic-type Pokémon, Cain also had knowledge of how to train its underdeveloped psychic abilities. With its outstanding psychic talent, Slowpoke wouldn't find it difficult to follow Cain's directions. Once its body fully recovers, Cain will feel more confident in his mission. As they delve deeper into the forest, the level of the Pokémon will surely increase. Aside from necessary battles, Cain will avoid encounters with high-level Pokémon as much as possible. And if they come across one, Slowpoke's teleport move will allow them to escape quickly. After 2 hours, Slowpoke had also gradually regained its energy. After training its psychic abilities for an extended period, and with Cain's guidance, Slowpoke also began training its body and water-type moves. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the sky roared with a rumble, and lightning tore through the firmament in an instant, quickly disappearing into the increasingly dark clouds. The sky, which had originally been a clear blue, began to fill with black clouds that covered the sun. These clouds, accompanied by lightning and thunder, expanded rapidly, eventually dominating the entire sky. Sensing the change in the sky and being especially sensitive to moisture, Slowpoke approached Cain, tugging at his pants with his small pink hand, saying, "Yadin, Yadin," while pointing toward the sky. He was telling Cain that rain was coming, and it wasn't going to be just a drizzle, but a torrential downpour. "I know, we need to find a place to take shelter from the rain," Cain said, also noticing the change in the sky. After all, the thunder wasn't for nothing. However, this sudden storm took Cain by surprise. Hearing that Cain wanted to find shelter, Slowpoke rolled his eyes, suddenly remembering a place. He tugged at Cain's pants again, saying, "Yadin, Yadin." "Oh? You're saying you know where we can take shelter?" Cain, observing Slowpoke's actions, quickly understood his intent. Looking into Slowpoke's eyes, Cain could always understand what he wanted to convey. Perhaps this was one of the peculiarities of psychic-type Pokémon. "Murkrow, let's go. We'll follow Slowpoke to find shelter." Cain signaled for Murkrow to stop training. The wounds on Slowpoke's body had mostly healed. With a blue glow in his eyes, he used his telekinesis to lift himself slightly into the air. Although he normally never used his psychic powers to levitate, inspired by Cain, Slowpoke began to lift his body to move more quickly. Leading Cain and Murkrow, Slowpoke returned to the waterfall. Due to the impending rain, the air became denser, and the Pokémon in the water, suffering from a lack of oxygen, began to surface. Magikarp, Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Goldeen, Seaking, Wooper, Marill, and other common Pokémon from the Kanto region surfaced one by one. Although Cain was used to seeing them, his eyes gleamed as the system in his mind quickly analyzed each Pokémon, displaying their data in front of him. Most of the Pokémon had red quality, and a few were orange. Cain looked at them but wasn't interested in capturing or training them. Yadin, Yadin. Upon reaching the edge of the lake beneath the waterfall, the atmosphere became even more humid. Just by staying for a while, their bodies became noticeably damp. For Murkrow, the humid air was very uncomfortable. His black, shiny feathers became heavy with moisture, making each flap of his wings harder. Moreover, the sensation of sticky feathers gave him the impression of falling into the water. Gah! Murkrow flapped his wings in displeasure, trying to shake off the moisture, but it was futile since the air was filled with water. Seeing Murkrow's disgusted expression, Slowpoke hurried up. He headed for the waterfall and pointed towards it, saying Yadin. "You mean there's a cave behind the waterfall?" Cain asked, intrigued by Slowpoke's action. He had originally thought it was just a regular waterfall, but it turned out there was a cave behind the water curtain. Slowpoke nodded, and his eyes gleamed with an intense blue glow as he increased his telekinesis, creating a gap in the waterfall large enough for a person to pass through. Normally, Slowpoke would have just crawled through, but knowing Cain and Murkrow didn't enjoy getting soaked, he used his psychic power to create a passage for them. Seeing Slowpoke was slightly fatigued, Cain and Murkrow wasted no time and quickly entered the cave behind the waterfall. After they went in, Slowpoke stopped controlling the waterfall and crawled inside under the water pressure, which only slightly pressed down on his body. "You're amazing, Slowpoke. Thanks for the effort." Cain praised Slowpoke before continuing deeper into the cave with Murkrow. For Cain, it was customary to explore any unknown cave first. However, considering Slowpoke's situation, it seemed likely this was where he had been living lately. It wasn't unusual for him to crawl out of the water frequently, allowing him to discover this place. Unlike the outside, full of humidity, the inside of the cave became drier the further they went. This could be because the waterfall blocked contact with the outside, preventing moisture from entering. Finally free from the humid environment, Murkrow flew quickly around the cave, drying himself off as he moved. Not long after they entered the cave, it began to pour outside. The roar of the water, combined with the sound of the waterfall, created a symphony of nature in the jungle. As the rain began, the air ceased to be so dense, and the Pokémon in the water became immediately more active, appearing in the lake and on the shores. Cain approached the waterfall and, through the clear water, could see a bit of what was happening outside, though not clearly. Finally, Slowpoke used his telekinesis to form a small hole in the waterfall, allowing Cain to see fully what was happening outside. Cain watched as several Pokémon, usually hidden under the water, surfaced. In addition to the common Magikarp and Goldeen, a few relatively rare Pokémon appeared. "What's that?" Cain couldn't help but exclaim as he saw the figure of a Pokémon quickly pass by. "It can't be. Besides those common Pokémon, she's here too." Before Cain's eyes passed a figure adorned with shining multicolored scales. Her elongated, elegant body had 2 long antennas, and her tail moved like a fan, glimmering under the rain. Milotic. I can't believe the water quality here is so good that there's even a wild Milotic. Milotic, being the evolved form of Feebas, only evolves when it carries a prism scale. Given how extremely rare the prism scale is, it's very unlikely for a wild Feebas to obtain one, so finding a wild Milotic is almost impossible. In Cain's mind, at this point, no one in the Pokémon League knew that Feebas could evolve, much less that its evolution resulted in the beautiful Milotic. To them, Milotic had no pre-evolved form, and they considered Feebas, which didn't have a known evolution, as a Pokémon even inferior to Magikarp. For a moment, Cain felt a strong temptation to rush out and capture that Milotic, regardless of its quality. After all, a Pokémon that managed to evolve in the wild couldn't be an ordinary Pokémon. However, that temptation was quickly dismissed. It would be madness to go out during a storm to capture a Milotic that was being admired by all the other Pokémon. Additionally, due to the distance, it wasn't clear what level Milotic was, and attacking rashly could mean the end for Cain and all his Pokémon. Shaking his head, Cain abandoned that idea and continued to observe the Pokémon in the water. Besides the surprise of seeing a Milotic, Cain also noticed the presence of some other rare Pokémon. What caught his attention the most was the occasional appearance of Squirtle. There was more than one wild Squirtle here. This was something Cain hadn't expected. And considering how frequently they appeared, it seemed like there was a small group of Squirtle in the area. As one of the Water-type starter Pokémon from the Kanto region, Squirtle had always been controlled by the Pokémon League. If the League found out about the existence of a wild Squirtle group, they would quickly take action to ensure they were captured and prevent starter Pokémon from spreading beyond their control. Although there were always some starter Pokémon left in the wild, it was becoming increasingly difficult to find them due to the efforts of the Pokémon League. This place, being controlled by Team Rocket, was outside the League's reach. That's why Cain wasn't surprised to find wild Squirtle here. However, he was excited by the idea of capturing one, as obtaining a Water-type starter would be extremely useful in the future. Nevertheless, after thinking for a moment, Cain decided to wait until the storm passed. It wasn't safe to go out during a storm just to capture a Squirtle, especially considering he already had enough on his plate. However, the calm didn't last long. The Pokémon who had been happily playing in the rain under Milotic's guidance were interrupted by the arrival of another Pokémon. Roar! With a thunderous dragon's roar, a large Pokémon appeared in the lake. With the impact of the water and its intimidating presence, all the Pokémon were frightened. A Gyarados surfaced in the lake. Milotic. Seeing Gyarados, Milotic swam toward all the Pokémon and cried out to the enraged Gyarados. However, Gyarados paid no attention to Milotic. Annoyed by his nap being interrupted by the joyful Pokémon, he was extremely angry and needed a fight to vent his fury. Roar! A yellow glow quickly gathered in Gyarados' mouth, followed by a devastating hyper beam. Water currents gathered around Milotic, and swimming at great speed in the water, she moved ahead of all the Pokémon, enduring Gyarados' attack. This cave is such a unique place. If I get the chance in the future, I might consider coming back to capture those Squirtle or even Milotic, Cain murmured, contemplating the vast world of Pokémon and the surprises that still awaited him. With the sky still cloudy, Cain and his Pokémon took shelter in the cave, waiting for the storm to pass, while thinking about their next steps. Cain didn't have much time to observe, as the battle between Milotic and Gyarados followed the flow of the water, moving further and further away until the noise faded. From a distance, only the beams of Hyper Beam could be seen shooting columns of water across the forest before disappearing completely. Phew! What a terrifying battle. I'm glad I didn't try to capture that Milotic. Judging by the remnants of the fight, both Pokémon are probably over level 40, Cain thought, feeling relieved. With the departure of the two Pokémon, the small frightened Pokémon also hid, and the once bustling lake fell silent. Apart from the constant rain, there were no signs of life. Cain signaled Slowpoke to release his control over the waterfall, then returned deeper into the cave to wait for the rain to stop. I really want to reach that level of combat. That way, I won't have to follow anyone's orders. Influenced by the battle between Gyarados and Milotic, Cain thought to himself, but in this life, I won't abandon them. Looking at Murkrow, who had almost finished drying off, and Slowpoke, who always accompanied him, Cain made a silent promise to them. After half an hour, the rain began to gradually subside, and with Slowpoke's help, Cain slowly exited the cave behind the waterfall. Since the rain had just stopped, the forest was soaked, but at the same time, under the sunlight peeking through the clouds, the place radiated a completely new atmosphere. It was as if everything had come back to life. Walking through the meadow drenched in water droplets, Cain, accompanied by Murkrow and Slowpoke, left the lake area. Originally, he had planned to stay there for a day so Slowpoke could recover and to make some poke blocks, but the rain had interrupted his plans. Fortunately, Slowpoke had recovered well, and the poke blocks were already made. They just needed to fully solidify. Taking advantage of the clear sky after the rain, Cain walked along the river with Murkrow and Slowpoke, hoping to find the Squirtle he had seen earlier. He guessed there was a small colony of Squirtle in the area. The water level had risen due to the rain, flooding the paths where the Pokémon walked. Now they could only walk through the grass, which was full of water droplets, and it didn't take long for Cain's pants to get soaked. Despite everything, the clear water after the rain often allowed him to see small water-type Pokémon, but Cain felt a bit disappointed as most of what he saw were common Pokémon like Magikarp, with the occasional Goldeen appearing. Eventually, he resigned himself to the situation. After all, Squirtle is a valuable starter Pokémon. It was already surprising to see it in the wild. Capturing one would depend on luck. Cain walked about 10 kilometers along the river without finding a trace of Squirtle, although he did see some relatively rare water-type Pokémon. But since he already had a Slowpoke, he wasn't interested in water types with mediocre abilities, and it wasn't worth spending resources on them. Looks like finding Slowpoke was just a stroke of luck, Cain thought after walking a bit further. He was quite satisfied with having captured such a talented Slowpoke. Searching for Squirtle had been an impulse, and if he didn't find it, it didn't matter. After reaching that conclusion, Cain stopped focusing so much on the water Pokémon. I'll walk a little further and then head back, he thought as the sky began to darken. However, just as Cain was about to walk a bit further, he encountered an unexpected situation that made him immediately retreat. A light blue Pokémon, covered by a flow of water, jumped directly out of the water, landing not far in front of Cain. Golduck! Cain exclaimed, frowning as he saw the Pokémon that had suddenly appeared. This Golduck wasn't one Cain had seen earlier during the storm, and in fact, he hadn't seen a Psyduck during the storm either. Seeing the Golduck that had appeared out of nowhere, Murkrow quickly positioned himself in front of Cain, while Slowpoke approached seriously. His water-type instinct told him that this Golduck was strong, very strong. Cain's eyes flashed as Golduck's data appeared in his mind. Pokémon, Golduck, yellow. Gender, male. Level, 38. Type, water. Ability, damp. Held item, none. Egg moves, Mud Bomb, Yawn. Basic moves, Aqua Jet, Water Sport, Scratch, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Confusion, Fury Swipes, Water Pulse, Disable, Screech, Zen Headbutt, Aqua Tail, Soak, Psych Up. Learned moves, Hydro Pump, Iron Tail, Ice Punch. TMs, none. Cain instantly became serious, his expression turning grim. I didn't expect to run into a level 38 Golduck. What luck! Originally, Cain thought that after the battle between Gyarados and Milotic, no strong Pokémon would appear in this water area, so he felt safe searching for Squirtle. But unexpectedly, a level 38 Golduck appeared. What Cain didn't know was that this Golduck was actually the true owner of this area, while Gyarados and Milotic were just temporary visitors. Due to the immense power of Gyarados and Milotic, Golduck hadn't dared to confront them, so he had hidden along with his colony of Psyduck. It was only after the two Pokémon left following their battle that Golduck emerged from the water's depths. At that moment, he saw Cain and his group wandering through his territory. Filled with fury, Golduck thought, I can't face those two powerful Pokémon, but you little ones dare to provoke me. Fortunately, Cain was unaware of the situation. If he had known, he would have thought, disaster falls from the sky. Looking at the two Pokémon advancing toward him, Golduck eyed them with disdain. As a Pokémon that had reached such a level, he had his own method of judging the strength of other Pokémon. Although Murkrow and Slowpoke showed good eyes and presence, to him, they were still too inexperienced. As the ruler of the region, Golduck generally didn't bother dealing with weak Pokémon like Murkrow and Slowpoke, but his anger needed an outlet, and Cain and his team had just crossed his path. I'll show you who the real owner is here. Golduck roared internally as a powerful water-type energy began to concentrate in his closed mouth, where the turbulent water began to overflow. He was charging an attack. Cain's heart skipped a beat. Is he really going all out right from the start? He's going to attack us with his full power, he thought quickly. Slowpoke, teleport, let's go. Seeing that Golduck was about to unleash his attack, Cain quickly gave the order. Yaden's Slowpoke immediately responded, and with his blue eyes full of psychic power, a blue wave enveloped Cain, Murkrow, and himself. Golduck, sensing Slowpoke's movement, who was also a psychic-type Pokémon, stopped charging the move and fired his Hydro Pump, his strongest water-type move. A column of water the size of a person shot out from Golduck's mouth, quickly approaching Cain. Murkrow, use Protect. With a cold gaze, Cain gave the order just in time. A light green energy shield surrounded Murkrow, and with great effort, he expanded the shield, blocking the hydro pump. Slowpoke, quickly. Murkrow could barely maintain the shield as the hydro pump, under Golduck's control, continued to fire. Yaden's Slowpoke, realizing the situation, ignored the limit of his psychic power and, with a flash of blue light, enveloped Cain and his team in an increasingly powerful wave of energy. In an instant, the psychic wave reached its peak, and with a flash of blue light, Cain, Murkrow, and Slowpoke disappeared from the spot. Bang! The suppressed hydro pump exploded in the spot where Cain had been. Golduck watched helplessly as the weak insects vanished before his eyes and felt his majesty as the supreme ruler had taken another hit. But when he thought of Cain's eyes, an inexplicable chill arose from his heart. Golduck couldn't help but shudder and abandoned his intention of pursuing them. With a whistle, he dived back into the water and disappeared. With a fluctuation of psychic energy, the trio reappeared in the cave behind the waterfall. Murkrow stumbled and fell to the ground, exhausted after barely holding on. Slowpoke also collapsed to one side, his spirit drained. Cain's expression was unusually solemn as he said, "There really are many powerful Pokémon in this forest." He helped Murkrow up, gave him a few poke blocks, and then let him rest for a while. "Slowpoke, use Calm Mind to restore your psychic energy," Cain said apologetically after looking at the Slowpoke. If Slowpoke hadn't explosively used his psychic energy at the last moment, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Yaden's Slowpoke let out a faint cry, then closed his eyes and began using Calm Mind. A slight wave of psychic energy appeared around him. This move not only increased the user's special attack and special defense in battle, but it also enhanced the effects of psychic energy during regular training. After organizing Murkrow and Slowpoke, Cain sat beside the cave. This time, it truly was an unexpected disaster. He was merely walking near the river when he encountered a powerful ruler of the area. Both Pokémon took a significant hit. However, for Cain, who had explored wild areas in his past life, encountering powerful Pokémon in their territory and being driven off like this was nothing new. Don't look so down, it's just about living a few more years. As long as we train hard, sooner or later, we'll regain what we lost today, Cain said to console them. With Cain's words, they began to relax as well, transforming their frustration into an inexhaustible source of motivation. We must become stronger and reclaim what's ours. Although they wanted to start training right away, both Murkrow and Slowpoke were injured to varying degrees, so Cain ordered them to train only after they had fully healed. Thus, in the cave at night, only the sounds of the waterfall and the crackling firewood could be heard. There were no other sounds. Murkrow lay obediently against the cave wall, eyes closed, digesting the poke blocks. Each time it finished absorbing the energy, it would eat another poke block and continue the digestion process. Although poke blocks are automatically absorbed after being consumed, the process can be sped up by mobilizing the body's internal energy, increasing the flow to digest the poke blocks faster. On the other hand, Slowpoke also closed its eyes, lying on the ground. Its mysterious psychic energy enveloped its body, and even the surrounding space showed slight waves of distortion. Cain watched his Pokémon's efforts with keen attention. Since his Pokémon were working so hard and wanted to grow, as their trainer, he could only support them and think about the most suitable training methods and growth directions for them. If I could make advanced poke blocks, it would definitely accelerate their growth, Cain thought silently. As for how to obtain the tools to make advanced poke blocks, that was something he had to solve. After all, it was his responsibility as a trainer. Murkrow's growth path was very suitable for him, a nimble assassin with low endurance and defense. If he continued daily weight training, his speed would surely reach extraordinary levels. But regarding Slowpoke's growth direction, that was something Cain needed to consider. Slowpoke has two types of evolutions, Slowbro and Slowking. Slowbro specializes in physical defense, while Slowking excels in special defense. Cain hadn't yet decided which type he wanted Slowpoke to evolve into, and besides, this was a decision he needed to discuss with Slowpoke. Though evolving into Slowking is exponentially more challenging than becoming Slowbro, if Slowpoke wanted to become Slowking, Cain would support him with all his strength. In Cain's view, Slowpoke, who is a bit slow but has good endurance and exceptional talent in psychic skills, should aim towards Slowking, focusing on special attack and special defense, without worrying too much about physical defense. However, if Slowpoke wanted to evolve into Slowbro, Cain would also support him. The night in the cave beneath the waterfall was especially cool. Sitting by the fire, Cain became lost in his thoughts, while his two Pokémon were working hard to heal their wounds and return to training as soon as possible. Soon, the night passed. After thinking everything over, Cain instructed Murkrow and Slowpoke to stop and rest. Sometimes, the body's natural recovery ability shouldn't be underestimated. The morning, as always, was dedicated to training, but unlike other days, today Murkrow trained with particular intensity. Yesterday's experience had been a harsh blow for him. Although Slowpoke couldn't train physically, his psychic abilities weren't affected. After overusing Teleport yesterday, Slowpoke felt a great increase in his psychic energy and a deeper understanding of that move. Originally, Slowpoke could only lift a single stone with telekinesis for practice, but today, to Cain's surprise, he could lift 2 stones simultaneously. Although the overuse of psychic powers yesterday had been exhausting, the growth achieved was significant. Cain concluded that Slowpoke had always had great psychic potential, but had only been using that power superficially. If Slowpoke's psychic energy was compared to a glass of water, his previous use of psychic powers was like drinking through a thin straw. But after yesterday's excessive use, the straw had become twice as wide, exponentially increasing his energy usage. Seeing Slowpoke's growth, Murkrow pushed himself even harder. He knew that in a battle against Slowpoke, part of his success was due to Slowpoke's psychic moves not affecting him, and another part due to Cain's leadership. In terms of overall strength, Slowpoke's combat ability was likely twice as much as his. Of course, as a teammate, Murkrow didn't envy Slowpoke. But that didn't stop him from seeing Slowpoke as a goal. Only through continuous training and improvement could he grow enough. He didn't want to lag behind when Cain captured other powerful Pokémon in the future. As Cain's first captured Pokémon, Murkrow had his pride and didn't want to become a burden to the team. In fact, he wanted to be the strongest Pokémon on the team to protect the others in future battles. While his Pokémon trained, Cain also exercised. Accompanying his Pokémon in their training helped to bring their hearts closer together. When one is busy, time flies. The 3 hours of morning training vanished in the blink of an eye. Although he wanted to continue, Cain didn't forget that he had a mission given by Umbra. Beyond whether completing the mission would allow him to advance in the organization, the 10,000 reward points were something he urgently needed. Now that he had 2 Pokémon to raise, the resource consumption would multiply. The resources needed to raise these 2 Pokémon were astonishing. It didn't seem like raising Murkrow had consumed many resources, partly because Cain made the Pokeblocks himself, so the investment wasn't as high. But for an ordinary trainer, doing something like this would be impossible. You have to know that a single medium-level Pokeblock costs 5 points on Team Rocket's exchange list. Murkrow consumes around 30 Pokeblocks a day, meaning a daily investment of 150 points. And if we add the Pokeblocks that Slowpoke needs, the required points increase. Furthermore, we must remember that a Pokémon not only needs physical strength, but must also master important moves. Cain had already spent over 10,000 points on teaching Murkrow 3 moves, and would need to invest more as both Pokémon learned additional moves. That's why it's so challenging for an average trainer to stand out in this world. Without special opportunities, the resources required to raise a single Pokémon would take a lifetime, and by then, the Pokémon would have passed its peak. Cain had always relied on the system. In his previous life, even with the system's help, he had to become a Pokémon hunter and leverage Team Rocket's resources to reach the level of a quasi-elite trainer. But being a quasi-elite trainer only placed him in the mid-upper ranks among Team Rocket members. In the league, there were countless hidden quasi-elite trainers. Only by becoming an elite-level trainer does one barely have the right to live freely in this world. but just barely. After all, being an elite-level trainer doesn't mean being one of the Elite Four. They are two different concepts. He stepped out of the cave, and after yesterday's heavy rain, today the sky was clear. The warm rays of the sun touched Cain's skin as he exited the cave, bringing him a sense of comfort like drinking cool water when thirsty. Walking again on the smooth stones by the lake, Cain noticed that the water, which had risen significantly yesterday, had miraculously returned to its original level. The stones, washed by the rain, shone softly under the sun, showing their cleanliness. Looking at the water's surface, Cain said to Murkrow and Slowpoke, "The next time we come here, it'll be to take revenge." Craw. Yadin. Though Cain's words were calm, the determination in them made Murkrow and Slowpoke feel completely convinced. Both responded with a sound to Cain. This desire for revenge was also what they now believed in, and what would guide their efforts in the future. 10 minutes later, Cain, along with his Murkrow and Slowpoke, set off again to complete the mission. Holding a dagger in hand, Cain walked through the forest, comparing his surroundings with the marks on the map. If he wanted to keep searching for the mission items, the first thing he had to do was return to the path drawn on the map. Murkrow hovered above Cain's head, constantly watching the surroundings. In a forest as dangerous as this, the limited detection range of the system wasn't enough to respond to unexpected situations. Slowpoke closely followed Cain, its eyes glowing with a blue shimmer. Under the effect of telekinesis, Slowpoke, usually slow, could now keep up with Cain's pace. After learning the lesson from the encounter with Golduck, Murkrow, as Cain's first line of defense, was able to spot enemies and attack them before they could approach Cain, neutralizing the threat. If an enemy was strong enough to break through Murkrow's defense, it didn't matter, as Slowpoke, closely following Cain, served as the second line of defense. Slowpoke could use its psychic power to control an enemy once it got past Murkrow, and with Murkrow's help, quickly defeat it. Even if an attacking Pokémon was extremely powerful and Murkrow and Slowpoke couldn't defeat it together, Slowpoke had the ultimate resource of using teleport to ensure everyone's safety. Perhaps due to the intense battle between Gyarados and Milotic the day before, today in the forest near the lake, wild Pokémon were scarce. Thus, Cain walked for almost an hour without encountering any powerful Pokémon. Gradually, the distance from the waterfall increased, and the humidity in the air became less dense. As they progressed, more Pokémon began to appear in the forest. According to the map, if they continued at this pace, in an hour they would return to the marked path. After cutting a vine blocking the way, an animal trail hidden behind it was revealed. Walking along an animal trail, though with more chances of encountering Pokémon, was easier than pushing through branches and bushes. Cain didn't hesitate and began walking along the trail. Now, with the dual protection of Murkrow and Slowpoke, safety was almost guaranteed. Even if they couldn't win a battle, they could always flee. As expected, it wasn't long before a battle occurred. Maybe due to his earlier luck, things weren't going so well now, or perhaps it was because he was walking along the animal trail. Several wild Pokémon attacked Cain one after another. Though none of them were high level, under the protection of Murkrow and Slowpoke, none managed to get close to Cain. In fact, few managed to surpass Murkrow's first line of defense. In the forest battle, Murkrow moved as freely as a dragon in the sea, and its body, increasingly accustomed to the weight load, was also getting faster. Now, carrying 5 kg of weight, its speed almost matched what it had initially. It quickly moved between trees, toying with its enemies. For instance, the manky Murkrow had just taken down tried to use its ability to move quickly between trees to attack Cain, but was discovered by Murkrow the instant it tried. Under the flying type advantage over fighting type, this level 19 Mankey was defeated in a single wing attack from Murkrow. This was just one of many attempted attacks, but in all cases, the fate of the Pokémon trying to ambush Cain was the same. Cain showed no mercy, and all Pokémon that attacked were eliminated by Murkrow and Slowpoke. In this forest where only the strongest survive, the lack of mercy sent a clear message to the other Pokémon. Each time one of these standout Pokémon fell, no others dared to attack for a while until Cain left the area. Upon reaching a new area, other Pokémon would start attacking again. Since the Golduck incident, Murkrow and Slowpoke had been ruthless, with each Pokémon daring to attack them, venting their frustration on them. However, as they eliminated more Pokémon, Murkrow and Slowpoke's aura of danger increased, and fewer Pokémon dared to attack them. Many who initially intended to attack were intimidated by the bloodlust they emanated. The 1-hour stretch of road took them almost 2 hours due to the number of attacks they faced. Though annoying, the progress was evident. Murkrow leveled up once more, reaching level 18, and though Slowpoke didn't level up, its mastery over its moves improved significantly. It also became more familiar with battling under its trainer's orders. If today's Slowpoke faced the Murkrow from when it was captured, the capture wouldn't have been as easy, even though Murkrow, as a Dark-type Pokémon, has an advantage over Slowpoke's Psychic type. In just 2 hours, Slowpoke not only improved its Psychic move mastery, but also increased its Water-type move proficiency. The most important thing is that Slowpoke started learning its own battle rhythm, able to react quickly to attacks. Finally, they returned to the path. Initially, Cain had fled from the Raticate to the waterfall, where he encountered Slowpoke and ultimately captured it. You could say it was fate. After a brief reflection, Cain said, "We're finally back on the path, but it took longer than I expected." A bit resigned, he added, "Let's take a break and prepare some lunch, and we'll continue later." He chose a relatively flat spot under a tree, gathered some dry branches and leaves, and lit a small fire. Finally, Cain took out 2 of the 4 rabbits he had caught on the way from his Team Rocket belt, along with salt, pepper, and other spices he had specially bought. Skillfully, Cain skinned the rabbits with his dagger, removed their guts, and with Slowpoke's help, cleaned them with water. Soon, the rabbits, previously covered in fur, were transformed into juicy pieces of meat. Before long, Cain, after carefully roasting them, had before him 4 golden, crispy pieces of rabbit meat, and Murkrow and Slowpoke, tired from the morning battles, were already beside him, eagerly watching the golden, juicy meat. Though it was better for Murkrow to feed on poke blocks, which also tasted great, it couldn't resist Cain's excellent roasting skills, so it always ate roasted meat before supplementing with poke blocks. Slowpoke, after tasting Cain's roasted fish for the first time, couldn't forget that flavor, and now, seeing what seemed like even more delicious rabbit meat, waited eagerly. Cain smiled, using the dagger to cut one of the pieces of meat and eat it, leaving another on Murkrow's plate and giving the other 2.5 to Slowpoke. Slowpoke's appetite was much larger than Murkrow's, and only with 2.5 pieces of rabbit meat could it feel barely satisfied. Cain saved the rest for later, gathering berries from the trees as they walked and eating them along the way. Well, time to eat. After serving the food, neither Murkrow nor Slowpoke moved until Cain gave the order, and only then did they start eating quickly. Murkrow was the first to finish and glanced at Slowpoke's plate, where some meat remained, before returning to its poke blocks. Slowpoke wanted to share a bit with Murkrow, but seeing its refusal, decided to finish it alone. Soon, lunchtime ended. Some wild Pokémon were attracted by the smell, but seeing Murkrow and Slowpoke and sensing the bloodthirsty aura surrounding them, they decided to move away. After the meal, Cain took out the map. Now that they were back on the original path, though the distance seemed like a day, considering the encounters with Pokémon and the fact that as they progressed, the Pokémon would be stronger and the path more difficult, he calculated it would take 2 days. But with Murkrow and Slowpoke once again in full form after a midday rest and lunch, the trio set off once more into the depths of the forest. Shortly after they left, a group of people appeared at the spot where Cain had just roasted his meal. The group's leader, a man with a slender, white hand and a malicious smile, approached the ashes left behind, extending his hand and touching the warm ashes, then bringing them to his nose and sniffing. Turning his back to his companions, he wore a grim smile and murmured, "What a coincidence, Cain." He spoke the last 2 words through gritted teeth. One of the men behind him, noticing his actions, stepped forward and touched his shoulder. "Have you found something, Soros?" His expression shifted from grim to cheerful in an instant, showing a very friendly smile. He turned to that person and said, "Oh, it's nothing. I just discovered someone quite dangerous." Upon hearing this, the person's expression changed slightly. "Someone? Do you know him?" It's worth noting that finding someone on this vast trial island is no easy task. Even if participants enter the forest, most return the same day. Being this far from the base means it's not a one-day round trip. Therefore, if someone can survive alone in the wild, they're definitely not to be underestimated. Additionally, according to what Soros said, this person is dangerous, which means he likely knows him. Soros gradually stopped smiling and nodded seriously. Yes, he's the first place in the trial. Who wouldn't know him? The person he was speaking to also became serious. Although his impression of Cain was based solely on that calm expression after taking first place, he felt a slight apprehension toward someone who could surpass Xander. Soros's expression turned solemn, very different from the smile he showed others. With the person in front of him, there was no reason to hide anything. As someone who had grown up with Soros, this person knew him well. Even back at the base, Soros managed to create a small yet influential force, thanks to his help. Thus, as the one who knew him best, upon seeing Soros's expression, his face changed drastically. "Don't tell me you plan to attack him, right? And how can you be sure it's him?" After all, everyone knew this guy wasn't afraid to challenge Xander, someone clearly different from the rest, probably with connections in Team Rocket. And yet, this same guy was beaten by Cain, coming in second, and all he did was throw a few empty threats. There was no reason to hide it. With the corner of his eye, Soros glanced at the group chatting amongst themselves, nodded, and said, "Sky, don't you find it surprising that a commoner like him could surpass Xander? He must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter, or his Pokémon has extremely high potential." Soros looked at Sky and continued, "I watched him before he left, saw him go in this direction. Do you think I chose this mission at random?" With a dark face, Sky couldn't help feeling a slight twitch in his eye. Although Soros had valid reasons, Sky knew the real motivation was that Cain had ignored Soros's invitation last time, hurting his pride. However, Sky was smart enough not to say it out loud, and he had to admit Soros was right. If they could uncover Cain's secret, he, too, might achieve a position in the top 10. Sky's eyes gleamed, reflecting his inner turmoil. If it hadn't been for his bad luck in receiving a low-potential Pokémon, he wouldn't have had to help Soros climb the ranks, depending on him to have any influence at the base. To be honest, apart from Soros's dazzling smile and his fairly strong coughing, Sky considered himself superior in every other aspect. However, circumstances forced him to lean on Soros if he wanted to stand out in the trials. He had to admit that the Pokémon distribution by Team Rocket, except for Xander, was entirely random. Whether one received a high-potential Pokémon or not depended solely on luck. Soros didn't notice Sky's hidden thoughts, busy fantasizing that if he discovered Cain's secret, he could become first in the trials and secure a prominent position in Team Rocket, standing above everyone else. "But we're not sure we can beat him," Sky commented with respect for the first place. After all, he himself was only in the 20s in the ranking, a big difference. "Don't worry, we won't know how strong he is until we try. And if we can't beat him, we'll still have others covering our backs," Soros replied, glancing toward the group of 5 people accompanying them. Shortly after, the two exchanged looks and made the decision to test Cain's abilities. He quickly changed expressions, putting on his characteristic smile, and turned to the 5 behind him. Those discussing Pokémon stopped talking and looked at Soros when he turned toward them. There was no denying Soros knew how to present himself effectively. Pleased to have everyone's attention, Soros smiled and said, "I just discovered a great opportunity. If we seize it, we can all pass the trial without any issues." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 5 lit up immediately. Although they were relatively strong, securing their place in the trial was a bit uncertain. If there was a chance to guarantee it, they had to seize it. Although they didn't doubt Soros's words, someone still wanted to be sure. "Really, Brother Soros?" Soros looked at the one who asked, smiling and nodding. "That's right. I just confirmed it with his brother, Sky." Everyone turned their gaze to Sky, who looked at them one by one and nodded to confirm. With confirmation from both leaders, the 5 were encouraged. The 50 spots in the Team Rocket final trial had always weighed on their minds. If they could pass with their own ability, they wouldn't need to rely on anyone else. After all, living in someone's shadow wasn't easy. Seeing the confidence in the others' eyes, Soros and Sky smiled internally. When the time comes, follow my orders without any hesitation or delay. If I see anything, we won't include you again, and you'll have to fend for yourselves, Sky warned, taking on the role of the bad cop in the group. The others felt a slight fear in their hearts. No one wanted to lose an ally, as it would make life much harder at the base. They quickly nodded, indicating they understood. If you have any doubts, wait until everything is over to ask. Don't make everyone suffer, Sky continued warning. If they knew their opponent was the first place Cain, they might desert at the last minute, so Sky made sure to prepare them. Everyone nodded again. At that moment, Soros stepped forward and smiled. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. If we face danger, I'll stay behind to cover the retreat. His smile and confidence reassured the 5 a bit. After all, they trusted Soros's actions thus far. However, when they weren't looking, a cold expression crossed Sky's eyes. He knew Soros's true intentions well. All right, let's go as soon as possible. The warmth of the ashes suggests he's not far. If we hurry, we'll catch up to him, Sky said, hiding his displeasure behind a smile. Soros didn't suspect a thing, nodded, and raised his hand for everyone to quickly move in the indicated direction. Elsewhere, Cain walked at a steady pace through the forest, unaware that someone had ill intentions toward him, nor that the ashes he'd left behind had revealed his location. In reality, even if Cain knew, he wouldn't worry. Had this happened before capturing Slowpoke, he might have avoided confrontation due to the number of opponents. But now that he had Slowpoke, he could challenge any participant from the base. Slowpoke, use Confusion to control Meowth. Murkrow, use Screech, and then finish it off with Wing Attack, Cain ordered calmly, watching as a wild Meowth fell under the combined attacks of Murkrow and Slowpoke, lying on the ground like a corpse. That level 20 orange quality Meowth had tried to take advantage of its speed to attack Cain, who appeared vulnerable. But before it could approach within 3 meters, it was stopped by Slowpoke's Confusion move. When it tried to escape, it was caught by Confusion again, and Murkrow used Screech to lower its defense before finishing it with a Wing Attack. This was the battle method Murkrow and Slowpoke had perfected. Slowpoke would use its powerful Confusion to immobilize the opponent, while Murkrow would weaken and finish them off. Few Pokémon could withstand this type of combined attack. The Meowth on the ground was just one of many Pokémon they had defeated along the way. Murkrow, Slowpoke, good job, Cain praised his Pokémon without holding back on compliments. That said, he took a mid-level Pokeblock from his belt and gave it to Murkrow to restore its energy. Slowpoke, on the other hand, still only 8 yellow berry Pokeblocks, so it didn't receive one. Luckily, Slowpoke mainly consumed psychic energy, so with a little use of the Calm Mind move, it could quickly recover. The training goal Cain set for Slowpoke was to be able to restore its psychic energy through Calm Mind while walking, just as Murkrow maintained its Tailwind state at all times. Yadin, suddenly, Slowpoke tugged on Cain's pant leg and made a sound. Craw, Murkrow also flew toward Cain and cawed softly. Seeing his 2 Pokémon's reaction, Cain felt slight concern. With the help of Slowpoke and Murkrow, Cain finally understood what they meant. Are you saying someone is following us? Cain narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. Through Murkrow and Slowpoke's gestures, Cain realized it wasn't just one person following him. In this forest, apart from participants, there shouldn't be any other humans. It seems I haven't asserted my authority. Everyone wants to test my limits, huh? Cain's face grew dark, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since they want to measure my strength, I'll make them see just how great the gap truly is. Suppressing his intent to kill, Cain signaled his Pokémon, Murkrow and Slowpoke, to act normally but stay alert. I wonder who it could be? Xander. Although his face remained emotionless, Cain couldn't help but speculate on who it might be. Thinking of Xander, Cain couldn't resist a slight smile. If Xander were so petty, he wouldn't have kept him beneath him in the past life. Or could it be him? A certain figure flashed in Cain's mind. At the base, besides Xander, whom he had clashed with, there was only one other person, Soros. Moreover, Soros was someone who, despite his sunny facade, had a petty heart. Confirming his suspicion, Cain was now 90% sure. Following his original route, Cain avoided drawing Soros and his group's attention, who trailed closely behind. To follow him undetected, they kept a significant distance. Deliberately, Cain led Murkrow and Slowpoke down an overgrown path, gradually moving off the main trail. The followers suspected nothing, with some impatiently suggesting to Soros that they strike immediately, taking advantage of Cain's supposed unawareness. What they didn't know is that the person they planned to attack was the top rank in the trials. If they knew, they'd probably reconsider their aggressive stance. Once Cain reached an ideal location, he stopped abruptly and told Slowpoke, teleport us back to where we were before. As soon as Cain finished speaking, Slowpoke's eyes, already prepared, glowed with a blue light. Using its psychic power, it surrounded Cain and Murkrow, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. Soros and his group, who had been following from afar, lost sight of Cain. To avoid detection, they had only been tracking his footprints. However, when they cautiously reached the spot where Cain had disappeared, the footprints stopped. Soros and Sky paled simultaneously. "Damn it, he vanished," said Sky, staring at the last of Cain's tracks. Since Slowpoke always floated using its psychic power, it left no tracks on the ground. Moreover, they had no idea Cain had captured a new Pokémon. To them, the best strategy in the trial was to focus on training a single Pokémon. Spreading resources to train others would be a recipe for disaster. "He found out we were following him," Soros said, his expression turning serious. Vanishing abruptly could only mean one thing: Cain had realized he was being followed. Thinking of the devastating power of Cain's Murkrow, Soros's expression darkened further. He motioned for his coughing to stay close, ensuring his own safety. "What's going on, Brother Soros?" one of the 5 trailing them asked, noticing the change in the situation. Soros looked at him without answering. Sky, with a somewhat alarmed expression, explained, "We've lost him." The man seemed somewhat relieved, though. Losing track wasn't a big deal. With careful searching, they could find him again. Soros and Sky didn't want to go into more detail. If Cain had only discovered he was being followed and decided to flee, there'd be no problem. But they feared Cain wasn't someone who'd accept provocation without a fight. They could only hope Cain would see their numbers and wouldn't dare to confront them. Meanwhile, Cain reappeared where he had first detected his followers. Imagining the frustration on their faces upon reaching the spot where he'd vanished, a cold smile crossed his lips. From now on, the roles of hunter and prey will be reversed. Using numerical superiority is usually effective, but Cain wasn't an ordinary person. In his past life, he'd learned an important lesson. In the presence of overwhelming force, the number of combatants doesn't determine victory, especially when one holds the advantage and the initiative. Aside from Soros, the others were merely people who had never seen real bloodshed. Over the past few weeks on the trial island, not only had his Pokémon improved tremendously, but Cain had also reaped many benefits. While his Pokémon trained, Cain also strengthened himself. Now, his physical condition was far better than when he arrived on the island. In this Pokémon world, human constitutions are far more robust than those on Earth, and growth is faster. After weeks of intense training and a proper diet, Cain had drastically improved his physical condition. Although he didn't have a muscular build, compared to Soros and his group, who lived comfortably at the Team Rocket base, Cain surpassed them not only in Pokémon strength, but also in physical condition. Now that the hunt had begun, he would show no mercy. With his knowledge of the forest, something Soros and his group couldn't even imagine, Cain moved like a leopard, gliding swiftly between trees and underbrush. What would be an obstacle for others was merely a fence for him. He quickly closed in on Soros's group. If he moved fast enough, they'd still be in the dense foliage where the grass grew tall. If he hid well, he could attack and seize the upper hand. Soros and his group's Pokémon were mainly Team Rocket classics, Soros's Coughing, Sky's Ekans, and Pokémon like Rattata, Zubat, and Oddish for the other 5. Though their Pokémon weren't strong individually, together they could form a considerable force. Cain knew their capabilities well, but they only had a shallow understanding of Cain's power. Blindly seeking trouble with confidence, it's undeniable that greed can cloud judgment. To track Cain's whereabouts, the group dispersed slightly through the foliage. Sky reminded them that they could spread out a bit, but had to keep communication at all times. However, in doing so, their numerical advantage disappeared, giving Cain the chance to take them down one by one. Cain's field skills far exceeded theirs. As he neared the foliage, none of them noticed. He drew the dagger kept at his Team Rocket belt, holding it in a reverse grip. Glancing at Murkrow and Slowpoke, who had hidden nearby, he said, "Get ready, we're starting the hunt." The 2 Pokémon had been with Cain long enough to understand his intentions. They nodded to indicate their understanding. In an instant, their bodies moved like arrows, swiftly cutting through the person-high grass. Their feet emitted a faint glow, touching the ground soundlessly, all thanks to Slowpoke's psychic control as it followed closely beside him. Murkrow stayed flying low, just above the height of the grass, allowing it to avoid detection while searching for nearby people. Slowpoke also extended its psychic energy to search for silhouettes in the grass. The first person Cain encountered was one of the 5 following Soros. This person, too focused on tracking Cain to seize the opportunity Soros had promised, had slowly drifted away from the group. He thought that, given their numbers, even if they lost sight of their target, the target wouldn't dare counterattack. Although he wasn't wrong, if an ordinary person knew these 7 were after him, he would have already fled. But this wasn't just anyone, this was Cain. However, the person wasn't entirely defenseless, as his Rattata was close by in case a wild Pokémon suddenly appeared. Upon detecting his trace, Cain didn't hesitate and quickly approached, ordering Slowpoke to use its psychic power to immobilize both the man and his Pokémon. Murkrow acted swiftly, transforming into a dark shadow that slid through the grass, its wings glowing with a white light as it launched an attack infused with flying-type energy. The startled Rattata was attacked and eliminated immediately. It was merely a poorly raised, low-level Rattata, even weaker than some wild Pokémon, and was instantly defeated by Murkrow's move. The man, his eyes wide open, witnessed his Pokémon's death, but due to Slowpoke's psychic control, he couldn't make a sound. Only upon seeing Cain's figure did he realize that the person they had sought to confront was this ruthless rival who had placed Xander in second place. His eyes filled with pleading as he let out a strangled sound. Cain ignored him, sliding his dagger across his throat. The man died without understanding how Cain had approached or how he had been paralyzed on the spot. Cain wiped the dagger on the man's clothes, took his belt, and stored it in his storage space, then disappeared back into the grass. It was all swift and clean, like a professional assassin. "I didn't intend to confront you, but you volunteered. If you want to kill, you should be prepared to die," Cain murmured as he ran, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. In the end, he had never shown his true fangs to the other participants in the trial. This time, he would become their nightmare if they still had the chance to dream. Only dead enemies are the best enemies. If you decide to attack, show no mercy. Cain, who had always held to this principle, would not show mercy due to weakness. Weakness is the original sin. In just 5 minutes, Cain silently eliminated 2 more people. Although Cain acted with precision and speed, Soros and the others soon regrouped. Cain wasn't thrilled about the situation, but he had expected there might be some noise after acting, and there were some alert individuals among Soros's group. But it didn't matter. Even if they detected him, Cain wasn't worried about his abilities. It would only make things a bit more complicated. Before they could fully regroup, Cain began moving again. He headed straight for the nearest person, and this time Cain didn't hide. As he ran swiftly, the grass rustled noticeably. Soros and the others detected the movement and quickly began approaching. Before they could come together, Cain intercepted another individual. His Pokémon was an Oddish. When Cain appeared before him, the man was already prepared. Oddish stood in front of him with a serious expression, waiting for the enemy. But upon seeing Cain, he exclaimed, "I didn't expect it to be you, Cain, number one." His pupils dilated sharply, and his expression of surprise left no doubt. Only then did he understand that the opportunity Soros and Sky had mentioned was actually to confront Cain, the first place in the trial. But it was too late to regret it. The air was thick with the smell of blood, evidence of Cain's ferocity. "He's here," he shouted calmly, assuming a defensive stance. "The best defense is offense. Oddish, use poison powder." Preparing for defense, he ordered Oddish to attack. He knew that if Oddish also defended against the power of Cain's Murkrow's initial strike, and with the dual-type advantage, it probably wouldn't withstand even a single move. Cain smiled slightly. "Why didn't I eliminate him immediately?" "Because I wanted him to shout that. Now that he had achieved his goal, he had no further use for him." "Murkrow, don't hold back. Use Gust and send the poison powder back." "Slowpoke, use Confusion." Cain ordered the attack. With Cain's command, Murkrow, already prepared, flapped its wings rapidly. The flying-type energy condensed into two small tornadoes, swirling around the poisonous powder emitted by Oddish and returning it to the man and his Pokémon. Hearing Cain's order, the man, who was in a defensive position, attempted to roll to evade, but just as he moved, he felt an explosion in his head and then lost all sensation. Slowpoke's confusion move was incredibly powerful, evidenced by the blood flowing from the man's nose. There was no doubt, with the dual-type advantage and Slowpoke's confusion move, both the man and his Oddish lost their lives. At that moment, Soros and Sky, along with the last remaining follower, finally appeared before Cain. Upon seeing his companion lying on the ground, motionless, the last follower froze. He had thought that joining Soros on this mission would involve no danger, that they'd merely earn points. Even when they decided to face someone, he believed that, with their numerical advantage, they would have no problem defending themselves, no matter how strong the opponent was. But in the end, the situation hadn't turned out as he expected. Seeing that their opponent was Cain, besides the surprise on his face, he instantly understood why. He never would have guessed that Soros planned to face Cain, the number one. As Soros appeared, Cain smirked slightly, flashing a malicious grin, and said, "We meet again, Soros." Upon hearing Cain's words, Soros's face turned pale. He hadn't expected things to reach this point. Observing the Murkrow flying above Cain's head and the pink Slowpoke by his side, Soros understood everything. He realized that he had underestimated Cain. While everyone else struggled to train their first Pokémon, Cain had already captured a second, and both were incredibly powerful. Comparing the forces in the field, Soros realized that his team was at a disadvantage. Glaring at Cain, if looks could kill, Cain would have died 1,000 times. Finally, gritting his teeth, Soros spat out a few words. "This time we lost. Let's go." With that, he grabbed the dazed man and tried to retreat. Cain sneered and said, "Now you want to leave? Don't you think it's a little too late? Murkrow, use Gust." Hearing this, Murkrow flapped its wings and a whirlwind appeared behind them, blocking their retreat. "Cain, don't push it. If we keep this up, we'll die together." Soros's face twisted with rage, his eyes burning. He had never felt so humiliated. Even when Xander spoke to him, it was never with such disrespect. "Die together? If the fish dies, the net won't break. Want to test it out?" Cain said as he stepped forward, followed closely by Slowpoke. Someone who had tried to kill him couldn't just leave like that, without consequences. That wasn't Cain's style. "Caw," Murkrow cawed. If Cain hadn't stopped it, Murkrow would have already attacked. Soros remained motionless for a moment and cast a meaningful look at Sky, who hadn't spoken. It was a signal for him to talk. Noticing the gesture, Cain turned his gaze to the young, unremarkable man. He observed his icons, and the system displayed the data of this Pokémon. Pokémon, icons orange. Gender, female. Level, 19. Type, poison. Ability, shed skin. Held item, none. Egg move, poison tail. Basic moves, wrap, leer, Poison Sting, Bite, Glare, Screech. Learned moves, Acid. TM moves, none. Cain looked at Sky with some surprise. He hadn't expected Sky to have trained Ekans up to level 19. If not for the limitations of its potential, Sky might have been the leader of his group. With a small flicker of interest, Cain had an idea. "What's your name?" Cain asked Sky indifferently. In this situation, being asked for his name surprised Sky, but after a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Sky." In a situation where they were at a disadvantage, it was better not to provoke Cain's anger. Besides, talking to him might buy some time to think of an escape. Fight Cain? Don't even think about it. Couldn't he see the corpse on the ground? Initially, Sky had only thought Cain had a powerful Murkrow, and even then, they only decided to attack after careful consideration. But now Cain clearly had an equally strong Slowpoke, while they were only 3 people, one of whom hadn't even recovered from the shock. There was no comparison in terms of power. Sky wasn't foolish enough to provoke Cain and invite death. Yet, even after considering all factors, Sky couldn't find a way to escape. Despair began to creep into his heart. He had worked hard to elevate Soros, using his power and position to gain many resources that had allowed him to train his Ekans to its current level. But what he hadn't expected was that Cain's next words would leave everyone speechless. "You're not bad. Are you interested in working for me?" With a simple question, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. The follower in despair suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. If Cain wanted to recruit Sky, that meant he still had a chance to survive. Even if he were a fool, he understood that Soros had used him as a pawn. In front of the powerful Cain, he had no intention of resisting. The most dramatic change was seen on Soros's face, showing a mix of emotions. He never would have imagined that Cain would try to recruit Sky. Soros was ready to fight alongside Sky against Cain, hoping for a slim chance to escape. But that hope vanished with Cain's single statement. On the other hand, Sky's reaction was the calmest. He only stared at Cain, trying to gauge his intentions. Did Cain truly want to recruit him, or was he merely trying to divide their forces and then defeat them one by one? But after observing for a moment, he couldn't read anything from Cain's face. Cain said nothing more, merely watching him in silence, awaiting his response. In fact, Cain hadn't made this offer on a whim. With his experience in Team Rocket, Cain knew very well that in an organization where power groups dominated, a lone person would never get far. There were 2 options: join a group or become a leader. Though the first option was far easier than the second, Cain chose the second without hesitation. If he wanted to obtain more resources, he needed to be in control. Although he might not be able to form his own group immediately, nothing stopped him from planting the seeds of his future influence now. And the best time to start was while everyone was still trainees. In his past life, Xander had quickly risen through the ranks in Team Rocket. Part of his success was because he had built his base of followers on the Trial Island, paving the way for his future development. Thus, Cain had always planned to form his own group. Even if he didn't need it in the future, it would be a safety net. Sky had caught Cain's attention partly due to luck, but also because he had some potential. Cain believed that if he provided Sky with a good Pokémon, Sky could perform much better. It didn't take long for Sky to grit his teeth and nod. All right. What other choice did he have in this situation? If he said no, he would die. Cain was satisfied with Sky's response. Though it was partly a forced answer, Sky proved to be aware of the situation, which was useful. With a good Pokémon, his power wouldn't be inferior to Soros's. When Soros heard Sky's response, his eyes filled with rage, and he shot a look of hatred at him. Now, his resentment towards Sky surpassed even that he felt for Cain. However, Soros was quick to react. In that moment, he turned and began to run. Before, when he and Sky joined forces, they might still not have been a match for Cain. Now that he was alone, staying meant suicide. If he didn't flee now, what else could he do? Wait for his death? Cain watched Soros's movements and laughed disdainfully. If Soros had chosen to attack, Cain might have found him more worthy of respect. Slowpoke, confusion, Cain ordered. In such an uneven situation of power, Soros was nothing more than a sheep waiting to be sacrificed. Slowpoke's eyes shone with a red glow, and a wave of psychic energy spread from its body, directed at the fleeing Soros. Coughing, stop him! Soros cried, his eyes wide and his face twisted in despair, prepared to abandon coughing if necessary. Cough. Coughing hesitated briefly, but it obeyed its trainer's command and positioned itself to intercept Slowpoke's confusion move. The psychic type has a double advantage over the poison type. Moreover, Coughing's low special defense meant that, with a single hit, it fell to the ground, unable to continue the battle. Sky narrowed his eyes, maintaining a calm appearance, though inside his mind was in turmoil. When Cain had recruited him, Sky had simply thought of accepting to buy time and see how things unfolded. However, seeing how Soros's powerful coughing was defeated in a single strike by Cain's Slowpoke, he began to think that following Cain might not be a bad option after all. Cain, keeping an eye on Sky, noticed that while his expression hadn't changed, his eyes revealed his inner agitation. The defeat of Coughing was not only meant to showcase Slowpoke's strength, but also to send a clear message to Sky. Cain knew Sky wouldn't submit so easily, and that his initial acceptance was more out of fear than genuine loyalty. But Cain was confident in his ability to keep Sky under control, ensuring he wouldn't dare think of rebelling. Realizing his coughing had been defeated, Soros ran even more desperately. But as a human, he couldn't hope to escape a Pokémon. Murkrow, finish him off, Cain ordered, uninterested in Soros's desperate escape. Murkrow nodded and, with a flap of its wings, quickly caught up with Soros. With a slash of its claws, it added another body to the ground. Soros, who had once had his moment of glory at the base, would never have imagined this would be his final fate. As for the last survivor of the group, Cain decided not to kill him. If he planned to form a team, a single follower like Sky wouldn't be enough. He would need more members for his group. Cain approached Soros's body, observing his open eyes filled with horror and regret. Skillfully, he removed his rocket belt, and after a moment's thought, he also took the Pokeball at his waist. He pressed the button on the Pokeball to recall Coughing, then locked it. Under Sky's surprised gaze, Cain tossed him the Pokeball containing Coughing and said disdainfully, "This Pokémon is yours now. I hope you won't disappoint me." Soros's coughing had a dark yellow quality, much better than the orange quality of his Ekans. "This is for me?" Sky asked incredulously, wanting confirmation. Ignoring the other man's envy and jealousy, Sky gripped the Pokeball in his hand like a lifeline, clutching it so tightly his fingers turned white. This was the Pokémon that had ranked 5th in the previous trial. For anyone who could control it, it was like leaping directly to that position, something that would be tempting to anyone. "What's wrong? Can't you handle it?" Cain frowned. For a Pokémon with a previous trainer, adapting to a new one wasn't easy. It often wasn't simple to gain its loyalty. But Cain believed Sky had the necessary skills to achieve it. No, thank you." Sky shook his head repeatedly, bowing slightly, showing respect, though unsure how to address Cain. "Call me Cain," Cain said, unconcerned about formal titles. "Yes, thank you, Sir Cain," Sky said, bowing further, quickly adapting to his new role. Cain nodded, approving of Sky's response. Sky was older than Cain, who was only 15 and still growing. Sky, at 18, was already taller than Cain. However, to show respect, he bowed so deeply it was almost like a reverence. First the punishment, then the reward. This was a tactic Cain often used in his past life, one of the most effective. Cain looked at the man who had been silent the entire time. Aside from a glance filled with envy when Cain handed Coughing to Sky, the man seemed to be in a state of shock. For him, that day had been a nightmare. His 4 companions were dead, and the man he had so admired, Soros, hadn't escaped that fate. Sky, whom he considered his second in command, had betrayed him. Now, he didn't even know what his next step would be, let alone if he'd survive. Seeing his dazed state, Sky frowned and kicked him to snap him out of it. The man reacted immediately, his face pale as he looked at Cain and Sky, stammering. Boss, my name is Fox, my nickname is Fox. My Pokémon is a Coughing. I'm willing to swear loyalty. Please don't kill me." Cain had already scanned his Pokémon, a level 16 coughing with orange quality, quite common. However, if he survived, he could be a useful asset. From now on, follow Sky, Cain said indifferently. Yes, yes, yes. Fox responded, bowing deeply. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least, for now, his life was safe. Moreover, working for Cain seemed far safer than following Soros. Cain was the first in the rankings, and Soros hadn't been able to withstand even a single attack from him. Sky, when you return, start recruiting people. You can use my name, but we don't need those who act one way and then do something else behind our backs. Cain had only this requirement for the people they would recruit in the future. As for people with a good nature, forget it. Once they become trial trainers, people with that kind of personality don't survive long, much less when they enter Team Rocket. Cain isn't a saint. His subordinates may have their flaws, but the only ones he can't stand are hypocrites, like that miserable worm Soros. Understood, Sir Cain. Sky gladly accepted Cain's demand. Now that he had Soros's Pokémon, he just needed to tame it a bit to gain considerable strength. Plus, with Cain's power, he could confidently recruit those loners. He felt slightly excited. He hadn't expected that, after this disaster, he wouldn't lose his life and would also obtain a high-quality Pokémon. Over time, he was sure he could surpass Soros. He gripped Coughing's Pokeball tightly in his hand, controlling his trembling. Cain seemed to be a leader who didn't fuss over details, so the task of building the organization would fall to him. This would be far more powerful than being Soros's assistant. However, for now, he didn't dare to entertain any traitorous thoughts. Cain not only had outstanding strength, but also immense potential. If he stayed close to him, his position in Team Rocket would rise significantly. Cain thought for a moment, then tossed Soros's Team Rocket belt to Sky. Here are all the resources that originally belonged to you. You'll be in charge of keeping them. Cain wasn't particularly interested in Soros's points, but even small amounts add up. He gave them to Sky as initial funding, to be used efficiently. Sky looked at Soros's Team Rocket belt with a complicated gaze. He and Soros had played together since childhood, in a relationship of both friends and rivals. However, luck had always favored Soros, and he had always been one step ahead. Perhaps due to so much good luck, it only took one stroke of bad luck for him to fall into an abyss from which he couldn't escape. Now he would no longer have anyone to compete against, and his heart was filled with conflicting emotions. Well, if you can't complete the mission this time, leave it for now. Your main task now is to tame Coughing. Try to achieve good results in the next trial, Cain said calmly as he looked at Sky. I'm going to continue with my mission. With that, Cain headed into the depths of the forest. He wasn't interested in worrying about how Sky and Fox would return, or whether they would do so safely. If they didn't even have the ability to survive in the wild, then Cain would have misjudged them. As Cain walked away, Murkrow and Slowpoke followed closely. They didn't question why he hadn't eliminated the two people who had originally planned to attack him. That was Cain's decision, and as his Pokémon, they didn't question such things. Fox, seeing Cain's figure disappear into the forest, exhaled a long sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground, not caring that there was a corpse nearby. Although Cain seemed easy to deal with, he generated immense pressure, especially with the two corpses still on the ground, reminding him of what had just happened. Cain didn't have high expectations for Sky and Fox. This act was merely an experiment. If it worked, it would be a gain, and if it failed, it didn't matter much, as it was only a dark yellow quality Pokémon. After all, this was only on the trial island. It's really annoying. We veered off the path again, Cain murmured with a wry smile. Earlier, to confront Soros and the others, he had strayed from his original route, leading them through this grassy field and using the terrain to defeat them one by one, as well as recruiting two new subordinates. I have no other choice. Slowpoke, use teleport to get back on the path, Cain said, realizing the situation. Fortunately, he had Slowpoke, which meant that even if he veered off, he could use teleport to return to the correct path. Slowpoke didn't react much. After all, it was just another use of the teleport move. Its eyes shone with a blue light, enveloping Cain and Murkrow, and in an instant, They vanished from the spot. Upon opening his eyes again, they were back on the original path. It's a really useful move. Well done, Slowpoke. Slowpoke's teleport was an invaluable move for survival in the wild, useful for both advancing and escaping. However, the teleport move has its limitations. The first is that it can't cover too long a distance. The range depends on the Pokémon's psychic strength. The stronger the Pokémon, the further it can travel. The second limitation is that it can't teleport to unknown places. It can only move to locations it has visited and has a clear memory of. The third limitation is that during the use of teleport, there should be no psychic interference. Otherwise, it could cause spatial distortion, making it end up in an unexpected place. In fact, there's a fourth limitation. The greater the distance, the longer it takes to prepare the move. This makes sense, as selecting the correct point among various coordinates containing psychic energy takes time. Observing the familiar path and known surroundings, Cain couldn't help but laugh. It seemed he would have to walk it again. Fortunately, he hadn't gone back to the place where he first met Slowpoke, but to the point he had just left. Since he had traveled this path before and knew what awaited him, Cain quickened his pace. According to the map, there was still a long way to the mission's destination. According to the map's directions, Cain had to pass through several Pokémon territories before reaching the mission site. Continuing on his path, the first territory he would reach was that of the Scyther. Cain had always had a certain fascination with Scyther. If he had the chance and found one of good quality, he'd consider capturing it. Although Scyther doesn't have a direct evolution, but only a branching evolution into Scyther, which gains metal armor, it doesn't improve in terms of overall stats. It simply transforms its speed into physical defense, shifting from an assassin to an excellent warrior. However, according to Cain's memories, Scyther can mega-evolve, which would mean a big boost in its power. As he neared the Scyther territory, Cain couldn't help but feel a slight anticipation. However, unlike the aggressive Beedrill or the Pinsir who enjoy intimidating the weaker ones, Scyther are proud and confident. As long as they're not provoked, they generally won't attack first. Facing these wild Pokémon in a one-on-one duel didn't worry Cain, but these Pokémon that live in groups tend to work as a team. If you upset one, the whole group will quickly appear. If they all attacked at once, they would easily overwhelm Cain by sheer numbers. Additionally, as Cain ventured further into the forest, the level of the Pokémon also increased. Cain had no idea what level the Scyther he would encounter might be. Thinking about it now wouldn't be of much help, so Cain quickened his pace while Slowpoke and Murkrow constantly guarded him. Cain's endurance had also improved recently. After walking for an hour, he didn't feel especially tired, just a bit short of breath. For Murkrow and Slowpoke, this was like breathing, something very easy. If it weren't for the wild Pokémon that attempted to ambush them along the way, this would have been easier than training for them. Finally, Cain arrived at the Scyther territory marked on the map and proceeded with more caution. Although capturing Slowpoke had greatly increased his power, one should never lower their guard in the wild. The journey had been fairly smooth, aside from a few overly confident wild Pokémon who tried to attack them and were easily defeated by Murkrow and Slowpoke. There were no major incidents. Most Pokémon, sensing the threatening presence and the scent of blood from his team, preferred to keep their distance. Finally, upon entering Scyther territory, in the center of the area, Cain found a group of the Pokémon he had so longed to see, about 10 of them. Proud as they are, Scyther prefer to fight opponents of similar level. In this forest, there weren't many Pokémon worth their while, so they mostly spent their time training with each other. When Cain saw them, they were in the middle of a fierce battle. Upon spotting Cain, they also noticed him. 2 of the Scyther, who were in the midst of an intense fight, stopped. One of them, more robust, stepped forward and took the lead, looking at the 3 newcomers with a serious expression. Cain's eyes sparkled a bit, and the system displayed the leader Scyther's data. Pokémon: Scyther Dark Yellow. Gender: male. Level: 23. Type: Bug plus Flying. Ability: Technician. Held item: None. Egg move: Endure. Basic moves: Vacuum Wave, Quick Attack, Leer, Focus Energy, Pursuit, False Swipe, Agility, Wing Attack. Learned moves, Bug Buzz, Bug Bite. TM moves, none. It was a powerful Pokémon. Cain glanced at the other Scyther. All were above level 20. In addition to the dark yellow quality leader, there were 2 others of yellow quality. However, Cain decided not to attempt capturing any of them. Not only would it be difficult to capture one of these powerful Scyther in the middle of a group, but the leader Scyther itself was quite troublesome. As a speed-based Pokémon, although Murkrow had a type advantage, his main advantage, speed, wouldn't be as significant, and Scyther, with its high physical power, could deal considerable damage if it struck. Additionally, the numerical advantage was considerable. Even if he managed to defeat the leader, he wasn't certain Slowpoke could protect him from all the attacking Scyther. It's important to remember that, being so fast, they could prevent Slowpoke from using Teleport to escape. Moreover, none of the Scyther in the group met Cain's standards for potential, so capturing them wasn't worth much. Some Scyther in the group showed interest in fighting, feeling the threat posed by Murkrow and Slowpoke. For them, lovers of combat and challenges, these were perfect opponents. However, before they could attack, the leader stopped them. It could see beyond what its companions perceived. Not only did it feel the threat of the Pokémon, but it also sensed an aura of gravity from the human, as if he didn't fear its group. This feeling could only mean 2 things. Either the human was a fool who didn't understand the situation, or he possessed real power. Its instinct told it that if they attacked, they should be prepared for half of the group to perish. Although they enjoyed fighting, that didn't mean they were unafraid of death. Thus, the leader Scyther held back its impulsive companions, watching as Cain and his Pokémon cautiously retreated. Scyther respect strength. If they believe in an opponent's power, they will allow them to pass through their territory without issue. The reason Scyther had their own territory wasn't due to a strong sense of territory, but because of their combative nature. The neighboring Pokémon feared them so much that they gradually abandoned the surrounding areas, turning them into Scyther territory. After crossing the Scyther territory without incident, Cain finally passed through the forest marked on the map Umbra had provided. All that remained was to cross a rocky region to reach the place where the mission item was located. However, after a day of travel, Cain had not only fought with attacking Pokémon, but had also gained a better understanding of the territory of the more powerful Pokémon indicated on the map. Along the entire route, the only complicated territory had been that of the Scyther at the beginning, with a level 23 Scyther and 10 others of level 20 or higher, a formidable group. Then he crossed the Para's territory, where many types of mushrooms grew. The Para's activity area centered around these mushrooms, which served as their food. The Para's leader, a level 24 Parasect, led the group. Paras are peaceful and unlike other Pokémon that attack intruders in their territory, they don't. Both Paras and Parasect have a great weakness against flying types, so Murkrow was a considerable threat to them. However, due to Cain's hurry, he chose not to attack them. Furthermore, within the Paras group, there weren't many with good potential. Although the group was large, they were the calmest Pokémon in the region. In Paras's land, many other Pokémon coexisted, mostly in harmony. When Cain passed through with Murkrow and Slowpoke, he was almost never attacked. After crossing the Paras territory, there lies the territory of a group of Mankey. Unlike the Paras, Mankey are extremely aggressive and will mercilessly attack any Pokémon that dares to enter their territory. The Mankey group occupies a vast berry forest, the largest Cain has seen on the Trial Island. These Mankey have a very strong sense of their territory, and any Pokémon that enters without permission will suffer their furious onslaught. They are like a gang ruling the mountains. Within the Mankey group, there is a leader with the leadership ability at level 23. With its leadership skill, its potential barely reached green quality, but it's still very powerful. Furthermore, it is backed by an endless number of common Mankey, making it a dominating force on the outskirts of the Trial Island. So, when Cain and his team entered, the entire group of Mankey went completely mad. To them, any intruder is suspected of trying to steal their berries. When Cain unknowingly allowed Murkrow to gather the first berry, It was like stirring a hornet's nest. Hundreds of Mankey launched themselves at them. Luckily, Mankey are fighting-type Pokémon, making them vulnerable to flying and psychic types, giving Murkrow and Slowpoke an advantage. As they fought and retreated, they launched relentless attacks, and Cain even removed Murkrow's extra weight so it could defeat the Mankey more quickly. It was a race to escape Mankey territory, but they managed to get out. However, the Mankey group suffered great losses from their encounter with Cain and his team, losing about a third of their strength. It's important to remember there were nearly 1,000 Mankey, and Cain, with Murkrow and Slowpoke, defeated almost 100. As a result of this battle, Murkrow and Slowpoke leveled up. Murkrow reached level 19 and Slowpoke reached 21. Not only did they gain experience, but they also improved their control over their respective types, flying for Murkrow and psychic for Slowpoke. So, although it was a tough battle, the rewards were abundant. After crossing the Mankey territory, Cain and his team were exhausted. They spent the entire night camping in a relatively safe area to regain their strength. Thanks to the yellow berry energy Pokeblocks Cain had been giving to Slowpoke, its previously stagnant potential began to recover. After the battle with the Mankey, Slowpoke's potential returned to dark green, a level higher than Murkrow's. This small advancement in potential improved Slowpoke's control over its psychic abilities by 20%. Slowpoke was already outstanding in its control over psychic abilities, but this increase made it even more precise. Murkrow watched Slowpoke's progress with envy and motivation, eager to push itself harder, and asked Cain to increase its weight training load by 10 kilograms. However, after Cain's persuasion, it begrudgingly accepted a more modest increase of 5 kilograms. Cain understood Murkrow's desires, but he also knew that progress couldn't be rushed. Increasing the weight too much could cause physical problems, potentially leading to hidden injuries. Thanks to his previous training experience, Cain knew how dangerous these injuries could be. Some Pokémon with great potential end up with less success than others with lesser potential due to poorly treated injuries. Hidden injuries are hard to treat. They can only heal with a long period of rest, which means the Pokémon cannot train or fight, wasting valuable development time. By the time they recover, they've already been outpaced by others. That's why Cain decided to increase Murkrow's extra weight by only 5 kilograms, an amount that wouldn't significantly affect its combat ability. After crossing a relatively safe area without large groups of powerful Pokémon, they arrived at the territory of the strongest group Cain had seen. Although this group is small, with only 5 Pokémon, including 3 under level 10, they occupy the largest territory, and no one dares to challenge them. This group is dominated by a level 32 Nidoking and a level 30 Nidoqueen, along with lower-level Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign. The Nidoking occupy an area rich in resources. In their territory, there is a natural lake and a low hill, with a green meadow by the lake, where some weak Butterfree live as playmates and bodyguards for the Nidoran. On the hill, a variety of berries and herbs grow, and the lake is full of peaceful Pokémon and many fish, which are the main food source for the Nidoking family. Normally, Nidoking and Nidoqueen don't leave their self-sufficient territory, and thanks to their great strength, no other Pokémon dares to challenge them. When Cain saw Nidoking and Nidoqueen, he was surprised. These Pokémon only evolve from Nidorino and Nidorino with the help of a moonstone, so finding even one of these species is rare, but seeing 2 at once was unexpected. Driven by curiosity, Cain stealthily approached the lake to see if there was a source of moonstones in the area. However, before he could get close, Nidoking detected him. Nidoking showed no kindness and launched a fierce attack on Cain. If it weren't for Murkrow's Protect move, they would have been crushed in a single blow. Cain had no choice but to flee, using his team's speed to escape Nidoking's territory. However, Nidoking pursued them for quite a stretch. Cain decided to leave the search for moonstones for later, when his team is stronger. For now, Nidoking alone is strong enough to pose a problem for them, and with Nidoqueen's assistance, their combined strength would be even more devastating. It's no wonder they can dominate such vast territory and resources. Although the Mankey group was numerous, They were just a bunch of weaklings in the face of Nidoking. If it weren't for fatigue, Nidoking could wipe out the entire Mankey group by himself, thanks to his tough armor that practically ignores their attacks, and with his powerful arms, he could sweep away dozens with a single blow. With Nidoqueen by his side, the Mankey don't dare challenge his authority. This shows how formidable Nidoking is. Cain had barely escaped the Mankey group, and Nidoking could already destroy them with ease. Fortunately, after crossing Nidoking's territory, Cain finally reached a stone field. Looking at the map in his hand, Cain murmured, "I just need to cross this stone field to reach the mission location." Finally, Cain was close to the mission's objective and could breathe a little easier. If he wanted to return before the next trial, he didn't have much time left. They're finally about to reach their destination, so there's no longer a rush. After a long trek, the priority for Cain and his team is now to have lunch and let Murkrow and Slowpoke rest a bit to recover their energy. They found a large, relatively flat rock, and Cain took out all his tools. Although this is a stone forest, not everything is just rock. In fact, there's more dry grass and withered reeds here than in a forest. They lit a fire and, using the stones abundant in the area, built an improvised oven. Then they placed a small pot on top and carefully poured in the water they had collected earlier from the lake. In the wild, it's best not to drink unboiled water. Even if it looks clean, no one can say how many bacteria it might contain. Murkrow and Slowpoke, being Pokémon with bodies and resistance much stronger than humans, wouldn't have any problems, but Cain can't take the risk. Getting sick from drinking unboiled water without the right medicines could be very dangerous in the wilderness. Cain doesn't want to face a situation where, after surviving all the battles, he ends up sick due to a careless everyday detail. While the water boiled, Cain took out food for Murkrow and Slowpoke. In addition to their usual poke blocks, Murkrow had a rabbit they had caught earlier, while Slowpoke enjoyed his favorite fish. Cain has spoiled their tastes. Slowpoke used to enjoy eating raw fish, but ever since he tried Cain's grilled fish and meats, he's lost interest in raw fish. Murkrow has also developed certain preferences. Although he always has enough poke blocks to stay nourished, he needs a bit of meat in every meal to feel satisfied. With Slowpoke's help, they clean the rabbit and 5 fish as thick as an arm, covering the organs and blood with dirt. In the wild, Cain doesn't want to attract a bunch of Pokémon with the smell of blood while eating. Once the water boiled, he poured it into a bottle to have enough drinking water for the afternoon. Then, like an expert, Cain started grilling the food, applying oil, turning it over, and adding seasonings. The delicious aroma filled the air as he prepared the meal. For Cain, a rabbit leg and half a fish are enough to satisfy him, leaving the rest for Murkrow and Slowpoke. Murkrow and Slowpoke quickly devoured their lunch. After a brief rest, they continued on their way. Traveling through the stone forest was much more comfortable than crossing a regular forest, though the terrain was uneven with raised stones everywhere. But compared to the dense foliage of a forest, where every step can hide an obstacle, the terrain in the stone forest is visible, so there's no risk of tripping unexpectedly. The best part is that the Pokémon inhabiting this stone forest are mostly Geodude, who, although numerous, are calm and peaceful. As long as they aren't stepped on, they won't cause trouble. Geodude prefer tranquility and can spend the whole afternoon motionless in a pile of rocks. The Geodude in this area are relatively low level. Cain hasn't encountered any above level 20, and he hasn't even seen a Graveler, their evolved form. The path was easy to traverse, and without the hassle of occasional Pokémon attacks, Cain made good progress. In just half an hour, he had crossed half of the stone forest. At this rate, he would soon reach his destination. However, as often happens, something unexpected occurred. A Pokémon blocked his path, though unintentionally. Its massive size simply obstructed the way. The Pokémon blocking the path was an imposing Onix. Pokémon, Onix, dark yellow. Gender, male. Level, 30. Type, rock/ground. Ability, sturdy. Held item, none. Egg moves, defense curl, rock climb. Basic moves, mud sport, tackle, harden, bind, curse, Rock Throw, Rock Tomb, Rage, Stealth Rock, Rock Polish, Euroball, Smackdown, Dragon Breath, Slam. Learned moves, Iron Head. TM moves, none. This Onix rested on a huge rock, blocking the way. If they wanted to pass, they would have to climb over its body. Although Onix isn't an aggressive Pokémon, letting Cain and his team climb over him would probably make him furious. Taking an alternative route wasn't a viable option, as the stone walls on both sides stretched as far as the eye could see. Cain sighed and murmured to himself, a level 30 Onix, this is tricky. The stone forest lacks resources, so there aren't powerful groups of Pokémon claiming this vast area. Only Geodude and Onix, who don't require large resources, thrive here, as the rocks rich in minerals are their favorite food. The stone forest abounds with rocks, their greatest treasure. However, since the Geodude here are low level, the stones in this place probably don't contain rich minerals. Otherwise, the Geodude would be at higher levels. But then, how did this Onix reach level 30? Cain observed the Onix again, resting comfortably in the sun, and suddenly an idea came to him. Slowpoke, use Rain Dance on Onix, Cain ordered, using one of Slowpoke's egg moves. Slowpoke nodded, slightly opened his mouth, and began to emit a soft sound, almost like a chant with a peculiar melody. As Slowpoke sang, small black clouds began to appear in the sky, gathering right over Onix. Onix? The Onix, who was happily enjoying the sun, suddenly felt the temperature drop. Its half-closed eyes noticed the light disappear. Bewildered, it opened its eyes and saw that the sun had vanished, and a black cloud had appeared above its head. Seeing the cloud about to release rain, Onix looked around, searching for anything suspicious, but found nothing. However, it noticed that a few meters away, the sun was still shining brightly. Despite its massive size, Onix had a rather naive nature. With its limited mental capacity, it didn't think much about what was happening. Finding nothing suspicious, Onix had no choice but to give in. When the first raindrop fell on its body, Onix, reluctantly, began to move. Although the area where it was lying was its favorite sunbathing spot, and it had been lying there for years, for Onix, who is extremely vulnerable to water, the rain was much more annoying than losing his favorite spot. From their hiding place behind a stone pillar, Cain and Slowpoke watched as Onix quickly moved away once the rain began to fall. The rumble of rocks being dragged by Onix's massive body gradually faded until finally, the path was clear. As soon as Onix was out of sight, Cain ordered Slowpoke to stop the rain dance. The clouds quickly dispersed, allowing the sun to shine again, with only a few puddles on the rocks as evidence of what had just happened. After waiting a few minutes to make sure Onix wouldn't return, Cain moved forward with Murkrow and Slowpoke. They saw that between the tall cliffs, there was a path wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. The path rose toward the sky, forming a landscape known as a line in the sky. Onix had been resting right at the entrance of this passage. Entering this narrow passage made the temperature drop immediately, with a cold, enveloping feeling, as if they were standing in front of a refrigerator in the middle of summer. The air inside the passage was also very dry, creating a cold and dry atmosphere. As they moved forward, life around them dwindled until it disappeared entirely. Not even a single blade of grass grew there. It's understandable, as the sun never reaches this place, the air is cold and dry, and it rarely rains. Even moss, which is incredibly resilient, needs at least some water to survive. Gradually, the distance from the waterfall increased, and the humidity in the air became less dense. As they progressed, more Pokémon began to appear in the forest. According to the map, if they continued at this pace, in an hour they would return to the marked path. After cutting a vine blocking the way, an animal trail hidden behind it was revealed. Walking along an animal trail, though with more chances of encountering Pokémon, was easier than pushing through branches and bushes. Cain didn't hesitate and began walking along the trail. Now, with the dual protection of Murkrow and Slowpoke, safety was almost guaranteed. Even if they couldn't win a battle, they could always flee. As expected, it wasn't long before a battle occurred. Maybe due to his earlier luck, Things weren't going so well now, or perhaps it was because he was walking along the animal trail. Several wild Pokémon attacked Cain one after another. Though none of them were high level, under the protection of Murkrow and Slowpoke, none managed to get close to Cain. In fact, few managed to surpass Murkrow's first line of defense. In the forest battle, Murkrow moved as freely as a dragon in the sea, and its body, increasingly accustomed to the weight load, was also getting faster. Now, carrying 5 kg of weight, its speed almost matched what it had initially. It quickly moved between trees, toying with its enemies. For instance, the Mankey Murkrow had just tried to use its ability to move quickly between trees to attack Cain, but was discovered by Murkrow the instant it tried. Under the flying type advantage over fighting type, this level 19 Mankey was defeated in a single wing attack from Murkrow. This was just one of many attempted attacks, but in all cases, the fate of the Pokémon trying to ambush Cain was the same. Cain showed no mercy, and all Pokémon that attacked were eliminated by Murkrow and Slowpoke. In this forest where only the strongest survive, the lack of mercy sent a clear message to the other Pokémon. Each time one of these standout Pokémon fell, no others dared to attack for a while until Cain left the area. Upon reaching a new area, other Pokémon would start attacking again. Since the Golduck incident, Murkrow and Slowpoke had been ruthless, with each Pokémon daring to attack them, venting their frustration on them. However, as they eliminated more Pokémon, Murkrow and Slowpoke's aura of danger increased, and fewer Pokémon dared to attack them. Many who initially intended to attack were intimidated by the bloodlust they emanated. The 1-hour stretch of road took them almost 2 hours due to the number of attacks they faced. Though annoying, the progress was evident. Murkrow leveled up once more, reaching level 18, and though Slowpoke didn't level up, its mastery over its moves improved significantly. It also became more familiar with battling under its trainer's orders. If today's Slowpoke faced the Murkrow from when it was captured, the capture wouldn't have been as easy, even though Murkrow, as a Dark-type Pokémon, has an advantage over Slowpoke's Psychic type. In just 2 hours, Slowpoke not only improved its Psychic move mastery, but also increased its Water-type move proficiency. The most important thing is that Slowpoke started learning its own battle rhythm, able to react quickly to attacks. Finally, they returned to the path. Initially, Cain had fled from the Raticate to the waterfall, where he encountered Slowpoke and ultimately captured it. You could say it was fate. After a brief reflection, Cain said, "We're finally back on the path, but it took longer than I expected." A bit resigned, he added, "Let's take a break and prepare some lunch, and we'll continue later." He chose a relatively flat spot under a tree, gathered some dry branches and leaves, and lit a small fire. Finally, Cain took out 2 of the 4 rabbits he had caught on the way from his Team Rocket belt, along with salt, pepper, and other spices he had specially bought. Skillfully, Cain skinned the rabbits with his dagger, removed their guts, and with Slowpoke's help, cleaned them with water. Soon, the rabbits, previously covered in fur, were transformed into juicy pieces of meat. Before long, Cain, after carefully roasting them, had before him 4 golden, crispy pieces of rabbit meat, and Murkrow and Slowpoke, tired from the morning battles, were already beside him, eagerly watching the golden, juicy meat. Though it was better for Murkrow to feed on poke blocks, which also tasted great, it couldn't resist Cain's excellent roasting skills, so it always ate roasted meat before supplementing with poke blocks. Slowpoke, after tasting Cain's roasted fish for the first time, couldn't forget that flavor, and now, seeing what seemed like even more delicious rabbit meat, waited eagerly. Cain smiled, using the dagger to cut one of the pieces of meat and eat it, leaving another on Murkrow's plate and giving the other 2.5 to Slowpoke. Slowpoke's appetite was much larger than Murkrow's, and only with 2.5 pieces of rabbit meat could it feel barely satisfied. Cain saved the rest for later, gathering berries from the trees as they walked and eating them along the way. Well, time to eat. After serving the food, neither Murkrow nor Slowpoke moved until Cain gave the order, and only then did they start eating quickly. Murkrow was the first to finish and glanced at Slowpoke's plate, where some meat remained, before returning to its poke blocks. Slowpoke wanted to share a bit with Murkrow, but seeing its refusal, decided to finish it alone. Soon, lunchtime ended. Some wild Pokémon were attracted by the smell, but seeing Murkrow and Slowpoke and sensing the bloodthirsty aura surrounding them, they decided to move away. After the meal, Cain took out the map. Now that they were back on the original path, though the distance seemed like a day, considering the encounters with Pokémon and the fact that as they progressed, the Pokémon would be stronger and the path more difficult, he calculated it would take 2 days. But with Murkrow and Slowpoke once again in full form after a midday rest and lunch, the trio set off once more into the depths of the forest. Shortly after they left, a group of people appeared at the spot where Cain had just roasted his meal. The group's leader, a man with a slender, white hand and a malicious smile, approached the ashes left behind, extending his hand and touching the warm ashes, then bringing them to his nose and sniffing. Turning his back to his companions, he wore a grim smile and murmured, "What a coincidence, Cain." He spoke the last 2 words through gritted teeth. One of the men behind him, noticing his actions, stepped forward and touched his shoulder. "Have you found something, Soros?" Cain observed Slowpoke's gesture and didn't stop it, understanding what his Pokémon wanted to do. Slowpoke rested its head on the egg and, with one of its front paws, pulled Cain, signaling him to place his hand on its back, while also indicating to Murkrow to do the same. Without hesitation, Cain placed his hand gently on Slowpoke's back. In that instant, the scenery before them changed.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.